I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Cole and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
It all up! Everything you got! Come on, you ape! You want to live forever?
Get away from her.
And all my pasta maniacs run wild on you!
Guys, Wednesday, March 15th. We are here. I've never seen this movie before, but Jericho and Sean, they begged me. Actually, it was kind of embarrassing. I got a crying voice message from Jericho. He was crying with me to review this movie. So we're doing it. Guys, I watched it the night. This is quite a movie. Let me bring in the panel. Here they are. Two of my great friends. And no, he wasn't crying. It was more like a sniffling thing. He was holding the tears back. He had some dignity. Welcome, Jericho. Welcome, Sean. How you doing, boy?
I'm doing great. I even offered to dye my beard, and Gabe was like, "It's not going to help."
Right. Oh,
It
yeah,
was,
that's
it was
going away.
cold-blooded. I was like, man, I thought I had a shot at least.
Yeah, well,
Cold-blooded.
next time Dean Cain is here, I'll have it dyed again, so don't worry.
Yeah, it's only for Dean.
Oh, you'll dye it for Dean.
Yep.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, if you didn't take
Hey,
me for
listen, I'm not
granted-
arguing. Shit. I ain't
Didn't
arguing.
treat me like shit.
I know when I'm outgunned.
But yeah, it's Major Payne tonight, guys. What year was this? Was this like 1995 or
95.
Wow.
I was
So I
15
was,
years old.
Yeah, depending on when
That's
it came out,
right.
as a junior or senior in high school. So yeah, wow, here we go.
I was
here
but
we
a
go.
sophomore, a lowly
And to,
little sophomore.
Wow.
all I can
And
say is
Sean
to answer
was
John in
a,
the chat. Mrs.
go ahead.
Jetty loved it. Just have to say that real quick. Did either one of your better halves watch it or have seen it? And if so, what was their take? Because John asked me, I said earlier I was going to watch it with my wife. She loved it. She thought it was brilliant.
Well,
I think my wife's seen it before, but I didn't watch it with her.
No one in my household had seen it before. My wife fell asleep about, I think, 20, 30 minutes in, I think.
Damn it.
So that's a sterling review from her. So,
Right on.
but that's, did she fall asleep? I'm sure she'll chat something if she watches my show sometimes, guys. Our show, I
Right
should
on.
say.
I think it's
look
more
at
of a
this.
keeping an eye.
Heidi
Heidi Booth, what up?
Yeah, you guys, pop my Gabriel LT cherry first time here. Well, we live to serve, madam.
Whoa.
Oh, hey, it's
Whoa!
not that kind of show.
Heidi coming in here like a comet.
Right. Coming in hot.
Wow. Well,
like when
at least
someone-
you know where she stands.
Right. When someone comes off the bench in the NBA, they just score like three pointers in a row, like in 30 seconds.
Just leave the crowd in awe.
That's right.
Thank you for that, Heidi. Thank
Ah,
Amen.
well, there you go. Yeah, so we take a turn here. Usually we're doing action, macho stuff, jacked, huge dudes like me, strong, real dudes. Tonight we're doing an idiot who's is he Army or Marines? I don't even remember.
Marines.
He's a Marine. That's right. He's Major Payne. But yes, we're gonna have a lot of fun. But before we get to the movie, what is going on with you guys? Anything new? Anything interesting?
Work. Oh, I'm live on every Tuesday. I'm live on Rumble now. That's something new.
Nice.
So come check
Instead of
that shit
YouTube
out.
or in addition to?
Instead of
Nice.
YouTube, I'm on YouTube Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But Tuesday, I will now be on Rumble. So
Yeah.
come check
You got
it
to
out.
do it, man.
Check it out,
Cats and kittens in
fuckers.
the chat. Did
Hey,
you?
fuckers.
Hey, come check me out, fucker.
Hey, the fucking Raiders, they signed Jimmy Garoppolo.
They did, fucker. When I heard that, I was like, oh, shit, eh? Fuck, eh? They signed him, fucker.
Hey, and Josh McDaniels, he signed Jacoby Myers from the Patriots.
Y qué, fool? Pero, cuz I know, huh?
See?
Dude,
I
I
wonder if
went
they're
to
going to play
school.
the Patriots this year. And he's going to be like, hey, Bill Belichick, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? I haven't seen you in a long time
What's
since
up,
the tuck
loco?
roll, fucker.
You can tell we love the Raiders on this channel.
Why you tucking for, fucker? Yo, one time I was on shout out to my man Jay Reason. He has a sports channel where he live streams games, basketball, baseball, football, whatever. And we had a little panel going one time, and I was talking shit about the Raiders, and some dude was in the chat. And you could tell when somebody's like taking it personal and they're getting all mad and shit. And it was so much fun to just do that impersonation and just every time, hey, you're being racist, fucker. I was like, no, I'm not. That's how Raiders fans talk, fool. I seen it. I grew up with them. That's how they always
Did
talk.
you send him a link to prove it? Come on here. You're being racist,
Hey,
fucker.
hey, mira, fucker, mira.
Mira nomás, los Raiders.
No mames, güey, no mames.
Hey, yeah, my wife in the chat, in her defense, she falls asleep watching every movie. This is
There you
true.
go.
So,
True.
this
Right
is
on.
par for the course.
Right. So
That's
she got
right.
about a half hour in, and then it was sleepy time. So
Right
there
on.
you go.
Hey, you gave it a strong 30. So
Right.
I'm
So-
happy for that.
Hey, that's what we
Quick
do around
update.
here.
Hey,
For the chat, guys.
wait.
YouTube is up to some shit right now. I think they're just updating something with their stuff because a lot of people's comments. We had a situation today where people's comments were not even getting whether they could be approved or not. They were just getting blanked. I couldn't make people mods. It would give me an error message. So I think this has been going on for a couple of days. I know some people were talking in the chat. So they're trying to up their automated censorship game that
Wow.
will take the human equation out of it because of all the stuff going on with Section 230, I think, right now that they're dealing with. So just be aware if you post a comment and it doesn't show up or you can't get a mod, can't, make it visible. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I know some people were talking a little bit about it. That's YouTube doing its stuff, which is what I was tying directly into Jericho's Rumble situation. You gotta have a lot of other irons in the fire right now.
I got
That's
a
the way it is.
Rumble account and an Odyssey account
Yep.
and,
Has to be
then
done.
YouTube here. I don't
Yeah, I got-
stream on Rumble yet, though.
I got Rumbles, Locals, and also Instagram. I'll start going live on Instagram.
Oh, good.
See what the fuck happens there.
Here's Kara. I believe this is a big Dean Cain fan. She's come over here. I see her on Twitter all the time. If it's the same Kara. Raiders fans terrifying me. I thought they would crash through the gates and trample me. She must have been at a game or something. Then I prayed, and about 8 cops were behind me. Felt very protected. Yeah, I live in San Diego, Kara, as you can see. San Diego Padres represent. And when the Raiders would come and play the Chargers down here, they literally would be fights. A dude got stabbed. I remember when I was in high school, right after, some Raider fan killed a Charger fan's dog in the Charger parking lot.
Dear God.
And then at a bar at another Charger Raider game, a Raider fan bit a Charger fan's ear off. I'm not making this up. So fucking
Because Raider
Raiders
fans are pieces of
crazy.
shit. Hey, we're all pieces of shit, eh? Okay. I know I don't usually like to make blanket statements, but fuck, eh?
Jeez.
Yeah, so Raider Nation is alive and well.
Fucking
I went to
killers,
that
eh?
football game, that like the East-West Shrine game is a college all-star game. I went there about a month ago. I sent you and you two pictures while I was there. It was amazing. I was in the VIP section. It was a cheap ticket because it was an all-star game. Nobody goes to, college players. And I saw the Raiders Super Bowl trophies from 1,000 years ago. They have them right there. So yeah,
from 1983.
back when we don't wear them leather helmets, you know. And the forward pass, the forward pass wasn't legal yet, you know, not until 19.
Hey, make sure you come down this Sunday, 5-cent tickets to check out the Raiders.
Oh, goodness.
Come one, come all to see the Raiders of Los Angeles play in the Coliseum against the Chargers of San Diego. And the boys are coming home.
I love. By the way, no matter what year it is, no matter what state we're in terms of war, it's peace times. The boys are coming home.
The boys are coming home.
We already got ours
Japanese
back.
I've surrendered.
The VIP section come with free cocaine. No, it
No,
had
gotta bring your own.
free buffet. I don't
Bring
drink,
your
but it
own.
had free booze. But I don't drink. I did.
BYOC. Bring your own Coke.
I'm the sentimental.
Oh,
sort.
Coke. I was about to say it's a different
Well,
kind of body.
Coca-Cola. I'm the sentimental sort, so go ahead and laugh. But I got this bottle of bottled water there, and I kept it because it was a
There you
really
go.
fun experience with my son. So I'm
You
I'm
gotta
the
have
kind of
something
person-
to keep pissing in there.
Jesus.
Come on down to the stadium and watch the boys play. That's the 1930s voice.
Thank you very much, Roomba, for being here on Double Impact Triple Threat with Gabe, Jonathan, myself, Jericho Green, and the boys are coming home.
Oh my goodness! A lot of cocaine talk in the chat. Not sure what the hell's going on.
It's erupted, man. The cocaine talk now, and I blame everyone but myself, has escalated.
One of you.
That's right.
Something a cocaine addict would say.
That's right.
You guys seen the footage of Zelensky doing that?
No.
Oh,
Like all through a press conference, he keeps doing that.
gotta tell you though, when we're looking at the films and the scripts from the golden era of Hollywood, I want everybody doing that because apparently that was the key to quality control.
Yeah, let's bring back Coke.
Do you guys remember the FBI undercover video of Marion Barry, the mayor
the mayor of DC.
yeah.
The mayor of Washington, D.C. in 1990, he's like with a prostitute in a hotel room doing cocaine.
Yes.
This
Yeah.
dude
Crack.
does his drugs, crack cocaine. Doesn't he do like a somersault or a backflip or something in the video? I could have sworn he did. And this dude, he did all that, got in trouble, got reelected later. as
Reelected.
mayor. Yeah.
I don't want to hear nothing about racism because a black man in Washington, D.C. smoked crack with a prostitute on tape and got reelected. Like, you know what? Let's give him one more shot.
Well, I would say this: until you guys get anything close to our mayor of Providence, Buddy Cianci, getting reelected after he had law enforcement bring his ex-wife's new boyfriend to his house while mayor and put out cigars on him, and then he was sent to prison, came out, and reelected.
That's
I don't want to hear anybody talking
That's
about
actually
political
really-
genius.
Really, really cool.
Yeah,
Well,
we loved him. He, terrific guy.
Mayor Gavin Newsom was mayor of San Francisco, so that's a
Yep.
pretty bad mayor.
That's true.
But
Yeah, I
cigarettes
like
put
how
out
he's
on
trying
your.
to turn the entire state into San Francisco, you know.
Now he has his sights on the country. He
Mhm.
wants us all to be stepping over human feces. Just wait.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
There's an
What's
app
a
in San
little-
Francisco that tells you where the human feces is, so you can avoid it. By the way,
What's a little dookie between friends, right?
not as bad as
Absolutely.
Dookie between your toes.
All right. Plush for $2. Cocainium, Hail Impact. Listen, the cocaine talk stops now, guys.
That's
I don't know
right.
what's going on out there.
Knock it off.
That's enough of that.
Hey, no more the
Nice.
coke day.
That's enough. No more.
That's
speed
enough
bump.
talk about
Please.
naughty salts. No.
No more booger sugar talk, guys.
I love that booger sugar.
Listen, guys, we're getting a major pain because we are really off track here. But
We are off the rails. You can't
Oh,
see
yeah.
them from here, Jericho. And tell me, how are the boys?
Well, I'm glad that you asked because the boys are coming home. The Japanese have surrendered.
guys, okay. I said no more cocaine talk, but this is funny. Cocaine's imagination powers.
Oh, it is. It is.
Anyways,
Deceptive
guys,
powder. Very.
I have excellent news.
Cool.
I think Shant has received his. Remember, I told you we
Coke?
couldn't do no holds barred.
Wait, what? You sent what?
I did. That's just
Be on the lookout
this
for that
bag of
package.
oh
Guys.
yeah, man.
Guys,
It's
I
on.
got it in the mail the other day. I'm
Go
gonna watch
eat.
this movie. It's gonna be awesome. I
Yeah.
found these on Amazon for $9. So I bought one for each three of us. And I mailed them to Shant and Jericho. So we will watch this chunk of crap once Jericho gets his. And then we will review it on here. So I
Gabe.
cannot wait.
I can't wait, brother. I can't wait to review this
Brother.
movie,
Me and Zeus there, brother. R.I.P. Tiny Zeus Lister, brother, a.k.a. Debo.
You know how much pasta Zeus would eat when he would come down to Pastamania? He would clear us out of anything we had left over, brother.
That's how I paid him to do this movie, brother. I paid him in linguine, brother, and spaghetti and fusilli, brother. I like
You know
that
his
word
favorite
because it
pasta
sounds almost like silly, brother.
I want to. I'm gonna design this. I've got to go into StreamYard, figure this out. But Gabe, I've got to get you a cutout of of Hulk Hogan that can
Already
slide
have it,
into
brother,
frame.
right behind me.
Yeah, that's
Right over my
exactly.
face.
That can slide into frame from the side whenever you do it, Gabe.
I paid him. I
Yes.
paid him in rigatoni, brother.
You know what?
Who would have thought a
Gabe,
man that big's favorite pasta would be farfalle? You know that's named after butterflies, right? What do you think of
Awesome's
that?
just screaming pain.
He didn't look like the butterfly type, brother, but he liked him because they looked like little bow ties, brother. He liked to be fancy.
but
Welcome all you little turds to the house of pain.
Gabe, I think based off of the issues you had with the Marine, I don't know if you're ready for No Holds Barred because that is a new level of dog shit.
Listen,
It is.
I've made it through No Retreat, No Surrender, and I
know,
actually
me
enjoyed
too.
myself because I couldn't
Me too.
believe the ghost of Bruce Lee was teaching a boy kung fu in the basement of his dad's house or whatever.
I get it.
I couldn't believe I
get
was
it.
reading that.
But
I wonder what drug wrote that script. Sorry, go ahead.
the one that was popular in the chat, I'm
Yes.
sure. But Gabe,
Yes, sir.
being that I've seen No Holds Barred and you haven't, it's like you're waiting for your turn in Uno and your last card is a draw 4. I'm just waiting. No Retreat, No Surrender. I know, but I'm waiting to throw this draw 4 of No Holds Barred down on the table because nothing is worse than that fucking movie. Holy, you spent
You know
more
what's
on all
worse than
3
that movie?
DVDs.
You know what's worse is when Pastamania is closed and you can't get your favorite pastas.
That's what's worse.
Nothing's worse than that, brother. It doesn't matter. Life can't throw anything worse than you, brother, than when we close the doors at Pastamania, brother. But we'll be open back at 8 a.m., brother. I've had friends. I got cancer, Hulk. I'm like, you know what's worse than that, brother? I just closed the door to Pastamania, brother. Way worse.
I'm gonna have that slide in. I'm telling you, there's gonna be a button you can push, Gabe, as God is my witness, and that overlay is just gonna appear right there. That's
Hey,
the
come and eat the pasta at a Pastamania.
He goes full Mario Brothers on it or whatever.
I'm the Hulkster. Come and have some of the pasta down at a Pastamania.
Oh goodness. Okay, boys. Well, you
Here we go.
you begged, you pleaded, you convinced me to watch Major Payne, and this really is an artifact of the 90s. It felt very nice. I told you guys before the show, this felt nothing like what I thought it was going to be. I forgot that, almost 30 years ago when they made this, they weren't as crass and filthy as they are now. I told you guys, I've told the chat before, but you too, Jericho and Sean, I don't really like comedies. I don't really watch them because they're too filthy. They are funny, but they're just too much. I don't like stuff that's that dirty, and like X-rated jokes. Like Deadpool's always the example I give. That movie is one of 2 movies I didn't walk out, but I wanted to walk out of Deadpool after 20 minutes. I thought it was disgusting, that movie. So I was ready for that with this. I thought it was going to be a filthy movie because I just had that bias against comedies. And it actually had a man helping boys learn discipline and stuff like that. And it was more silly than filthy. You know what I mean? So I was I was relieved. So yeah, A+ on that. I was worried this was going to be filth. So thank goodness it wasn't. But what are your memories of this? Were you young? Like, were you boys when you saw this, or young men? Or
I was 15. It came out when I was 15, so 15,
Okay.
16. And I've seen it a ton of times. I watched it pretty recently, maybe the last 6 months or so with my kids. They love it too. But yeah, Major Payne's a great movie. I've watched it. I don't even know how many times I've seen this movie over the last, almost 30 years, but it's a great one. Some good character actors in there. The guy that plays one of the soldiers or one of the kids' dads, he's from Starship Troopers and a whole bunch of other shit.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
But,
Michael Ironside.
I thought it was
Hell
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in our intro. He says, "Come on, you apes, you want to live forever."
Yep.
And for me, I grew up where I went to school in Chattanooga, Tennessee, at an all-boys school that was actually used to be a military school. A lot of our faculty used to be military. I always say that it was sort of like if Dead Poet Society, but it wasn't a comedy, and it was like one of those really it was an intense experience, but it was funny. Our teachers were like this. They would just, the things that people say here, like God, my favorite one. One of our faculty, when we were in 7th grade, and we'd go, what year was this happening? And someone said, oh, it was this year. And the teacher goes, no, it wasn't. It was this year. And he goes, oh, I was close. And you go, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, boy.
Yep.
And it was just like, and we're like in 7th grade, man. That's how you do it. It was great. So yeah, this was the stuff that I grew up around, and this is the stuff that, frankly, how do I put it? This is the stuff that people who actually care about you succeeding in life tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
This isn't
he gave it to him raw.
Morphine. Yep.
He gave it to him. He treated them like the Marines under his command. When he was serving, like he there was no difference. I don't think he spoke to those adults any different than he did those kids. And somebody said, I didn't see the name, but they said that we should see Sidekicks with Chuck Norris.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, No Holds Barred is a horrible movie, but Sidekicks is unwatchable.
What?
That movie is fucking wow. I tried.
The Blu-ray comes with a cyanide capsule. Sorry.
Little kids love crappy movies, so my son loves it, but it's unwatchable. That movie is horrific.
All right.
Yes.
But it has the love interest from Rambo 2 or Rambo First Blood Part 2 in it. So that's the only good thing.
Oh,
about
really?
It. Yeah.
Oh, good old green-eyed
Beautiful.
Asian lady. I forget her name.
She's back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was like 93. That came out, something like that. And one of the main characters, I think he's dead. But that movie is it's
Double
unbearable.
Dragon. Listen, Weapon X, you're right. I've never seen Double Dragon, but I've heard it's legendarily bad. Also,
Oh yeah, it has to be.
listen, I named this channel Double Impact, this show. So I love Van Damme. So don't get me wrong here. But the Van Damme Street Fighter movie is an atrocity for filmmaking. And we will review that here on this show.
It is. And again, it's one of those movies with the budget. With the budget you had in that movie, and you got Van Damme as your star, peak Van Damme.
Right.
This is peak Van Damme.
Right.
And this is what you gave us? Oh, man, that was...
Speaking of Van Damme, after Major Payne tonight, we are going into a few weeks of Van Damme. We're going to be doing his oeuvre in order, I believe. We're going to start with Bloodsport, Kickboxer, then either Lionheart or Death Warrant. And then I was talking to Todd Senefonte today. That's Van Damme's double and stuntman. He just filmed with Van Damme a month ago on Darkness of Man. It's a brand new movie Van Damme just finished filming. And he's been Van Damme's double and stuntman since Sudden Death in 1995 or 96. And I think we'll review Sudden Death and have Todd on. I haven't confirmed with Todd, but he says maybe April 5th he might be available for that. So we'll see.
Well, we'll decide on which one to do, but I'm definitely going to cast my vote for Lionheart over Death Warrant.
Okay.
Even though Death Warrant had the great character actor Patrick Kilpatrick in it.
Yep.
I got to
Who
lean
did
with
he
Lionheart. He was the bad guy.
He was the Sandman?
Yeah, he was the Sandman.
I met the
was my
Sandman in
jam.
August at that Kung Fu dinner I went to where I met all the luminaries of Kung Fu cinema.
He's one of the greatest character actors ever. That if you see that, I've never seen him play a good guy. Never.
Yeah.
He's always the bad guy. He's always the henchman, and I love it. He's great at it.
Yeah.
What was the actor's name who played Joshua in
Gary
Lionheart?
Busey? Oh,
No,
wait.
In Lionheart, who played Joshua? No, not Joshua in Mr. Joshua. Joshua and Lionheart, the guy
Wasn't he
who
the
like helps
sidekick?
him with the burned ear.
Oh,
Yes.
the old black dude. Oh man, I don't remember that. I don't know that guy's name.
It says Harrison Page here on Internet Movie Database.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he was the
watching-
shit too.
I was watching an interview with him not too long ago. I think he lives in Atlanta now. He's been doing theater. He's a very good actor. We'll get to it when we talk about this, and we talk about this movie. The importance of who you're acting with, when you get to the better and better movies, the thing that changes is you get action stars or character actors who are working with people who give them nothing in return. And I don't think that the gentleman, I forget the actor's name again, who was in the movie Double Impact, who played the adoptive father Frankie, who goes and takes care of the boys. He was in Salem's Lot. He had an incredible career.
Mortal
Tremendous
Kombat.
actor.
Okay.
Yeah,
Shit.
that guy, I saw him in 2 episodes of
Jim
Little House on the
Cotta.
Prairie.
Yeah,
He was in Jim Cotta.
Oh my gosh,
That's
Jim!
right.
I didn't know you knew about Jim Cotta.
Are you kidding me? When I was a kid, I loved that shitty movie.
Hell yeah.
Mel Brooks was the villain. I know it really wasn't him, but he looked just like Mel Brooks. Oh man,
Holy
yeah,
shit,
that was
man.
pretty shitty.
And went to the credits.
Yeah,
Major Payne.
yeah, Major Payne.
Well-
And start right off the bat. If you're starting off with "Bad to the Bone" by George Thorogood and the Destroyers,
Mhm.
you got me. That song, that's one of the best songs ever. Yeah, I loved it, man, right from the beginning. And it was universal. So right as the word universal is coming around the globe, it's da-na-na-na-na-na. I mean, it was the shit right from the beginning.
You know you're in for a treat.
Love
You
it.
know,
Right,
and it
and
starts
we-
off by shooting the title. It's a movie about kids, and it shoots the title at you. This is
Love
the
it.
greatest film ever made. Period.
Love it. And it
Right.
starts off in the beginning showing you how badass he is. Right from the beginning. He runs
and-
through.
Go
man.
ahead. You describe this one.
He's running through a war zone. You know, there's bullets and bombs going off everywhere, and he's running through, and he finds one of his guys, and the guy is down, and he's, oh, my arm. He got shot or whatever in the arm. And he's telling right here in this scene, he's telling him, "Want me to show you a little trick? Take your mind off that arm." He's like, "Give me your hand." And so you gonna feel a little pressure. And he takes the dude's ring finger on his left hand, I think it's his left hand, and turns it to about 9 o'clock. He just snaps that dude's finger totally to the side. It looks like Steve Harvey. And he goes, my finger. And he goes, "Work
We
your
all look
time."
like Steve Harvey when someone does that to our finger, for starters.
Two
But yeah,
things
he
I need to
sends that
address
finger
here.
to the south of France, kids. And I'm gonna tell you this, is that I have met some people who were badass fighters, who were incredibly, like, seriously, just, kick your ass. I was in a lot of, like, I don't know, a lot by some standards. A lot of fights when I was in junior high, I lost 99.9% of them. The thing I can tell you I've learned to respect is people with freakish pain tolerance. And I always respect that in a movie, and I just was cracking up when he
Man.
goes, "You're gonna feel a little pressure."
And just snapped. And I don't even know how they did that. Like, that's a great practical effect. Or
It's
maybe
beautiful.
you guys like
Well,
quadruple
with
jointed.
the ring there, maybe that could be a fake finger on top. Then the ring covers up the border.
It looks
Real quick,
great.
though,
That's a great finger, though. It's a freaking amazing.
it does.
finger.
It does look amazing. For
Yeah.
$2 plus 5, Ninja 3 trash. Lucinda Dickey worth it. She must be in Ninja 3. We'll have
Love
is that
Ninjas.
Revenge of the Ninja or American Ninja? What ninja are we talking about? Plush there. And
name
I
sounds
just want to show
familiar.
this. Many of you seen. Okay, so you've seen this finger here on.
Oh,
Steve
yeah. She's
Harvey.
Ninja 3 Domination. That's what it is.
Okay, and then you got to see my finger on my left hand. It does not straighten out. That's me pulling it. That's me opening it as much as I can. One on my right is kind of similar to that too. This one's a little bit, but I want to show this here. The great Brian Baldinger on the right there.
Oh, shit.
He's on. I think the NFL Network. He's former NFL player.
Famous former offensive lineman.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And then I got this ring finger that kind of flies away at the top like that too.
There you go.
And then Ronnie Lott, one of the great San Francisco 49ers, your team, Jericho.
That's right.
He cut off the tip of his pinky instead of missing weeks to let the surgery heal. He just said
it was
told
in a
him
game.
just to amputate it so he could get
Yeah.
back to playing.
His hand, I think, got smashed between two helmets or something, and the tip
Right.
of his pinky finger was all crushed up. And he asked if you cut it off, can I go back in and play? And they said, yeah. So he said, cut that shit.
Right.
And boom,
So,
there you go.
In his defense,
about
the recovery
cutting,
from the
Mick.
amputation probably better
Yeah.
than from the smashed bone.
Cut me, Mick,
shit
to a
hurts.
whole nother level. And also Denzel Washington. He has a finger, I think, on his right hand that's like crazy crooked too. But
Isn't it where the tip is like that? Like it won't.
No, it's like
straighten out
it's more like Homeboy, more like Brian Baldinger.
Oh,
it's
although
it's very noticeable.
That hand is still more handsome than everybody on the stream. So he's Denzel. What are you gonna do?
But I remember my high. I know, I saw it too. I just put it up there because I don't know what's going on tonight.
No, just.
I feel partially responsible for Heidi Booth's behavior because she is a very loyal follower of my content.
All right,
and, I invite them to come on over. So
yes,
this is how the Green Nation rolls, man. That's how we get down sometimes.
As long as Heidi's putting ones in my G-string, I'm good.
I'm good. Keep them coming, honey.
But
that's that Tuesday lunch shift kind of lady, right?
That's right. That's
the 12 to 8 shift on a Wednesday.
You got to hand them $1 and you're like, can you break this?
They got those things on their hip with the quarters.
Yeah, what do you need?
Oh my God, they got that.
I'm gonna need 75 cents back off that $1. Please.
But let me ask this question to all of my people in the chat, including you guys. How many people have never noticed that on the hand he actually holds the palette with that you can see the most clearly, Bob Ross is missing a piece of one of his fingers?
No, didn't know it.
Yeah, wasn't he a nom?
No. He was he didn't lose it there. He lost it when he was a kid, and he was helping his dad build a freaking barn or a shed, and he chopped it off. But yeah, he was a drill sergeant, so yeah, he did serve. But yeah, he's missing a piece of his finger, and you can see it when he's holding his palette. I'm pretty sure it's his pointer finger. He's missing the last digit, man.
Damn.
And yeah, he's a tough guy, man. And did it break his positive stride? Hell no. Look at this gentleman. Look at this gentleman. Look at how he's not taking life. He's not feeling as a happy accident. He thinks it's a mistake.
Taking that pain tolerance to a whole new level.
It looks so much like Steve Harvey. Can we talk about Steve Harvey for just a minute and his Family Feud? They know exactly what they're doing on that show. They always put these viral clips on Instagram and everywhere. And he'll ask, he'll get his stupid card out and he's going to read to the families all. And he's just telling the wife, like, name something you can't fit in your mouth or something. He'll ask her, he'll set them up. You know what I mean? And
he's like, hey, name something you stick up your ass. Like you might as well.
On the nose, if you know what I mean.
But he might as well.
Oh my God.
Right. And then they'll give him the sexual innuendo answer, and he's like, "What? What?
Yeah. What did you just say?"
Right. Oh my gosh.
There's one where he tells this guy, name a name that starts with the H, and he's all Jose. I'm like, dude, you gotta be the dumbest dumbass ever.
Name a body part that rhymes with Dolores. No, sorry.
The best one I saw, it was like name words that have pork in them or something like that. Or
oh my God.
And someone said upine.
What?
Like porcupine.
Oh my God.
Oh
it was
my.
just like, you gotta be okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Wow.
yeah, that's how the Family Feud. Way to go, Steve Harvey. So you guys ever notice that Steve Harvey looks like Dr. Phil, just black? Or Dr. Phil looks like a white Steve Harvey, whatever.
Yeah, well, I think Steve Harvey's mustache is a bit more aggressive, but yeah. Hey, and RIP to Dr. Phil's show. So
did it get canceled?
I don't know if it got canceled. They had the last episode, so yeah, or they're going to soon. It's coming to an end.
I hope he's all right, man. Because he talked about, I saw him on Rogan, and he said that they were going to do the show as he'd do the show until he didn't want to do it anymore. This was years ago, but he said, because he just re-upped for a contract then, so he must be ready. Oh, shit, that is some
how's that working out for you?
Yeah, not about you.
You can nail a chicken to a coffee table, but it ain't gonna fly.
It's not.
What is all this shit?
He almost sounds like what's his name, the principal from South Park. Drugs are bad. Okay. Drugs are bad. Don't do
that now.
I'm telling you, it's the same guy. It's the same guy.
It's the same guy.
Same dude. Yeah, Steve Harvey's a jackass.
Yeah, but he looks a lot actually like the Prime Minister of Canada, though, Steve Harvey. All right, let's get back to.
That's exactly like Justin Trudeau.
Sorry,
Prime Minister blackface. Prime Minister Al Jolson.
Oh God, that man is just a plague. He's a plague on humanity. But anyway, speaking of how to handle situations,
Dude.
This is
This guy.
here is
This
yeah.
poor fella. So after he puts his buddy's finger at 9 o'clock, sets it to 9 a.m. He keeps going, and he climbs up on top. You see him in the background climbing up this thing, and he goes to this roof, and it's like a sheet metal, warehouse. And he's looking down, and there's a rope. For some reason, there's a rope going from the roof all the way down to the floor.
That's right.
So he
Nobody
rappels
noticed.
down. He sees this is the general. This is the leader of this, must be in South America or something. This general he's trying to take out. And he rappels down from the roof, and he drops. You can see the rope up in the right-hand corner. He drops right down behind the dude, and he puts a gun to his head. And then all the guys, a classic action movie, they all turn around. They're all putting their guns on him. And he goes, hey, he's all, you can't kill us all, senor. And you see him grab that guy's gun off his hip, and he sticks it up his ass, and he goes, no, but I can clean your colon out faster than one of them burritos or extra guacamole sauce. Guy's like, ooh, you got me. And then so the next scene, he's marching back like a line of 20 dudes all by himself. But that shit was so funny. He just sticks it.
So ridiculous.
Does
So
anybody?
what they established in this first scene is he's like G.I. Joe. He's the ultimate one-man army. He's Rambo times 10,000. He's killing everyone. He's shooting. He's taking. I guess they're South American drug lords or terrorists.
Recognize the actor?
No, who is that?
Crocodile Dundee 2. This
Oh,
Dundee
yeah, he's the
thinks
bad
like
guy.
me. That's who he is, the leader of the drug cartel.
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
In Crocodile Dundee 2. So he's always up with the coke. That's what he does.
He's all clean your colon out quicker than one of them burritos with extra guacamole sauce.
I hate that he says guacamole sauce. I hate that so much.
Yep.
Think about what you think about. Remember the scene from South Park, Naggers, right? When
Yeah,
he's
so
on
someone who bothers you. And he looks like, are you sure? Yeah. And then he said what he said.
That was
It's
and
a
then Vanna White
confession
just
by
turns the letter.
accident.
See, a good comedy knows how to use silence to make a
That
a
was
joke.
painful.
Vanna White just walks over and turns the letter over.
Let me tell you something about that show. A good comedy knows how to make you feel agonizing pain, and you can see it. I've always said that the thing about a great comedy is it's almost identical to a great horror movie in how it works. You're just like, no, don't do it.
He sure
Don't.
did. In classic Stan style. Loved it, man.
Yeah.
I disavow
Randy.
this comment.
Randy.
I disavow this comment from Lucas Letterly. It is clever. It's in very poor
It
taste,
is.
my friend.
Oh.
Very poor taste.
Ooh.
It's hard because let's call a spade a spade. The Alec Baldwin thing is terrible. That's somebody's mother.
It's
wife,
freaking
dad,
dark,
but,
man.
But like Alec Baldwin had become so odious. You're just like, you know what I mean? Like people, I don't want to. I don't know. Just I'll just drop it.
Well, let me just say this. What we are learning the hard way, right? Because, we apparently are in a situation where we will always do the right thing again, provided that we have no other choice, as a wise man once said. But this is the issue. Competency matters. Competency matters.
Yes.
And you're going to see this man. The only thing you should know about him by now, other than the fact that he suffers no fools, is
Sure doesn't.
you're gonna feel a little pinch. Other than that,
My finger!
he is highly competent at what he does. And that is what is missing in the lives of the young people he's about to meet. He's a machine trained to do one thing, but his competency, he's a quick study of a situation, and he holds to his principles. And there is nothing like a steady lighthouse or a rock of Gibraltar to build yourself upon, and that is what the boys in this movie need. And
Is
it's
that a
pretty
little
amazing.
Boston coming through there?
There's nothing in this fucking movie
You
that has
just said
anything to
rock
do
of
with
Gibraltar.
anything.
You just said Rock of Gibraltar.
Rock of Gibraltar, you fucker.
Hey, how do Red Sox look in this?
Go back to
offseason?
Starbucks.
I never hear your New England come out. You said
Wicked High.
Gibraltar.
It's wicked hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna come out to California sometime and learn how to not work.
It's hard to pack.
Okay, well, if you're gonna do like a Boston accent, I'm gonna do my San Diego surfer accent, dude.
So
Greatest
fucking
moment
tubular, dude.
in cinema history, by the way, which did involve a scene that had Alec Baldwin in it, I believe, sadly, but it was a Scorsese movie, and it was our boy Mark Wahlberg saying, when he goes, "Who the fuck are you?" He goes, "I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy." The greatest fucking Boston moment in the world.
Job.
Fucking, yeah.
Dude, so awesome, dude. We have Boston here, Santa Cruz, and San Diego.
Radical, bro.
Oh, dude.
Radical. Dude,
Shaw, dude.
Totally tubular, tasty waves this morning, bro.
Bro, those waves are so crisp, dude. Like, wow.
I told you guys, I had a friend in college. Literally, he spoke that way, and it was not an affectation.
Yep.
It was like really his
I've seen him.
accent, I guess.
I've seen him. Is that an accent? I guess so. I'm sure it falls in the category of it meets the criteria of an accent. But yeah, growing up near Santa Cruz, Santa Cruz is a Northern California version of the Brody, dude. Like Santa Cruz, dude. Oh my God, dude. They talk like that. So yeah, those people are real. And it's, even though we're from California, you're still blown away when you meet somebody who actually speaks that way. It's pretty funny.
Well, even people in New England, right? There's varying degrees of Rhode Island and Massachusetts accent. And when you meet somebody who's really got their foot on the gas, you know, there is no break. It does change you a little bit, you know? Like I went up to go, I was up there, I have a Subaru because I'm from New England. And I was driving up to get a new pair of windshield wipers, and the guy selling me the wipers goes, "I saw you got Rhode Island plates." And I said, "Yeah, you coming up here to see a real state?"
Oh.
Like, that is how it is. And that's casual like in the South, they're like, "How you doing?" Like, it's like the exact opposite of that. They're like, "So, I see you driving a Subaru. They're pieces of shit. I mean, I know I sell them." Like, it's the weirdest shit in the world. You're like, what the fuck's happening, man?
Yeah, that Northeast is a whole new world, man. It's its own world.
Is
that is
crazy.
One part of our country I have not been to yet. I've been to the South now. I've been all over the... Yeah, never
Don't
been
worry
up there
about lingering over the menu, kid. Everything on it tastes the fucking same.
Yeah, I've never been to the Northeast.
Yeah.
No, never. I'd wanted to go to a Wawa forever. I guess that's their 7-Eleven or something. And I went to one in Orlando, Florida, and I was very impressed.
Well, our grocery store is CVS, our 7-Eleven is CVS, our gas station is CVS, and our doctors and physicians work out of the CVS.
What is your grocery store? Because here in California, it's Vons, which is safe.
Stop and Shop.
Stop and Shop?
Stop and Shop.
Down in Florida, I went to the Publix.
Publix and all through the South.
Yeah, they had delicious sub sandwiches and chicken fingers in the deli were outstanding at a grocery store. Weird.
Yeah,
I feel like I'd be very fat if I lived in the South because the food was amazing.
Oh, dear,
it's crazy. In Northern California, you have Bel Air, Safeway, Trader Joe's. Those are all through California. And there's some Whole Foods, but we call it Whole Paycheck. It's hella expensive.
Michael, sorry.
Mitchell Creole lady making me sad here. Talking about Wawa's like the ABC in Hawaii.
Oh, damn.
The ABC they're like 7-Elevens, right? And they're everywhere in Hawaii. There's 2 or 3 in Vegas, actually. But they had these thin sliced, deep fried banana chips when I was in Hawaii in 2017. Dude. And I can't find them anywhere, dude. They're too good. They're too good. Oh.
Southern food.
Certain shit I've had in Hawaii that I just can't find anywhere else. So I guess I'm going to have to go back.
Yeah. Guys, Southern food is like my exit strategy. That's my end of life care. Like, you know, when they talk about he's in hospice right now, what's he doing? He's eating ribs. Yeah. It's like that's all he's doing is eating ribs.
Hospice ribs.
I got a thing at a drive-through pork rind place in Louisiana with my wife. They said they had billboards up. So we sell cracklings and boudin balls. Like I'm going to eat a boudin ball. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to eat it. But they didn't just sell the pork cracklings. Guys, they sold chicken skin in a bag.
Oh, yeah, that's deadly.
It was fried chicken skin in a bag, guys. It was so good. I felt like it was illegal. Like, you know, like you go in, you just give them the money and they just quietly hand it to you. And, you know, you don't want to get pulled over. If you see the cop lights in your rear view, you throw the chicken skins out the window.
Fucking through chicken skins. Turn on the lights.
Yep. Leading producer of fried foods and heart attacks.
The cop's like, What are those chicken skin crumbs on your shirt there?
Ugh.
You been eating chicken skins?
Oh no, officer.
Nah.
There's a place in New York, I think it's in Brooklyn, where they do deep fried turkeys year round, and you can just buy the deep fried skin of the turkey.
That's it. Yeah, let me say this, guys. I mean, seriously, if you're in this stream and you're not hungry an hour in, we haven't done our jobs. 'Cause
Right,
I'm
we talk about food
starving right now. I just need some chicken
Whoops.
bad.
Look at Kara. Now look at this. Kara talking about offend some of you Californians. Oh, you can't offend us. Don't worry about it,
Dude,
babe.
don't worry, bro. Say
but
it, dude.
In-N-Out isn't that great?
What?
Culver's is far. My brother.
What the hell is a Culver's?
Culver?
That
They
sounds
have
like a
the
construction company.
Welcome to Culver's, the home of the Butterburger. They have this
You
thing
need
called
a
the Butter-
driveway put in for a decent price, rain or shine, call Culver's. No. In-N-Out is the shit. Now, In-N-Out fries, I'll give you that. Not too impressed by those. But the In-N-Out burgers, come on now. That's just an inflammatory statement.
What the hell? Mom would eat raw hamburger, livers, all kinds. Is your mother a fan of Silence of the Lambs by any chance?
No, dude, there's in what is it, Wisconsin or something? What do they call them? Cannibal burgers or some shit like that or something. Bro, it's a piece of bread, raw ground beef, raw onion, and like some kind of sauce or some shit, and they eat them just like that, raw.
Yeah,
Come on down to Eddie
Oh, yeah.
Gaines Hamburger Palace.
that's right.
We don't have grills because we don't cook shit. No, it's just raw
Sign the
meat,
waiver and
onions.
enjoy yourself. Sorry.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah,
Oh,
Whataburger
Yeah, I
ain't
love that
shit.
stuff.
Whataburger sucks ass. When I drove to Florida from San Diego, we ate at a Whataburger. Me and my wife bought a bunch of burgers to like try them out, like taste test. Garbage.
Mhm.
Also, Freddy's like steak burgers, garbage.
Yeah,
Oh,
Whataburger sucks In-N-Out's ass. If In-N-Out had an ass, Whataburger would suck.
Oh,
one.
it has an ass, Fred.
Oh yeah, it's called the
That's
grill.
where you find Whataburger's mouth, right at In-N-Out's asshole.
Jack
man.
in the Box. No, Tammy, no.
No, sorry, Tammy, I'm with you. No, I don't do Drag the Box, but guys, if you want to
Jack in
see
the
something
Crack.
that will snatch your soul, watch what happens when our kid here goes to a crystal. I will freaking I just lose all sense of time. It's like I wake up covered in those little boxes. I don't know what the fuck happened. I just
Wait, is
will
Crystal like White Castle or something?
Yeah.
Crystal is like White
Tiny
Castle
burger.
if it was filled with like fried chicken. I don't know. It's just amazing.
All right.
I love Crystal Burgers. We just go there and we just go like, I'd like to get the family size value meal. What are you guys having? Like that was pretty much
But that's
it.
a South thing, right? Do they have that in Rhode
Oh
Island?
yeah, Crystal is the shit, man. No, they don't
I
have it
haven't
in
been
Rhode
there
Island.
since I was
That's
in
the
Florida.
only reason I fly to the South.
Now you got to go to a real state to get it, Sean.
That's right.
Yeah, I had it in Florida.
You gotta go to
one
a real
time.
state, son.
You got to drive that Subaru to a real state.
Why don't you
Come
come
on
down
down
here
here.
with your queer 4x4 and let us know how you like the cooking. That's pretty much it.
Now,
Come on down
when you
here and
bought
watch.
the Subaru, when you bought the Subaru, were you still an art teacher? Because that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. No, oh God, I can't even get into it, guys. Look, I can't defend my cars. Okay?
You buy what works, man. You buy
We had
what
a
works.
Honda
Functionality.
Civic. It's smaller than a motorcycle.
Functionality.
That's right.
That's what it's all about.
Oh shit, man.
All
It's
right.
too funny.
So we get the establishing scene. Okay, guys, we're 2 minutes into the movie, by the way. We get the
So maybe-
establishing scene.
Maybe 1 minute.
Maybe, if we're lucky. Major Payne overthrows a South American drug terrorist organization.
Something like that. It's just bad guys.
right.
They're a
And then
bunch of
he's in
fucking
his
bad
CEO's
guys.
office getting the bad news that he
Yeah.
had 2 chances to be promoted to lieutenant, I believe, and he didn't
No,
get it.
Lieutenant Colonel, because he's a
So
major.
they're going to let him go.
Lieutenant
Now,
Colonel.
Jericho, you served in the military, as we have brought up before on the show.
Mhm.
Is that a thing in the higher ranks? If you can't get promoted, they tell you to get lost? You can't just stay the same rank for 20 years?
No, you got to progress. I mean, yeah, you could
Okay.
stay as for a while, but pretty soon, yeah, you're in a leadership position, so you need to progress and show your subordinates how it's done. And yeah, I imagine if you ain't cutting it,
Yep,
got to
that's
roll
what
out.
it
And
is,
of course,
John.
he would get an honorable discharge and all that because he's a war hero. But yeah, if you're not advancing, then like kind of, what the fuck you doing?
Okay. Now I want to now. Okay, this makes a lot of sense when you think about what you think about. Subaru Outback is a lesbian car. I've heard this because Subaru is the Japanese name for the constellation, the Pleiades.
For
The
clan.
legend of the Pleiades is those are the 7 sisters. The 7 sisters have some sort of connotation with lesbian stuff. I'm not making any of this up. So I think that's the roundabout way how the Subaru became the car unofficial of gay and lesbian and all that. That's what I've been told. That could all be internet bullshit that I read, but it makes a lot of sense to me. But I have heard it'll work in a pinch if you're a straight guy like Shantan, you love the ladies just as much.
Yeah.
Is that why I'm having
You're
these
being ally.
strange feelings?
Now, Sean, are you on any softball teams?
I play a little field hockey from time to time.
Yeah,
Like every red-blooded American man, I love to slay some pussy.
I love to get it all over the place. I love clan.
With the other
But-
gals on the field hockey team.
But that makes sense. That does have it does make sense, Gabe, because lesbians would be down for 7 vaginas.
Oh,
Yep,
All
that's
right.
true.
That makes sense.
well, yeah, that's what I heard. The Subaru was the Japanese name for the Pleiades, which is the 7 sisters, and there you go. So Subaru.
Well, I guess I
hell
have
of
to
a
be
car.
gay now. It's like, I signed the paperwork. What am I going to do? So let me tell you
You
something,
should have
Jericho.
read the whole contract before you signed it.
The
Too late.
only thing when I was watching this movie I could think of, and you've ruined so many movies for, but in the best way, was what is Jericho making of this salute right now? Every salute, I was like,
Oh, I was watching too.
yep,
I was watching. It was pretty good. You'll see the general give one later, but in the military, once you're up to that rank, when you're colonel, general,
Yeah.
major, lieutenant colonel, nobody's sweating you over
Yep.
your salute. But yeah, you still gotta put some thought into it. But hopefully, they've been in so long, they've been doing so many good salutes that it's just muscle memory. But yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
I was watching, but
Good.
they were good
excellent.
for the
Real
most
quick,
part.
real quick, we got to revisit In-N-Out, and then we'll move forward with the Major
Oh.
Payne. In-N-Out French fries are the worst. They're not good, but that's because they're cooked lightly. Did you know when you go to In-N-Out, you can ask for them medium well or well done, and then when you get them well done, they're nice and crispy like a normal like McDonald's fry or whatever. So if you go to In-N-Out, ask for your fries well done. There you
Yeah,
go.
but the burgers are the shit. Triple
Right.
animal style. Come on, get out of here, you fucking asshole.
How am I supposed to diet when a burger that good is like $3.50?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Come on.
Wait a minute.
Look.
It's fresh ingredients,
Oh.
all quality shit, and it's $3. What you
Did
supposed
you-
to do?
And by the way, in San Diego, those things are like mushrooms. There's In-N-Outs everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yep.
There's
Yep.
2 in my house. They're everywhere.
I got fucking In-N-Outs coming out of my ass.
Did you ever hear Jim Gaffigan stand up about McDonald's? He goes, "What are they? They're saying 3 hamburgers for $1? I don't want to lose money on this. I gotta go buy them." It's like it's an investment.
You're a fool not to buy it.
Right?
You're a fool not to buy it, people. Buy that in and out. Come on,
And
now.
great shakes too. In-N-Out does everything great. It's a
That's
wonderful
right.
place. But in California, they are not
Sorry,
quite like a
so-
McDonald's. McDonald's are like everywhere. But
Mhm.
In-N-Out, yeah, you won't go far without seeing one.
Oh yeah.
Especially on a road trip. When we go on a road trip as a family, yeah, In-N-Out. It's gonna happen.
Got to do it.
That's right. So
So-
he gets the bad news. You didn't get
Yep.
promoted, son, so you're out. He's thrown
Yeah,
out.
he says he's always got to be somebody that needs some killing. And he's like, sorry, Major,
Still-
you killed them all. He said all the blood is shed in the halls of Congress were dinosaurs.
Mhm.
So yeah, he was a very useful weapon for a long time. They did a great job, but yeah, all of a sudden it came to an end. So now and you can see his place. There's no pictures, there's no decoration. It's somewhere where he walked in and threw his duffel bag down on the floor till the next mission came, and it's kind of a real shitty place. But now he doesn't know what to do. He can't do anything but kill. He kills and teaches people how to kill. Those are the only 2
Yep.
things he knows how to do. And now he's stuck. You don't know what to do.
Yeah, he's really depressed. We get a little bit of montage of him like lamenting not being in the service anymore. But just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in with more food talk. Guys, Brian Hendricks, who I think is a San Diegan because his icon there looks like a beach, and we have that sunset every night around here. Best cheeseburger in San Diego, Gabe, will back me, maybe his daughter. Crazy Burger, Tioli's Crazy Burger in North Park, very good. It was on Guy Fieri's Triple D show. And then Slater's 50-50, guys. No, I'm not going to say this too loud. Slater's 50-50, the reason it's called 50-50,
Yeah, it's delicious.
they have a half bacon, half beef burger patty. It's ground bacon, ground beef, Sean. Do you understand what this means?
I've got a plane to catch, kids.
We were just by when we almost went to dinner in Fresno this weekend, and we were at a mall, and it was right next to the Cheesecake Factory.
Oh,
But
they have a
time-
Slater's up there because we have
Yeah.
two in town here. So
Yeah, because time didn't permit. But yeah, it's named after, of course, Slater from Saved by the Bell. And I saw that on TV once, the half bacon, half burger. I was like, that's
Ooh,
genius.
Right.
Genius.
ferocious.
now, think about
Ferocious.
what you think about. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he means, knows all about In-N-Out. Now, I've heard that Arnold is very peculiar when he orders his burger at
Sure.
In-N-Out. Jericho, is he there with you? I want to ask him a question about In-N-Out.
I always have a group of people here with me on Wednesdays.
Okay.
Mhm.
Hey, Arnie, heard you're a big fan of In-N-Out, and I was wondering, how do you like your burger? How do you get it when you go to In-N-Out? What's your favorite part of In-N-Out?
Well, I'm not a big fan of the French fries there, but the hamburger I do definitely a triple animal style. If you're not from here, I'll tell you, it's 3 burgers, 3 cheese, and you get sauce and grilled onions on there too. It's delicious. But you ever done the In-N-Out squid? You ever done the In-N-Out times 2 there? You get the In-N-Out burger, and then you get your frumpy dumpy housekeeper, and you're going in and out, and then you take a bite of the In-N-Out, and then you go in and out, and then pretty soon the burger in and out. Sorry.
Oh my God.
Just talking about it makes me, well, you know what I just did there. Just imagine if I'm actually at the burger and I call her. I got to go. I'm going to call her to come over here.
Okay.
bring
You're
the
gonna tell her,
burger.
are you gonna tell her to bring a few burgers with her? when she
Yeah,
comes?
yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good. It's good she's a maid too, because she can clean up afterwards. All that secret sauce everywhere.
Yeah, there's plenty. It gets
I know.
everywhere. You think, oh, I got it all. And then you move the nightstand away from the wall and some got down there.
Oh my goodness. Wow. But I've heard she's very thorough, right? She's like got a lot of
Oh.
experience.
Yeah. She finishes everything she starts. yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad we found out what
Well.
Arnold thinks of In-N-Out.
And I gotta say, I love the Apocalypse Now shot. By the way, they were using like every reference to like serious movies in here. It's Martin Sheen on the mattress in Apocalypse Now, but then we cut to civilian, the hell that is civilian life.
Right. So yeah. So he's going to work for the sheriff or the police department, and they're doing some role playing. It's like in a gymnasium or something. And that woman there, and there's a man next to her. He's gonna be an officer and talk to them through a domestic situation where she says that, oh, this man has struck her or whatever. And so she starts her act. She's like, oh, he hit me, he slapped me. And Major Payne, instead of like, talking and starting to work this out the way he's supposed to, he just opens a can on this guy and starts to just whoop his ass. And yeah. He just gives him about 15 back and forth slaps until I don't remember what he tells him, but
He's
he
like,
has that-
don't you ever hit 911? Like he just like
that kind
Yeah,
of
it's-
triggers me when
Yeah.
your mom would get really mad at you, or in my case, my
Mhm.
mom or my aunt. My Aunt Martha was one of those aunts that thought she could spank her nephews, so I got a few from
Yeah.
her. But she would get mad enough to where she was hitting you on every syllable. You know what? I don't know
Yep.
if you
Oh,
ever
yeah.
got one.
Yeah, someone was asking me. They go, "What's the difference between discipline in Asian families versus the Latin families?" Because my mom was half Puerto Rican, and that was the approach that she took to things. Or Indians, Indian parents, you better keep your ass still while they whoop your ass. Now your mother will, if she's Latin, will chase you around the house, beating you as you run. She doesn't care if you're a stationary target. She will follow you home from school on the move. That
My
shit
mom
was
did
crazy.
that. That's the very
Oh,
same thing my mom did. When I was a little kid, and I was
Don't gotta
supposed to be
pause.
home, and I got sidetracked and started playing baseball. And she got worried and
Oof.
came looking for me. And she found me, and I was there. I was like, "Hi, mom." Just like, "What's up? What are you doing here?"
You're all,
And she,
happy,
you know,
you're all happy to see your mommy.
yeah, hey, mom,
Mhm.
what's up? And so yeah, she whooped my ass all the way home. Running
Yeah,
behind me.
people think it's like you're kidding. Have you ever gotten beaten going up a flight of stairs?
You ever got
That
beaten
you
on the
have-
run?
Yeah, beaten.
You haven't been beaten yet, so you've been beaten on the run.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling.
If you can go back to him on the bed. Now there's
Oh, yeah.
there's some tasty bits in this scene. So
Mhm.
the voiceover, he's talking about how he doesn't know what to do now, and he's like, I need a job. I got to do something. I don't have shit. I'm hungry, and he's like shadow boxing and shit, and he's kicking his duffel bag. He kicks the window out in his apartment and shit. and then he's for some reason there's a fire built in the corner, and he like roasted a rat over the
Oh.
fire.
Yeah.
And he's about to take a bite, and the cat goes, "Here's a cat," and he turns to the cat and goes, and the cat goes, "Meow," fucking runs away. This dude, he's stripped down to his bare self. He's his essence. He has nothing else but the Marine Corps, and he realizes, hey, I got to get a damn job. I got bills to pay. So he goes, what better way to deploy my skills as a trained killer? And he goes to the police department to apply for a job. And so it's, Major Payne, and you can see how he's standing at attention. He's still very, very, very much in the Marine Corps. And he shakes the lady's hand. There's the actors. And he's like, oh, nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. And he's like, okay, here's a scenario. You're a cop. You're coming to a domestic scene. She says he's been kicking her ass. Neutralize the situation. And so he goes up to the woman. And she's like, he hit me. And he goes, him? He walks over to him. So you like to beat women, huh? And he just starts, dude, coming and going. He's slapping this dude forward and back. Slaps the shit out of him.
Is there any other way?
Like 10 times.
Swinging door.
It just further shows his inability to conform to society. He can't. He's so military. Everything he does is 100%. Everything he does is pedal to the metal, and he's just not gentle enough for the civilian world, and he fucks his dude up. And the next scene, he's in jail, and his general comes, the guy he was saluting earlier, he comes, bails him out, tells him, hey, we got a job for you. It's not what you're used to, but it'll get you back in uniform. And he's like a drug addict wanting that fix. He's on anything to get me back. And where is he
though, Jerko?
He's in jail.
He's in jail.
He's in jail.
This poor actor.
But he went to jail for kicking that dude's ass. Even though it was in a scenario, you still can't slap people like that. So he goes to jail, and he tells him it's not what you're used to, but it'll get you back in uniform. So he says, fuck it, I'll take it. Just get me back to the Corps. He's all this civilian life. He's all, I'm not cut out for. He's all, it's only been 2 weeks. He's like, I can't cut it out here. So he gets him back in uniform, but it's in the form of this this school with the ROTC program, and he's going to head the ROTC program. So Major Payne, and there will be no change from what you saw before to now, but this is more in his wheelhouse. So he's going here to straighten out these little ne'er-do-wells.
Right. Yeah, and this really threw me for a loop because, like I told you guys, I'd never seen this movie before. So I thought this was a military movie where he was going to be in the military the whole time and actually going and fighting in the jungles or the desert or whatever, and it would just be like a silly comedy or whatever. So when he was sent over here with these children, these boys, to do ROTC, I was like, oh, okay, that's good. I like the angle here where he's going to be like sort of a mentor to young men and stuff like that. But he gets out. Oh, he gets off to quite a start. But then we get
what were you saying?
Yeah, the Fresh Prince's sister.
What?
She's
Hillary.
all right.
Corinne Parsons.
Yeah,
very easy on the eyes. Very good casting for this too. She played the part well. That
she did.
Over nurturing. Well, the books say in science, and where she's a very, very, she's a therapist, so everything is let's let the child and get down on their level, and he's just hell no. And then there's a scene coming up with this little boy. If you go back on, that little boy that's Tiger, and this guy's named Orlando Brown in real life. He's fucking nuts now. If you look on YouTube, Orlando Brown, like he gives interviews, he's fucking.
Wait a minute, are you telling me a child star got messed up by Hollywood?
He's a wild dude. He says some crazy shit. But in this movie, he's a little boy. So she's and you'll see in this scene after she meets him, he takes off running and she runs after him. He's just this rambunctious little boy that she's trying to always keep a handle on and keep an eye on him. And Major Payne has a much more not as nice, not as kind, not as motherly way of handling this boy. And it's hilarious.
When you look up Orlando Brown on the internet, you mostly just get Kansas City Chiefs offensive tackle. Orlando Brown.
No.
You don't get him as much.
That guy right there, he is nuts.
Mostly this guy.
If you look up Orlando Brown, Vlad.
What's the articles say?
The Vlad TV, that Russian guy who interviews.
You said he was nuts, and it delivered. Orlando Brown reveals huge tattoo of Raven Simone on neck and chest.
He is, like, this is him, like, toned down. He has like weird colored hair, and dude, he's fucking crazy. But there's this guy on YouTube named Vlad, VLAD.
Here he is on Dr. Phil too.
Yeah, if you look up Orlando Brown, Vlad, those interviews, holy shit. He's
All right.
wild. So, but this is him as a little 5-year-old, 6-year-old boy.
Right.
And man, so he's running down the hall and he runs into Major Payne. Major Payne's standing in the middle of the foyer where all the kids, they're coming out of their classes, and the little boy's not looking where he's going, and he runs into him. So Major Payne looks down and he picks him up by the lapel of his shirt, or the front of his shirt. He picks him up and he's like, "Where you going to, boy?" They're gonna give me a shot or something. He's like, "Want me to show you a little trick, take your mind off that shot?" And so you remember the scene from the beginning. You're like, dude, he's about to snap this little boy's finger. But that's how Marine Corps he is. That's how much of a killing machine he is. There's no difference. You got a problem?
Yeah,
Let me show you this trick.
I'm trying to give him the ball dinger.
And
One
but
of
she
the
comes
great
up,
football names, by the way, the Brian Baldinger.
Baldinger.
Really,
There's another guy named Booger McFarlane.
What about Dick Buttkiss? That's a great football name.
Hey, you want to do what there, Junior? So he's
Someone
about to
said, "Get that name in lights on television."
Hey, I can see it right now. Dick Buttkiss.
For families. Sorry, go ahead.
He's about to 9 o'clock this boy's finger, and then she comes up and like moves his hand and shakes his hand instead, and introduces herself, and then it's kind of love at first sight for him, and he's like, "You got a mighty fine grip there. You want to wrestle?" And she was like, "No, I wrestle with these kids all day. Get the fuck away from me." And so the little boy takes off running again, and she's like, "I'm not going to chase you," and then she starts chasing after him. And it really does a good job of showing the mother-father dynamic. The mother being much more caring and, giving him a little more, little more rope, much more gentle and nurturing. And the dad just like, "What? Get the fuck out of my face," And they do a good job of showing that dynamic in this movie. And it kind of starts right here.
That's right.
Tammy A points out, not only do we have Dick Buttkiss in the NFL, this is truth, guys. There was a NASCAR driver named Dick Trickle.
That's right.
Kidding.
Hey, man, you might want to get that looked at. Your dick's trickling, man. No, that's my name, Dick Trickle. Oh, okay.
Where's Dick? I know how we can find him.
Leave a trail that trickles everywhere, man.
Yeah, she's let's just say she's beautiful, and she is interesting. Let me just, if I can clarify that. The kind of woman you want to pick up in your lesbian car and see if you can make things work. But here's the thing I want you guys to bear in mind is...
we need a new shortstop on our softball team.
There are actors in this movie for, if you clock it, under 8 minutes. And they are exceptional character actors. We talked about Michael Ironside. We'll get to him in a bit. But the gentleman who plays the frickin'... I forget what his name was, but Uncle whatever from Christmas Vacation's like, what? You mean the green box?
Oh, yeah. That dude, the old man. Yeah, he was the dad or the grandpa.
Yeah, the guy
Christmas
who,
Vacation.
what was his name?
His wig came off. And
he burns the Christmas tree down.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat will get it,
That dude was old as fuck back then.
Yes.
Back in the 80s when Christmas Vacation came out, he was old as shit. This is like 10 years? Maybe a little 7, 8 years. 7, 8 years after that. And so he is so out of touch. So no one's keeping an eye on these boys. He calls them the green boys. He says, "Why are these all the green boys?" Like, yeah, they're camouflage. When they stand in front of a bush, I can't see them. So he's this out of touch, old, senile old man. He don't know what the fuck's going on. So these boys are running amok. So that's why they had an opening for somebody to come and straighten them all out. And so Major Payne is the guy who fills that void. And so he just tells them basically, show me where my men are. I want to go see them and get started. And you can say that he hits the ground running.
It's President Grandpa.
What?
I like this right here.
A dump truck driving through a nitroglycerin plant.
Sorry, go ahead.
Think about what you think about. It says his grandpa's name is Dick Snow. That'd be like if
that's all right.
Jon Snow wore a leather jacket and he was kind of a badass like Fonzie or something like that.
Hey, but it's called hey, Dick Snow Day. Is that like if you have dandruff in your pubes? Is that Dick Snow?
Oh, I thought it was when you have a lot of cocaine, hypothetically, of course.
Yeah, he got dick snow. Look at his head.
Lord. So getting back to our non-cocaine fueled
Our
conversation.
non-coke related material.
But let's also take a look at this. He comes into this freaking Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them head of the freaking school, who's asleep at the switch. You know, it's almost like the institution has become so bureaucratic, his ineffectual leadership has minimal impact, and he's interested in all these little insects, but has very little interest in what actually happens at his school
humans.
or in the ROTC program.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Right. Yeah.
Crazy.
So basically, he tells them their ROTC program is falling apart, and he's not even aware of it. Right. He's calling them the Green Boys. You're gonna go help
Green
the Green
Boys.
Boys.
Yeah.
Right. So so we get outside, and Major Payne has his ragtag group of boys of all shapes, sizes, and colors. And one of them's even he's deaf, right? Or he's deaf
the one
and blind?
down at the end with the bandana with his arms crossed.
Right.
Which would not be when you're in ranks. Number one, it's a height line, so all those guys would be in order according to height, and you're all going to be standing at attention. Nobody would be, and of course, he's just getting here, but you would not be dressed like that. There's never civilian attire mixed with uniform, parts of your uniform. There would be no crooked hats. There would be none of that shit. That is, I can't explain to you how much that would never happen.
Now,
so
when
that's
you
number
were in
one.
the Navy, did you ever see anyone get just blown out by the CO for doing something wrong with their uniform? Or
you wouldn't get that from the CO. And by the time you're out of boot camp, you know what's up. So you're not going to pull any bullshit like that. But in boot camp, you see people get lit up all the time for having improper uniforms, and it could be right, but they just want to fuck with you. But if anything was off on your uniform in boot camp, they just breathe fire all over you and torch you. And it could be multiple. You could be surrounded by RDCs and they're all just barking. So you get fucked up.
Yeah, at our school we had this thing to where you had to wear a shirt and tie. You know, so starting around 7th grade, you had to have your tie and shirt on, and they had a check they would do, or one of the forms of lovely hazing we had at our school was that upperclassmen, if they suspected your parents might have tied your tie for you, would come up and rip it off right before the day started. And if your tie wasn't straight and your tie wasn't good and your shirt wasn't tucked in, you would get you'd have to walk laps on Saturday. Now, for laps, you had to be there at 6:50 in the morning. You couldn't run them. You had to walk them, so it took a little extra time. And it was at 6:50 in the morning because they knew on a Saturday, because they knew if your parents had to drive you to school because you got in trouble at 6:50 in the morning, the rest of the discipline would fucking happen at your house.
Damn right.
And so that was the shit. And so to me, to this day, man, it's like if I put on a tie, I fucking think about that shit, man. It's like, holy crap.
Yeah,
you get triggered when you go to put a tie on.
No, I just don't fuck my tie up. Like, do you know what I'm saying? I put that tie on as if my shit depends on it.
This for you, Jericho. Kara 73. She was Navy 2012 to 2016. She thought boot camp was too easy.
Well, shout out to you, shitmate. It's definitely changed. I was in 2000, so over a decade before that. And believe you me, the boot camp I went through was definitely nowhere near easy. But it's even more so now. It's even worse now. They have like training timeouts that they could take. When I went, if you had a training timeout, it's because somebody was hurt, or severely ill or something like that. But they're definitely got a lot easier than it was. But I was glad that I had that experience. I was glad that it was yelling and screaming and lack of sleep and the hard exercises you didn't even know, shit they made up. You never even heard of it before. Being cycled by Navy SEALs in the afternoon or in the evening after being, going through a whole day of boot camp. That's what I wanted. I wanted that rough and tumble, scream in your face boot camp experience. That's exactly what I wanted. I would be pissed if I joined the military and didn't get that.
You don't want diversity, equity, and inclusion camp?
Yeah, fuck all that. Because then you're not focused on the mission. You're focused on everybody's feelings. And knowing the enemy's not going to sit their gun down and be like, well, here, I'll sit down crisscross applesauce. You sit down crisscross applesauce. And then we'll just talk about it. How do you feel? No, you're going to be telling them their pronouns as they take their bayonet and stick it through your eye socket. So that kind of shit is
changing your fucking pronouns. That's the way the shit
dead.
works.
Yeah, the pronouns are going to be was, were, are the pronouns.
Yeah,
they don't hear
you
that
identified as one complete body, and now you don't. That was what the fucking
Now
thing
you're
is.
two.
Real
And-
quick, someone
yeah,
talking to me. Hey, you talking to me? Michael Coulter's talking to me. Gabe, you're speaking burger blasphemy, my friend.
What?
Whataburger down here, the Lone Star State, is the business. You must have had a Whataburger that didn't make your order right. It was cold. It was like old and it wasn't good, man. It wasn't good. Won't go back. You had your chance, Whataburger. So yeah.
Never again, Whataburger.
Yeah.
You piece of shit. But you can see the disgust. You can see the disgust on Major Payne's face when he's looking at those kids. He's just like, ew. And he calls them a gaggle of maggots. Like right off the bat. They don't even give you the human decency to call you by your name. You're maggot, you're puke, you're nasty, you're whatever. What a booty.
What a booty. Welcome to What a Booty, home of the Whataburger.
So you can see. Oh, welcome to Water Booty. I mean burger.
Nobody beats our buns. We got the best buns at What a Booty.
No one beats our meat. No. Wait.
Don't eat the slaw.
No, which cup did you give him? Oh,
Jesus.
So you can see. You can see that even this little boy. Remember the little cute face you saw? This character's name is Tiger, but you can see he doesn't give a shit. Big or small, you're all going to get the same amount of the business. And he gets down on that little kid's face because he has to go pee. He's all, "What do you want, turd?" And he goes, "I have to pee." "You better hold it, turd." And then so he goes back and he says, "I gotta go pee." "You better hold it, turd, for I break that little thing off and kick it around on the ground." I'm like, what? So then another minute later he goes, "Boo boo." And he comes down the line, "What, boy? What? And he looks down and he has a pee stain. He's all, "I did something bad." And he looks at him and he goes, "You nasty little worm. Go change your Huggies, boy. You think Charlie cares about your tears when he sticks his bayonet in your little tiny heart?"
He's talking to these kids about being killed by the Viet Cong. The kid's like 6. He couldn't point out Vietnam on a map, much less like Virginia on a map. Like, what are you talking about, dude? I had that happen to me. I told you guys I coached a ton of Pop Warner football, and one of the kids told me, "Coach, I gotta pee." These are 8-year-olds. I said, "Okay, we're almost done with this drill. Can you wait?" He's like, "Yeah." 5 minutes later, we're done with the drill. I'm like, "All right, you can go to the bathroom or whatever." He's like, "I peed my pants, coach." I just looked at him. But the team's colors were black and blue, so his clothes were the practice uniform was all black. So he just rode with it the rest of the day. I'm like,
what happened, dog? I thought you said you could hold it, man.
I'm like, "You want to go? You want to go change or something, buddy?" He's like, "I'm fine." I'm like,
"Good."
All
right.
right.
If you're good with it, I'm good, coach.
Like,
go ahead, man.
Well, I'm not the one tackling
your pants, dog. Yeah. He's ruthless to these kids. And another thing in this movie that I miss is talking about fat kids. Like this kid in the next clip, Heathcote, he gets clowned because he tells him because since he's yelling at that little boy, Heathcote starts laughing. And that's another unforgivable sin. When you're in ranks, you're at attention and you are silent. And at graduation, if somebody I saw somebody pass out and like hit somebody they were standing next to on the way down. You don't move when your unconscious buddy hits you in ranks. So you're damn sure not going to laugh at somebody. So then now he focuses his attention on this kid. He's all, "Biddy, what you laughing at, pig boy?" And he stops laughing. He's like, "You find a piece of candy in your pocket? You know what? I'm going to help you make room for lunch. Drop down and give me 25 sit-ups. Count them out. Let me see that belly roll." And so he starts doing it. But, I mean, yeah, it's whatever. It's fucked up to say this to the kid, but it's refreshing to see a movie where you can say whatever about whoever. And it's just in the movie. It's just how it is. That's how it used to be. If you were the fat kid, if you were the chubby kid, you got made fun of. But everybody was a kid. Everybody was a something kid. The poor kid, the smelly kid, the smart kid, the dumb kid. We were all the kid. So we all got made fun of. Right. And everybody just, okay, he got made fun of for this. I got made fun of for that. Like, it's no big deal. Sticks and stones. That shit was real at one time. and every kid.
Look at this. Hold on. I don't know where William went to school or what year this was.
Oh,
There was a teacher calling every Asian person. I'm not saying that because of YouTube. And William, shame on you. You thought it was hilarious. How dare you? Wait. And William's from Vietnam.
Why Lamb, man? You guys call him William. I'm always like, why Lamb, man? That's what I'm always
I transposed that. It isn't William. Yeah, I just kind of whatever.
So this is the thing about it, right? It's like, but this is the thing, right? 98, bro. I love it. It keeps it real. Listen, man.
That was a little too recent.
Yeah, we won't get into my experiences, but needless to say, you had to have a reasonably thick skin in order to have certain experiences. But here's like what I always tell people about this kind of stuff, right? Which is it's like putting weight on the bar. Like, you don't know how far you can go if it's always just something you can lift. It's always something you can handle. And it's funny, the more shit you go through, the more the more cohesive the group goes. And I'm saying this as an 18-year teacher, that this will blow people's minds. 18 years of college teaching at art schools, right? When there were teachers when I went to art school who, if you showed up late, they'd lock the fucking door. You couldn't come in. That's what it was like. They'd be like, you are late. Now you can wander your ass in there anytime. When my brother Nick was going to art school in the 80s, there was a teacher who said there's a payphone on the first floor of the illustration building. A teacher flicked a nickel to a student and said, go call your parents and tell them they're wasting their money because you're never going to be an artist. Period. That is what college was. These kids have no fucking concept of what it is. Now,
my only professors that I really respected, I hate to say, but it's true. I had 3 that I respected, and they were former professional illustrators, real artists, worked for decades, so they really knew. They weren't like people who went to college, became a graduate student, then just became a teacher and never really worked. Those teachers didn't seem to have much to teach me. But I remember my one guy, Seeger, he loved me. He was an artist in the Netherlands for years in his 20s and 30s. Then he joined the United States military to get his citizenship and moved to America. He was in Desert Storm, and then he did fine art portraits of our generals and stuff that are in the Pentagon now. He was a military painter, what he did for the military. And he came up to me in life drawing, my favorite class, by the way. And he was a great teacher in that. And he came up to me behind me, and he always loved my life drawing stuff. And he would complain about the other students. And he told me, Gabe, if you can't draw, are you even an artist? He was just like so disgusted with the ineptitude of so many of the students.
Dude, I had a guy who was a veteran who was going back to school, was interested in getting into the gaming industry, and I worked hard for that kid. Like, I called one of my contacts. I was like, what do you got? I've got a guy, who is going to college, on scholarship, who served, and a terrific kid. And I remember when I got him I was talking to him and going over his portfolio. I could be direct with him. He was a terrific kid. And I said to him, hey man, so one of the things I've noticed about you is whenever I tell you need to do something, you got this sort of residual thing left over from your time there. You always reply, understood. And he goes, oh, should I lose that? I said, never let anybody tell you to lose that. You will go far. And he got that internship. He got that job. And that's the thing. I felt very comfortable sticking my neck out for this guy because I knew what he had been through. And I want to say this real quick because it relates to this. I got a text message from a guy working in the entertainment industry. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to get him in trouble. He's worked
Steven
on
Spielberg again?
No. No. Let's just say hypothetically his name is Morge Lucas. No, but this is the thing, right? This guy sent me
George's weird brother.
Exactly. That's right.
Very handsy too.
Yeah. That's exactly. His name is. No, I'm not gonna say that. That joke's too far. But he sent me this text out of the blue. I haven't talked to this kid for ages, and his text was, where is it? Name of school. He said, I'm gonna try to omit the name of the school, but he said, actually, yeah, whatever. Blank needs you back. Hope you've been well. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, that's a weird comment to get. And he wrote, you taught students how to be professional. I wish they still taught that. So many students need to learn how to write emails and talk. It's fucking crazy. So this is a guy, again, who went to the college who is working in the industry, and he's like, I can't hire any of these fucking clowns. Not teaching people discipline. The difference between an artist and any other profession is, like, in other professions, you have to work hard, you have to try to get your shit done as quick as possible, you need to be highly competent. In art, the difference is it's the same. Period. There is no fucking difference.
Right.
Anyway, I'm done. Go ahead.
No, I think you're right. Let me expand on that a little bit because I love what you said. One thing about us artists is, like, you normies that aren't artists, you don't get it, like so many of you, and I don't mean to be insulting, but you think it's talent. I don't know where that came from, but no one says, oh, my son's a lawyer. He's talented. He was reciting constitutional law at age 2. Like, you're not born able to draw. That's not a thing. I don't care how good you are, Da Vinci, whatever. No one was good when they were little. You have to, it's literally like every other skill. It is just something you learn. And non-artists always disagree with me. And in my head, I'm like, how the fuck would you know? I'm the one that did it. Like, no, I'm telling you, it's practice that does it. But yeah, there's just something about being an artist. People think it's all talent and stuff. And I think, and I think people might tell themselves that, like, artists that don't accomplish much, they say that, oh, well, the other artists were just more talented. I think that's it's a coping mechanism because they didn't work hard enough. That's what I really think.
Yep.
You know, I think playing devil's advocate, I think I'm guilty of that. I have, like I mentioned before, my brother, he's a really good artist, and he was always good. If we were kids, he was good. He's 4 years older than me. So when I was 8, he was 12. He was good. My parents were buying him oil paint sets and all this shit. And he was drawing for the school newspaper. But I think what it is, it's a common misconception because when you're drawing, you're practicing. And we don't see that. Those of us who can't draw don't see it as practice. We just see you. When we see you drawing something well. So we think every time you draw, it comes out that good. And just like I think my skill would be, you know, what I do speaking and all that kind of stuff on my channel, and doing that over and over again, you don't realize that you're practicing. Every time you do it, that's practicing. Every time you draw and you don't like it, you crumble the paper and start again. That's just practice. Every time I hit stop, I don't like what I said, and I do it again. I try to keep those to a minimum, but you don't realize that you're practicing. So people who don't see you all the time practicing, it appears to be, I came out of the womb just, you know, making shit happen. And
I don't mean to be sensitive because I'm not a sensitive guy about it, but it is a little insulting to be told that you're just talented when you think, and Shant, you're a professional artist like me, you've been one forever. When you think of the misery you went through, the rejection, the hours the artists put in, if you found out, thank God I'm an independent comic book artist now and I can make real money, because when you work for Marvel and DC, Disney, and Warner Brothers, you're making like as much as a sandwich artist. I'll tell you right now, if you ink a comic book page, an 11 by 17 page of ink, it's going to take you 8 to 12 hours. You're going to get $160. Do the math on that, what the hourly rate is there. It's terrible.
Well, I did my first indie job at 17 years old. They paid me for pencils and inks $30 a page.
Right. I worked for IDW, a horror-themed comic by Gene Simmons. Pencil, ink, and color. Okay? That's a day to draw it. That's a whole 8-10 hour day to draw it. That's a whole like 8-10 hour day to ink the pencil. Then it's like 2-3 hours to color it. $150. 2.5 days work. You know what I mean? There isn't a ton of money in it at first. If you become a superstar artist, you can get good royalties. You can get on a big book like Superman, like I did, and all that. But no, there's a lot of suffering. And when you're told that you're just talented, like you fucking got it for free, like my dad is the president of Marvel Comics or something, is why that's how it feels when people tell you you're talented. You're like, have no idea how much we suffered to do what we do. And not that we're better than that, but I don't see it as any greater. It's like someone who's a doctor, someone who's a fireman. It's like, they weren't a great fireman when they were 3 years old. They had to learn, sure. You know,
when you talk about, because you guys like, you know, food, and I think both of you guys can cook, and I want you guys to know I'm also able to eat your cooking. And the thing about it is that's what I bring to the table. Just take the grease bucket and pour it in my mouth. No, but this is the thing, is that when we talk about all this kind of stuff, I have the attitude whenever I look at people's professions that there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than I know. When I see somebody who's cooking, when I see somebody who's doing anything, I trust their skill. I don't need to know what's going on, you know, in the front of the airplane. Those guys got that. I know there's a ton in there. It's in my interest to let people do their job. And this is the thing about, you know, when it comes to art and all of these sort of skills, is that there is, like when you see an amazing boxer, you see anybody who can like do a pull counter, but they always talk about things like, wow, Malcolm Butler did an amazing job reading that play. Do you get what I mean? There's a muscle memory, but there's a high level intellect. And, you know, that you practice that thing. Apparently, you know, you see all these guys, they run that play, they run that drill for that one time, and they might get it wrong all during practice and nail it on game day. But that's what that stuff's about. So for all of us, we have this memory, artists, we have this memory of all these pictures we've seen. And over time, we can find the words, like you can find the play, like you can find the pull counter, like you can find like all of the various things that you do. And it's interesting because whenever you watch Jericho's solo stream, which is one of the hardest things you can do on YouTube, I do solo streams, but I'm Payne at the same time. It's like people don't understand. You've got to have a lot more than what you actually said in your head in order to get it done. But here's the crazy part of it. If someone said to me, I've got to bet on a YouTuber in terms of success, and this person has, you know, gone to art school and studied creativity, and this person has been in the Navy, I'm going to bet on the Navy man every single time, because one is going to be pushing towards excellence and consistency. That's it. You know, if you've got the gift, all you need is the work ethic, and you've got it, man.
Yeah, Not to say there isn't talent. I would say talent is like, I've said this before. Talent. It's like being tall. That will not put you in the NBA. It's going to help, but you're going to work your ass off for years to get in the NBA, and then being tall helps. So yes, us artists, we're predisposed to art. We love art. I bet you if they did a brain scan, when we look at a painting or a drawing, our brain lights up like a Christmas tree. Other people like it, but we love it. Like I don't know. I love drawings and paintings like more than anything you can love besides a human being. Like I just love it so much.
Yeah, there's something in you.
That's how God made me. I see a beautiful drawing and it's like perfection to me. I just feel warm and happy and fulfilled. I love art. And I do think that's what the talent is being interested in art and loving it, I guess. So, but the ability to move your hands and actually draw, that's a skill that anyone can learn, to be honest.
I think for what I do, talking like live is like walking and making the path that you're going to walk on as you're walking. So you're throwing, you know, things down. You're putting down the concrete and the thing on the little squares. I forget the word for it, but you're putting all those things down. You're laying the concrete in the path as you're walking. So when you're talking, you're thinking of the next 2 or 3 sentences, you know, as you're going. So I think that's the best way I could put it, is like building a sidewalk as you're walking in front of you. Because you got to because you don't want to step off of it and fall into the abyss. You got to have something there for your next, you know, for your next step. So,
and I change your age every time I do this, but when Jericho was 6 months old, he got up in front of his church and he gave a sermon for 9.5 hours.
You know what?
I'm just gonna.
You know what, man?
I know.
I was at my mom's house this weekend, and that story came up, and she told me a part of that story that I didn't know. I was up there with my cousin, who's 2 years older than me, and she froze. She forgot her lines, so I said her lines too. She said that I would be listening to her, and I would memorize her lines too after I memorized my own.
Oh, that's funny.
So yeah, I never knew that. That's what my mom told me. So it's like finding a picture.
That's my favorite story.
You never seen before at your mom's house.
I like this. It seems like we have a new lunatic here. We welcome you in, Heidi Booth. Awesome show. Love it. Will for sure take my nap every Wednesday so I can stay up this late. Love Jericho Green. Get his merch, guys. JG, I'll be ordering the new mugs next week. Are the new mugs, are they the mugs I'm thinking of, or is it another mug? Oh, let's see.
Boom. You like that?
Now that looks like someone who was born.
And it's on both sides. It don't matter if you're right or left-handed.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you're right-handed or a freak. You can hold this mug and enjoy it.
Now,
illustrated
do we know
by the chatty boss?
Yeah, right. And it was this man right here who came up with that design. That's right.
Like nothing.
That's right.
Never forget.
Like nothing.
Well,
how we do it.
This is the thing. Guys in the chat, by the way, you know, like and subscribe if you haven't. All of this stuff to this show. We feed off of each other's creativity and passion. Passion for this country, passion for this culture, passion for sharing this stuff with you guys. It is a blast. And I told people this, and I was telling my wife this the other day when you called me up, Gabe, and you were like, Hey, I don't know if you know Jericho Green. I'm like, yeah, I know Jericho Green. It's like he was talking to me and he was thinking, oh man, he wants to go on the show. What do you think? And I won't mention the person's name, but Gabe had just called me 2 weeks earlier about another guy who wanted to come on the show. And you know this. I was like, no. And I was like, no, hard no.
Fuck no.
And with Jericho coming on, I was like, oh, fucking absolutely, because a few years earlier, when I was so pissed at the state of the world, what was going on in academia, and I'm sitting here painting, I'm listening to Jericho, and I go, why the fuck can't I work with people like that? And I looked at my wife and I went, this shit's... Like, I looked up to the Lord in heaven and I said, this is getting ridiculous. What you gonna do next? Have me go on a show with Dean Cain?
And
then, yeah, shit got real.
That's crossed off the bucket list for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What a fun guy he is. What a great guy, by the way. Jeez.
Terrific dude. So. We love you, Dean. Much love.
That's right.
We love you, Dean. We love you, Dean.
Yeah.
I'll dye my beard next time, Dean. Gabe, why'd you make me look so bad? I look like a jackass in front of Dean now.
That's right. That was the plan all along. I dyed my beard, and I didn't tell you to dye yours.
Fell right into his trap. Amen. But yeah, we're here. We're actually talking about a movie called Major Payne. In case you just tuned in, we are talking about Major Payne.
We're like 10 minutes into this movie.
Yeah,
I feel like we're gonna have to speed run through it. But since we brought it up, can I show people this really quick? Hold on.
Of course.
Hold on. I want people to see this because this was great. Hold on. Because Dean Cain was our guest last week. Yeah. I have a little clip, so I'm going to play it real quick. Okay, check this out. This was a fun moment. If you missed it, go back and watch that episode. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. There's a playlist for this show, Double Impact. Usually we talk about the movie. Today we've talked about In-N-Out Burger and Whataburger and a lot of other stuff. But
what a booty, all that.
Major Payne.
Impact, Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific, right here on YouTube with Shanthan Jetty, Jericho Green, and myself, Gabe El Taib, with all the 80s and 90s action movies you love. Dean Cain was our guest last night, and if you missed it, Jericho Green improved as Arnold Schwarzenegger, improving as Patrick Swayze as Bodie in Point Break, while Dean was improving as Johnny Utah, played by Keanu Reeves, which Dean was up for that role. Check it out right here.
Arnie, could you do a little bit of improv, Dean, here, where you're trying to convince him to go into the bank with you and, hold these people up?
Yeah, I think I can do that there.
Okay, so in Dean, in this scene, you don't want to do this, right? You're an FBI agent, but they've got your woman. They're going to kill her. They're going to gut her in 3 hours if you don't do it. And Arnie's holding your feet to the fire. How would that go, guys?
Well, first of all, they have to tell him, Dean, come on, get in here. I need you in here with me. Well, don't worry, Dean. I know how you are. You're crafty. You're FBI agent, aren't you? Yeah. But I have an insurance policy. I got your girl here. I'll show you the videotape. He has a knife to her throat. What do you think of that there, Dean?
Arnold, I can't go in there. I'm an FBI agent.
That was good when he did that.
I don't care. You've got to come in here or we're going to kill her.
Let her go, man.
Okay, you convinced me. I'll do it.
He's the dumbest criminal of all time.
Very persuasive.
You're good.
Okay.
That would have been way better. No offense, rest in peace. Oh, that is too good. That is too good.
Yeah,
I love that. I thought that was awesome. That was awesome. And he'll be back for sure. And I can't say anything. But fun stuff coming, guys. Lots of more fun stuff coming. Anyway, Major Payne was a movie made in 1995.
What are you looking at, ass eyes?
There's a cross-eyed kid, and he gets and the way they shot it, like the camera's already there, and he comes down into focus into the camera, and he says, "What are you looking at, ass eyes?" And it shows this kid who's fucking cross-eyed, like for real. And he calls him ass eyes. And he's like, "Are you plotting on me, ass eyes?" He's like, "Keep my eye on you." He calls this kid ass eyes. I mean, come on. So he roasts every single kid, just about every single kid in that line. So the kid, there's a freckled faced kid. And he goes up to this dude. He's all, "What's your damage, musclehead? You stupid, ignorant, or just plain old deaf?" And down the line, a few kids down, the ginger kid with the big ears, and he ended up being Stifler. He ended up being Stifler in American Pie, or not Stifler, Sherman. He played Sherman in American Pie.
Oh,
but he And again, that's another thing you're not going to do. When you're in ranks, you're at attention. You're not going to talk. You're not going to lean forward and give your piece on what's going on down there. That's a no-no. But anyway, he says, yes, sir. Actually, he is deaf. And he goes, and you think for a second he's going to have a moment of, oh, shit. He goes, oh, he's like, oh, well, thank you. Now drop down and give me 25 more for talking out of line. So the kid's back down doing 25 more push-ups. And so you think that Major Payne is going to have this moment of tenderness, and we're finally going to see a crack in that tough killing machine, what's the word I'm looking for? Facade. So he says, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Handicap Man. I didn't mean to offend you. Do you know sign language? Do you read lips? And he nods his head. He's like, okay. If you don't answer me, and he's doing fake sign language.
It doesn't seem to be authentic.
If you don't answer me when I speak to you, I'm going to put my foot in your ass, dummy. You understand me? And he goes, through. I was like, yes. Back in a time when you could make fun of everybody. The fat kid, the kid with the cross eyes, the ginger kid. The reason he had to do the first set of push-ups is because Major Payne was standing in front of him and he sneezed on it. And he goes, oh, I see we got a sickly boy on our hands. Well, I'm going to help you boost your immune system. Drop down and give me 25 push-ups. Count them out. 1, sir. 2, sir. So then when he's done and he stands up, then he opens his mouth again, and that's when he has to drop down and do 25 more. So he calls him a freckle-faced cartoon. So what's your problem, you freckle-faced cartoon? Ginger kid, fat kid, cross-eyed kid, deaf kid, it don't matter. You're all getting the business. So then he goes down, and there's another young black kid, who is actually his son in real life.
Oh.
And the kid's laughing. He's like, hoo, man, you're hilarious. Pure genius, laughing at all the jokes he's telling all these kids, but they're not jokes to him. He's just, talking shit to him. And he says, he's all, what's your name, girlfriend? And he goes, my name's something, Dwayne or some shit, but my boys call me D. You can call me D. He's like, you like how I talk to these white boys? He's all, yeah. He's like, you like it's good, feels good to see a black man in charge. He goes, yep, Malcolm X. He goes, come here, son. Let me tell you something. And he sticks his ear out and he goes, I am not your damn brother. He yells in his ear. So just even when you think he's going to have this, this black man to black man moment, he even shits on that. His mission is the Marine Corps mission readiness, and that's it. Everybody gets shit on equally, no matter your ailment, how you look. He's going to shit on you all. He's the human version of South Park. Everybody gets it. That's how you stay successful.
Now, this next character that comes strolling along, I have questions about. Because he looks like he's about 27 in high school.
Yep.
He does.
Yeah.
He looks
What
old
in
as
the
fuck.
hell? He's supposed to be like a high school senior, junior, whatever.
Yes. Junior.
Definitely a senior.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But he looks like, the kids on Beverly Hills 90210. They look like they're on their third divorce, but they're supposed to be like a high school sophomore or something,
That's that he's following the grand tradition of what's this guy's name? Judd Nelson in Breakfast Club, who I think was 23 when he was playing a high school student in that.
Yeah,
and
that
you
was
just
weird.
go, it's obvious.
Even though he's clean shaven, I was just gonna say Timmy Mello, that 5 o'clock shadow. This dude's half Armenian. That 5 o'clock shadow is off the charts, man.
Right.
And then they tried with the hair, the young '90s hair, the Jonathan Taylor Thomas shit, but that didn't work. He still came
clearly
across
a
as
grown man.
old as hell.
This guy may have children of his own.
But yeah, he's the one you're going to send into the liquor store to try to buy alcohol in high school.
No, you're not, because he's an undercover cop.
He's a
That's
narc.
why you ain't sending him. Sorry, man. My friends in school, if we saw somebody walk up to us like that, go, hey, where do you get the drugs?
21
We'd be
Jump
like,
Street shit.
narc.
Yeah. Hey, where you guys partying this weekend?
How do you do, fellow kids?
Excuse me?
How do you
can see the tan line from his wedding ring on his finger.
I know, seriously.
But so the reason they get their head shaved is so earlier when he walks up and he goes, my name is Major Benson, Winifred, Payne. And so they're like, ooh, big deal. And he fires 6 shots into the air with his 9mm Beretta. I was like,
no
this
reaction
dude ain't no joke.
Dude,
boom, 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 boom. And the kids are like, oh, shit. So then he goes, talk shit to all of them. So when the 28-year-old shows up, he runs over there and he's wearing like a tie-dye T-shirt and a leather jacket. And he even tells him he's all nice for you to join us, Mr. Fonzarelli. And he goes, And he goes, "Oh, hey, sir, hey ho, sir, general, whatever." He's all, "It's Major, boy." And he goes, "Ooh." And this scene, if you go back one game, that's where he's going, "Ooh, fellas, look like we got another major on our hands." And they go, "Ooh, Major." And he just turns his head halfway and looks at him, and they all go silent because they know last time they did that shit, he shot some warning shots in the air. So he goes, he's all, I got a sense of humor too. And they cut to the scene where they all got the fucking head shaved. I mean, dude, he's just
when you were in the Navy, Jericho, did you have to have a shaved head or?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's the first thing they do. And then one of the people who already got their hair cut is sitting there sweeping it up periodically. And we had a dude in our division. He was a ginger, but he had long orange hair like down to the middle of his back. He looked like one of the fucking CCR or something from a cover of an album in 1972. He had long ass orange hair. And man, he was sitting there and it was going to be his turn in line, and he was just all nervous and shit because I'm sure it took him a long time. It looked like he took care of it and shit. If you saw him from behind, you think he was a girl. But when his ass when he got up to the chair, he sat in the chair and just
I did that to someone at Trader Joe's or Sprouts like a month ago.
What's up, baby?
I needed to pee, and I went to the back, and it was like in a ghetto. I don't remember what city I was in, but it was like the bathroom was locked, and you needed a code from the manager. And I walked by, and there was a office for workers there, but it was wide open, and like 3 people in there. 5'4", 5'5", slight build, long, shiny brown hair, almost to the butt. I go, "Excuse me, miss, can you let me into the bathroom?" Turns around, fucking beard, cheekbones. It's a dude, not dressed like a lady or nothing. He just had beautiful hair. This guy,
yeah,
but he was slight too. He was little and petite.
And that night when we got in the barracks, or the first night we got in the barracks, that dude was crying that night because he cut his hair. I mean, it's dead silent. Everybody's asleep, and he was.
Look at poor John here. John found out the hard way. This sounds very personal from John. Long hair does not mean a pretty face, nor female.
Nor female. That's to make the point.
Is there something you need to share with the group?
Let it out, John. It's a safe space.
Yeah, it is. And you can drive a Subaru here. And the thing I want you to remember when we're looking at this stuff is when I was going to school, our deans had a policy that if your fucking bangs passed your eyebrows, you would go into the office and they would cut them to here, to the fucking scalp. But here's the best part. It was the best. It was literally Major Payne's like, "Boy, it would be inappropriate for me to cut your bangs off your hair. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We're going to compromise. I'm just going to cut off half. So the rest of the fucking day, you had half of your fucking bangs. And the other half was cut to fucking there.
With all emo and shit. But I mean, how many kids had to walk around campus like that for the day for the message to get around that they're not
Not many. And just like after someone goes, "How did your face get bruised from walking laps on Saturday morning?" It wasn't the laps.
It wasn't the track that did it.
Both sides, you little turd.
Dude. So all these kids get their head shaved, and it's just further driving home the point of you're all equal pieces of shit to me. And it's a classic. They do it in all the branches. You give them, he even mentions it later in the movie, you give them something to hate, and that unites them. If they all hate him, if he's cool to one of you, there's going to be one dissenter like, "Oh, come on, guys, it's not that bad." No, he needs you all to hate him, so you all come together and you all start working together. It's almost you're being fooled into doing exactly what you want them to do, thinking that you're not. And he's perfect at it. Everybody gets a big pile of Major Payne shit on their head first day.
Kara, one of our newer people here, I know her from Twitter. I said earlier, big fan of Dean. She says she just keeps her hair short, easier to maintain. I'm just a tomboy. I think you got a Subaru in your future, lady. But I'm okay with that. Now, if only I could find a guy who would accept the short hair. I've been married 26 and a half years. How long Jericho, Sean, how long you guys been married?
I'm going on 15 years next January.
Wow.
Sean?
I'm married 23 years to my wife. My sister wife only 17, and her sister wife around 12.
Okay.
So we're very traditional.
Okay.
Extremely old school.
It's the smallest handcuff in the world.
Clank, clank. But I think a lot of men like long hair, Is it a deal breaker? Hell no. No man is going to walk away from a good woman like, man, she had it all, but her hair was too short. You know.
Can I say something to the ladies in the chat real quick that I was trying to explain to my baby girl, and I will explain to everybody? This is about the simplicity of men. It is the simplicity of men. It is kind of sad. But the greatest magic, I feel like I'm turning into fucking Usual Suspects. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled. Men respond, I have decided, to basically one thing when they see a woman for the first time that's magic over our eyes, and that is makeup. If you are wearing makeup, it stops traffic. If you see, like, to us, it's a magic thing because we don't fucking do it. And it's amazing how, if you, especially in this day and age, if a woman puts on a little makeup, guys will get whiplash from noticing it. It is the fucking most hilarious thing in the world. So bizarre.
Yeah. I mean, but how short is short? You know, it's like to your shoulders? Or are we talking like, you know, like short?
We're
like
talking starting catcher on the softball championship.
Yeah. Are we gonna mistake you for like a member of the U.S. women's soccer team short? Or, you know,
boys
whatever.
don't like field hockey.
The length of your hair, that's not a deal breaker. You will find a good man.
Listen, Kara, do you know how to cook? The way to a man's heart.
Peace. Food or cooking is great, but peace. That's all. Be a peaceful woman, and that will attract men. Are out. We're fighting. We're out here. I know the battlefield changes, but we're out here fighting the elements. We're still spearing saber-toothed tigers out here. So we don't want a saber-toothed tiger in the house. We need peace.
No.
If you could feel that belly and get a little freaky, girl, that's it.
That's right.
It. 3-ingredient pie. Throw it in the oven. It'll come out perfect.
It's the old feed me, fuck me, shut the fuck up.
Hey, sex, support, and silence. That's all a man needs.
Same thing. Same difference.
Thank you, Chris Rock. And I'm sorry what happened. By the way,
real quick, Bob
so
K,
easy.
MIT for $10. Thank you, friend. Very generous.
Thanks,
I will
Bob.
never forget 1982, Great Lakes, Company 199, 68 black guys, 4 white guys, 2 BTC. Is that a military thing? BTCCC? I don't know.
Yeah, Boiler Tech Chief. Those are the old school rates.
Okay.
Boiler
One
Tech.
short and mean, 1 drunk. Boot camp for me was quiet. HTCS, retired. What is HTCS?
Whole Tech.
Okay. He's retired. Well, thank you for your service. And I hope it was a good experience for you. Jericho, I wanted to ask you, before you went into your boot camp and then after, did it make a difference in you, or were you pretty squared away from your upbringing?
No, I was pretty squared away from my upbringing. And I had been in Sea Cadets. Both my parents were military, so I knew structure. I've been yelled at before. This wasn't my first time. They weren't going to make me cry. Not with yelling, maybe physically with the shit they made you do, but that never happened. But nah, man, I was cool. I was pretty squared away as it was. I liked the experience, you know, and you feel it. There's a sense of superiority when you go through boot camp and you're part of that fraternity now, and you're in the best physical shape of your life, and you come back home because you go on leave after. You usually go back to your hometown because you're young. You haven't put down roots anywhere else yet. So you come back home and you're looking at, and it's not anything that you're trying to do. You've done something so awesome, and you're so proud. You're so proud of what you've been through. It's 3.5 months of shit. When your eyes open, somebody was telling you how fucked up you were until you closed them at night. And while they're telling you how terrible and horrible you are, they're making you do push-ups to a level you've never seen. We did 300 jumping jacks one time, and they're 3-count jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2. So we really did 900 jumping jacks?
Oh my
just
God.
For fucking somebody look
the
sideways.
Stuff you do when you're young. I remember when I was in high school football, coach divided the team, 60 of us on the high school football team, into 6 teams of 10. And then you would compete all week doing different weightlifting, running, different things. And then on Fridays, your 10 teams, first place didn't have to do any push-ups. Second place had to do 50. Third place had to do 100. And I was on a team once, we did 300 push-ups on Friday. It's horrible. Horrible. But I'm like, hey.
I once ate 50 Crystal Burgers. Sorry.
But it's hey, I can do 300 push-ups, so there you go.
Everything was 3-count. The leg lifts, crunches, push-ups, sit-ups, side straddle hops, or jumping jacks, whatever you want to call them. Everything was 3 count. And we did one time. They closed all the windows and doors. They made us put on our sweatsuits and our pea coats and our raincoats, and we had to cycle. That means they make you do exercise until the wax was coming off of the floor. The windows were sweating. There was condensation on the windows dripping down onto the windowsill. We got worked. We got worked bad. And to look across the courtyard, because the buildings were all in these squares, and there was a courtyard in the middle. To look across the way on a day that you didn't have to do this and see it happening to somebody else, your heart went out to them. You just saw the windows all fogged up and shit. You knew what was going on in there. Shit. Oh,
but as you know, as tough as it was in the moment, the discipline and the culture stayed with you, and you still use it to this day, I'm sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
in your life.
I still fold my clothes like that. When we go out of town or something, I still fold my clothes boot camp style because it just makes the most sense. If you ever learn to fold your clothes boot camp style, you're like, why haven't I been doing this my whole life? You can turn 50 t-shirts into a stack this big and put in like one corner of your suitcase. My wife and I share a suitcase sometimes because of.
Do you really share it though?
Sorry,
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, Weapon X.
It's not 50-50, is it?
Go ahead.
He said he had to run bleachers with someone on my back. We did that when I was in high school on the football team. You get a guy your size, and I'm a lineman, right? So I'm like over 225 pounds in high school, some guy that big on my back, and you're going up the concrete stadium, up and down with a guy on your back. But I still, to this day, and in fact, this afternoon, I do my weightlifting Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, because that's what my high school coach taught us. It was a University of Nebraska's weightlifting system that we used back in the 90s at my high school. That's what he copied theirs. And to this day, I still use that same system. So like you in the military, those old habits that were good for me, they stuck with me. So I really appreciate it. As tough as it was, I really appreciate it.
Man, and University of Nebraska was a shit in the 90s.
One day, Tommy Frazier, option left, option right. That's it, dude. Over and over.
Dude, Nebraska was the shit in the 90s. Oh, man. So this is another hilarious part. So he's in his office chilling, going through their files and everything. And she comes in, mother hen, you were mean to my babies. So she's coming to their defense. And she says, because remember, Tiger, the little boy, he peed his pants. And he told him, do you think Charlie's going to care about your tears when he takes his bayonet and sticks it in your little tiny heart? So he runs off. Oh, I peed my pants. What happened? Major Payne didn't let me go. So she's all mad and shit. She's probably been waiting since she heard about it to approach him and say something. And she says, why? Apparently, she's like, what happened today with Tiger? He's like, what do you mean? She's like, well, apparently he had a little accident. He goes, apparently he pissed all over the front of his pants. And so he looks over and Tiger's outside the office and he peeks around and he looks at him. He's like, you little shit. He's all and then she goes, let me tell you something. Or no, that was later. She tells him, you can't do that. She's all, I call it, this is called nurturing. He's all, I don't call it nurturing. I call it neutering. And so she tells him not to do that and shit. And she's like, I think you owe somebody an apology. And he goes, what? Yeah, you owe him an apology. And because she's working her little female magic on him. That's the only thing that could penetrate this hard outer shell is her feminine wiles, right? So the little boy comes in and he goes, you think I owe you an apology for what happened today? When he shakes his head, he's like, He's okay, I'm sorry that you're a nasty little worm that can't hold his water in public. Now get out of my office before I pick you up and throw you out that window. I was like, yeah. Again, just when you think he's going to be nice to these little shits, he does not. He's, I'm sorry, you're a nasty little worm that can't hold your water in public. To threaten a 6-year-old to pick him up and throw him out a window. That's hilarious.
And his display of that kind of toxic masculinity obviously completely turns her off, and she is no longer interested in him for the rest of the movie.
No, it's nothing to do with them. And he's reading their files.
Yes.
He's not just a hard ass.
Yeah.
He's not just a hard ass. He's really reading about these kids and learning about them.
And that's, they telegraph it from a mile away. That's his obvious character arc is he's all business. No consideration, no manners, no nothing. He's all business, all military, all Marines, all killing all the time. And, they're going to learn him something a little bit here about dealing with children.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Lawrence of Arabia? Out of curiosity?
I have not. I've heard of it forever, but I've never seen it.
brutal line in it that's great from Prince Faisal about Lawrence of Arabia. He goes, Prince Faisal, who is gosh, what I forget what group he was of, but anyway, Prince Faisal says, he says, he talks about, yes, and of course we try to take some provision for the people that we capture. He's like, oh, you try to spare your enemies when you can? He goes, does Major Lawrence do that as well? And he says this line I've never forgotten. He goes, for Major Lawrence, mercy is a passion. For me, it's just good manners. When you go out into the field, see which one is more reliable. And I freaking love that, which is to say that when it's just a passion, you can have it or you can't. If it's manners and how you conduct your business, it's more dependable. And these boys, and she learns this as well, is you may disagree with him, but he won't lie to you and you will know where he fucking stands. Period. Yeah. That's who he is.
And these kids in this scene, they're in the room and they're all talking shit about him. Oh, Major Payne. I know, right?
Don't you think this kid looks like Michael Imperioli from The Sopranos?
A little bit.
A little bit there.
Hey, maybe he got a love child. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got together somebody on the set there. Boom, bada, bing. There you go. There.
Not for nothing. Don't you think Major Payne's being kind of mean to these kids, Tone?
You're being a real asshole.
It's not asshole, it's
asshole.
Fucking asshole. So they're in the room, they're all talking shit about Major Payne, and the freckle-faced ginger kid, he's like, oh, you know, I have a condition and I can't do the exercises. That's the one right there, the little ball-headed one with the huge ears.
Go back to Mayberry. Sorry,
yeah, he's kick your ass back to Mayberry. And the Heathcote, the one with all the snacks, the fat kid, they're still talking shit about him. Hey, you fat this or whatever in the room. And
hold on, can we talk about a fat kid in the 80s and 90s movie?
Yes.
I have never in my life seen someone walking around with a box of Lucky Charms and what looks like 4 bags of Lay's potatoes.
Just smashing them
all day. I just love
that. You clearly haven't been to my house, Gabriel. That's basically my lifestyle. Hashtag.
But they wouldn't, and if they remade this, they wouldn't have that kid. You know, they wouldn't have him doing that. No. You know, that would be a source of ridicule. So there's a kiss ass too. I love that character too. The kiss ass brown nose person who always gets theirs in the end. He's like the cadet in charge. He's a cadet sergeant, and he comes and he says, let's go, get your stuff together. Let's get out of here. And he goes, where are we going? He's like, what'd he say? I can't remember what he calls it, but you're moving. We're out of here. You're going somewhere else. Let's go. And so,
House of Payne.
Yeah, he's like, welcome to the House of Payne. And because, you know, their surroundings are too nice. You know, they got their dorm room. He has all his snacks and shit there, and they're close to everything. He's like, no, it's almost like an old greenhouse or something. It's like a shed, and there's beds in it. And now they're going to be roughing it. You know, now they're staying out there in the where it's cold and not comfortable, because you don't need to focus on other shit. You don't need any nice, cushy things in your life.
Can we go back to something you said earlier? You talked about the uniting factor for this unit was their collective hatred of Major Payne. And when you were talking about the goody two-shoes, the kid who is just the kiss ass, who wants to just do everything and likes the idea of, you know, not being, that's a person that essentially, we'll get to that point, is hindering the unity of the group, which is kind of fascinating when you think about it. You know, it speaks to what you were saying. Like, he has more trust in people who he thinks are not opportunistic, but who are incapable of lying to him to tell him what he wants to hear. And that's something. It's about character, man.
And somebody mentioned Fiddle Faddle. I'm cool with Fiddle Faddle, but I'd rather have Crunch and Munch.
What about
Cracker Jacks?
Yeah. Would you rather have Fiddle Faddle or Poppycock?
Well, if given the choice, of course, I would pick the Poppycock.
I think Cracker Jack just isn't classy enough for me.
Cracker Jacks are disgusting. That's what the poor snack on.
That's for the working class.
When they're standing there with the
baseball game.
Enjoy your Cracker Jack, rabble.
When they stand there with the soot on their faces from the smokestacks as they toil in the day's sun. Disgusting Cracker Jacks.
I don't know what it was about this comment made me laugh so hard, because we talk about these old awesome 80s 90s movies and the culture was so much better, and the only way they would have a fat kid now is if they could have a little character arc where he was obese dude having been bullied over being gay. You know, they would do their scolding, moralizing in the movie.
Yeah.
And it's all your fault because he drove a Subaru and you didn't like him. You know, so.
You teased him.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, but they got to get used to their new digs, and they don't like it. And the 28-year-old, they're all telling him, "Hey, we don't like this, Alex. Tell him we don't like it. We don't like it. Tell him, Alex." And he goes, "Sir," and he goes, "What?" I think I speak for everyone here when I say that these accommodations are unacceptable. And he goes, "Really?" And cut to, that's what he's telling them, it's unacceptable. Cut to them buried up to their neck in the mud, and he's spraying them with a water hose. And he's singing a cadence, "Won't complain, that's where I'll stay," and all this shit, like, you know, telling them basically, don't complain about where you live because I can always make it worse. Like burying you up to your neck in mud and spraying you with water in your face. I love it.
I like when he says for them to pull themselves out, my little Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, uproot yourselves, my little Brussels sprouts. Tomorrow, he's like, you better get some rest because tomorrow we're going to start the hard stuff.
Mm-hmm. One of the things you cannot buy in this world is the approval, the value of the approval of somebody who doesn't give it out easily, but it's there to be gotten.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, man. It's like, I had my mentor, the guy who taught me artwork, amazing artist by the name of Brian Stelfreeze, and I know I've talked about him a bit before, but his art teacher, when he went off to school,
I think he's going to go places. He's pretty good.
That kid might go places. He might design the entire look of the Black Panther movies. They should have put his name in the fucking credits. Anyway, so when you look at that kind of shit, the thing about Brian is he talked about his art school experience. He said a teacher walked into the classroom, saw every student's artwork on the wall, then went out to the hall and drug a heavy metal trash drum into the classroom. It's scraping against the floor. There's Brian. Take a look at that, Jericho, if you want to know who, like, you know.
I'll scroll through these. Please tell us about Stelfreeze, but I'll scroll through some of his work.
Yeah, so Brian Stelfreeze had the longest cover run on Batman Shadow of the Bat series. He did fully painted covers. He's a traditional illustrator. Did not get an undergraduate degree or a graduate degree in the arts, because his junior year, I think it was, of college, it might have even been his sophomore year, I don't know. He went to go try to get an internship at the #1 illustration studio in Atlanta, and when he went for the interview, they offered him a job, and he said, "But I've got to go back to school. Can you work around my school schedule?" And they said that was fine. There's the man. They said that was fine, and Brian went back to his college. His college teacher goes, "What the fuck are you doing? Go take that job. You're here to try to get that job. I applied for that job." And Brian went to that thing. He redesigned Black Panther. He's, again, like I said, Batman artist. He's worked on everything. He's incredibly well skilled. So his art school teacher at that school came into the classroom, drug a freaking trash drum, took every single piece of artwork but his and 2 other students off the wall and threw them in the trash. And then pointed to the 3 drawings on the wall, including his, and he said, pointed to the trash can and said, "These are garbage." And then pointed at the 3 on the wall and said, "And these are shit, but at least I can talk about them." That was what his teacher said, right? So this guy never, ever said anything positive about my work, and I would drive 2 hours to Atlanta to have him tear me to shreds. My wife used to say, "Why are you doing that? Every time you come back, it's like you never get anything nice said." I go, "Because I have to drive that far for a real critique." And one of the phone calls we had, I think maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I said, he called me up. He's like, "I wanted to tell you about your Woody Strode painting. I think you're doing some great stuff there." And I said, "Brian, can we get to the part, the real shit?" And he's laughed and he goes, "Okay, try this, try this, try this." And when we were done with the call, I'll never forget this. I felt like I'd been punched or something. It was so shocking. I said, "Thank you so much for calling me and taking the time to give me feedback on my work." And he said, "Hey, man, you deserve it." I had never fucking heard him say that, ever. Ever. He basically said my work had hit a level where I was ready for the next level of ass whooping when he called me. And I was like, that is high praise. Do you get what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
will not find people. Look at this shit. How fucking
so
good
good.
is he?
It's so
He
good.
is a fucking legend.
Yeah.
Dear God.
Yeah, what is he
Sorry.
about? A 30-year veteran of our business, right?
Yes.
Something like that?
I mean, for all I know, he started when he was a kid.
Yeah.
So do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how long he's been doing
He's
it,
a
certainly.
beast. If this
He's
was the
a
NBA,
beast.
he'd be 8 feet tall. If this was the NBA, he's an absolute monster.
He is the shit. He's amazing, man.
You know he's good when you have someone like me and someone like Sean, who we've worked at the highest level. When we go, that guy's unreal. When we're pros and we've been pros for 20-something years, and we look at a guy like that, and we're like, I don't know. He's something else, man.
His nickname in the industry is Sensei, for starters. And then outside of that, someone said to me one time, they go, is he bald under that hat? And I go, I never think about that, but I'm pretty sure he's got a third eye under there. Have you seen his shit?
Right,
What the... I mean, he's legend.
Fat Samurai, he did do Marvel stuff with Black Panther in the last 5 years. I don't know what he's up to now. I don't see too much in comics.
I think he works for he just had an art book come out a couple of years ago that's all his work, and I think he's the art director and does stuff for Boom now, I think.
Okay.
Not positive, but he does
I think
of
a guy
shit.
that talented, that hardworking, he'd be wasting his time drawing comics unless he was independently wealthy. You know what I mean? Because the page rates are terrible, even for veteran
His commissions,
artists.
he just gets paid a high commission.
I think commissions would be the way to go for him from private collectors.
Yep.
In our business, comic books, Marvel, DC, all these companies, not Image, they don't pay a rate, but Dark Horse, all of them, they don't give increases in page rates going on almost 30 years now. I have friends who had their page rate, they get paid $150, $175. In 1996, that's what they got paid, still getting it to this day. And I was like, I would, every year at New Year's, I would write an email to the bosses at DC Comics, Jim Lee, Larry Gannum, Vice President of Talent Relations, Jim Lee. I'd write them an email. Thank you guys. It was a great year. I would like to raise my page rates. I never got a page rate increase. I worked for them for 14 years or whatever. They don't do it. Our business, they know that you're replaceable because there's a lot of people out there that want to draw these books. So I think they use that as leverage to just not give raises. Plus, the comic industry, the mainstream is in the toilet. The sales are terrible. You know what I mean? They're they're laying off staff. They're cutting back books. I heard IDW, their sales were down to 6 million. Eric July, the book I worked on with him, that book made 3.5, one book. IDW made 6.5 million as a company last year. Damn. So they're doing bad, So
yeah, because I'm telling you what, man, Gabe's colors on that stuff are amazing. I've got ISOM right over there where I read my shit over on the couch in my studio. It's a fucking great book. And the thing about it too is what I'll say. Last thing I'll say about Brian Stelfreeze, when he was up here, I had him brought up my last year teaching. I had him flown up here so he could speak to my art school students, and he was a legend. Everybody got the door. He was like, everybody here respects me. I'm like, yeah, because they've heard me talk about you. I said, when you're up here, you will not touch a fucking door handle. As God is my witness, I will get every fucking door for you. And the thing about him is that I said, you know how I describe you, Brian? And he laughed. He's like, oh God, do I want to hear that? I go, you remember Sean Connery in Rising Sun? That is what Brian is like. I'm a black belt. And he's like, of course you are, dear. Of course you are. So yeah. Anyway, Major Payne, brilliant shit.
Yeah. So he's training them, and they're he's saying, and he's threatening them. Heathcote, you get your fat body over that wall. And he's like, said, Dumbo, you should be flying through those tunnels with them big ass ears of yours, boy. And as he's saying that, it's kind of like the rule of three. The kiss ass is standing next to him. Yeah, you get up there, bacon boy. Yeah, you Dumbo. Then the third time he's like, shut up. So he even checks the kiss ass. And he's telling him, what he said, if you don't get over there, I'm gonna take something, I'm gonna beat you with it. And he's talking shit to all the kids. And so Alex Stone here, Mr. Fonzarelli, the 28-year-old, he says, why don't you give him a break? He's like, I can barely do it. It's freezing out here. It's slippery out here. And he goes, oh, it's slippery, he say. You think Charlie's going to care? The only thing he knows is to slip your throat. And he's all, he pulls out a grenade. He pulls the pin. And he goes, guys, what? And all the kids run. He's like, why are you running? It's a dummy grenade. And he has the pin in his teeth, which you can't do. You can't pull the pin out of a grenade with your teeth, by the way. It'll fuck your teeth up. And he throws a grenade, and then a few seconds later, boom, and a tree falls, and he gets scared, and he jumps face first in the mud, and that's why he's like that. And he goes, who's the dummy now?
I don't know. Telling the kids, you think Charlie's gonna care when he slits your throat? It reminds me of when my kids were real little, it was the summertime. We were driving through town, and there are a lot of squirrels in Greeley, Colorado, where I went to college when my kids were little. And a squirrel got hit by a car and it was run over, and it was splattered guts, brains all over the street. And I'm driving by with my kids to the swimming pool, and they're like 7 and 9 years old, or maybe 8 and 6. They're little kids. I'm with my wife and my 2 little kids, and I stop and I see the dead squirrel. I'm like, look at this. Look, I want to show my kids the squirrel because I want to talk to them about looking both ways in the street. My wife, no. She wouldn't let me show them the squirrel, but I was like, is that bad parenting? I don't know. It's a pretty good object lesson.
I've got a worse story for you about that, but I'm not saying that shit on stream. But here's the thing, too, is this is the other aspect of it, right? So when I was a kid, I may disagree with you on the pin. Is it physically possible to pull a pin out with your teeth?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Not from what I've seen.
You don't think so? Here's how I got known in our circle when I was 12 or 13 in our crew. The older kids would hand me beer bottles, and I would open them with my teeth. You know how you know I'm right-handed? You know how you know I'm right-handed? This whole thing, all root canals, and fucking none of this shit's real, man. Because I ground those fucking molars down doing that shit. People look at me like, are you...
My dad has done that, and I'm just like, why?
Dude, it is not a good idea. I almost swallowed my dip and cigarette a few times.
Jeez.
All right.
Yeah.
You better write a memoir, Sean.
Dude, yeah, How Am I Alive would be the title. Fucking hell.
So they can't stand him. They got to get rid of Payne. They're the shaved heads, the exercise, the name calling. They're sick of it. They want to get rid of him. So Ass Eyes, he's some kind of chemist, and he makes this this colon blow frosting, and they're gonna put it on Major Payne's cupcake. And they said he'll be sitting on the toilet till graduation. We don't got to worry about Payne anymore. And they're like, yeah, let's get him. So they swap out his cupcake for the colon blow cupcake. And the ginger says, Major Payne, sir. And he goes, don't you see I'm eating, turd? He goes, you have a phone call, sir. And he gets up and he leaves the room. And that's when they run over there. Apparently, all of them have to go together. And they put the cupcake on his plate and they go sit down. So they're waiting for him. They keep looking and waiting for him to grab that cupcake and eat it. And as he's shown before in the movie, I think this is the first time, but he just wolves his food down. He doesn't chew, he doesn't take his time. He eats like there's a gun to his head.
After you have some Jack in the Box face right there.
Yeah, that's Jack in the Crack face right there. That's Jack in the Crack eyes. And so he's like, he feels like his stomach a little bit, and then it's like blue, 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 and then it's nothing. And they're like, oh, shit. So Alex motions for the kid, come here, come back. So as he's walking past Payne again, that's when Payne lifts up one cheek and goes, lets out this huge fart. Ginger kid passes out. And then he comes to with all of his friends standing over him like, hey, man, are you okay? And if you think about it, it's weird because he passes out in his blue uniform. So you mean you took him to his room, changed his uniform while he was unconscious, came outside and laid him on the ground and waited for him to wake up?
Highly suspect.
1995. What are you going to do? And so he comes to, and you notice now they're all wearing their uniforms properly. There's no hat sideways shit and T-shirts and all that. They're all wearing their uniforms properly. So he's already seeing, the fruits of his labor, of his teachings. And so now they're out there and they're doing, they come up with another plan. They're going to take inappropriate pictures. They're going to take a picture of Heathcote in the bed with him, which is some crazy shit. Like, these kids don't realize how devastating that is for you to make pictures of a grown man laying in bed with a child. That's career ending. You're going to prison shit. And so he goes, why do I got to wear the dress? And right here's going, because you got the nicest tits. He's all, screw you. So they're still fucking talking shit to this kid. And so they get him in the dress. And so their plan is to go into Payne's room, sneak in there. And as you notice, he changed the dress. And sneak in there. And so he's laying there with his eyes open, and they're like, are you sure he sleeps? He's like, hey, turd face. And they're like making noise, and he doesn't wake up. So he's sleeping, he's snoring, but he's sleeping with his eyes open. That's how much of a crazy killer he is. He doesn't even close his eyes when he sleeps, which I'm guessing is physically impossible. And so they're like, Heathcote, get in the bed.
He's a crazy killer. Would you say that that's the kind of business he's in?
Yeah, killing is his business, and business is good. So they're telling him, "Hey, scoot closer, man. Put your head on his shoulder," and all this shit.
Fucking
whisper yelling as they do in movies, like they're not gonna wake somebody up with 10 people standing in the room going, "Dude, hey, put your head over there." But they get him in the right spot. They take the picture, and he wakes up and he puts his arm around Heathcote and he goes, "Well, hello, Betty," and he goes, "Ah!" And they all scream and fucking run out of the room. And so now they're gonna pay. So now he gets dresses for all of them, and they got to run around the campus singing Cadence in dresses.
Actually, Jericho, this photo is not from the movie. This is from our current military. This photo, I took it last week, actually. So,
actually, you just mixed it
in
there.
Biden's new directive.
This is Biden's new Marine Corps.
Yeah.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
I don't know what I've been told.
Why is that drill sergeant out of uniform?
You can put it in my home.
Well, they have a new meaning for drill sergeant.
Oh, geez.
It's not good.
I see why they call you drill sergeant later in that.
This fucking jerky.
This not me. This is them.
Sorry, hold on a second. All right, continue.
He makes them run around the school in dresses, so that even gets the kiss ass on their side. Now they're really pissed. We're going to get rid of him. We're going to take major steps to get rid of this fucking guy. And they're going to put their money together and do some crazy shit. So she goes up to him and she's like, "Why are you making them run around in dresses? It's so embarrassing." And this is when he explains to her. He's like, "Yeah, but it'll make them a unit. They'll hate me and it'll make them come together and create the camaraderie and togetherness." And she's like, and she goes to she's all, "It needs to stop." And she reaches for the whistle. He's all, "Don't touch the whistle." She's like, "No, why not?" She goes again. He's all, "Don't touch the whistle." And so he blows the whistle and they stop. He's like, "Fall out, take those dresses off and hang them up, you fucking weirdos." And so they go away. And she has a little pamphlet, the ABCs of what gentle parenting or whatever it says.
It's
role model.
The loving
male role model. The antithesis of what he is. A 180 from what this man is. He ain't with that weak shit, that nurturing shit. So she says, "Read it." And she pushes it toward him and he pushes back. "I don't want it." "Read it." "I don't want it." He says, "I don't want it." She goes, she flutters her eyelashes. "Will you read it for me, please, Major?" Okay. The woman, that femininity, it cuts right through him. So he takes the fucking book and the next scene, he's reading it. He's walking back and forth and he has like one of those big old like banana knives from like Southeast Asia.
The kukri,
he's
man.
Like walking, he's like scratching his head with it and shit.
Uh-huh.
And he's reading the book out loud and stuff. And she comes in and tells him, "That's really nice what you try to do for the boys and all this shit." And then Tiger comes in and says, "There's a man in my closet." And he goes up to him, "Ain't no man in your closet, boy. Take your ass upstairs." And she's like over her shoulder,
sensitive.
She's all, "Remember?" She's all, "Be sensitive. Remember the book." He's like, and I don't even remember what he tells him, but he basically says, going upstairs. Go ahead.
And get in bed before the man comes out of your closet and chops your head off.
Yeah, with the knife. Yeah.
Like, listen, folks. No, I gotta cut in here on this because this is important, right? When people ask me what kind of maniacs raise somebody like Sean, why is he out on the town? Nobody knows what the fuck he is at 12, opening beer bottles with his molars. This is a true story of grandparenting. And Gabe, this might be different to you. So, I had a parenting figure who once said, was once had the grandkids staying over at his house, and my brother-in-law went up to my niece, and she was upstairs in bed. She hadn't got out of bed, but she was crying and awake. And he goes, "Why are you crying and awake? They said you went to bed and weren't in any trouble." And he goes, "Why are you here?" And she goes, "Tata told me that if I got out of bed, there's a man in this house who catches kids and takes their skin off."
Oh,
and my fucking brother-in-law goes downstairs and goes, "Did you just tell my daughter some fucking crazy shit?" And with a straight face, he goes, "No, I did not. I simply told her that if she got out of bed, there was a man in the house who would take her skin off with no guilt, no fucking remorse."
wow.
That
Holy
fucking
shit.
casual. So
But-
anyway,
In his defense, she stayed in that bed.
So mission
And
accomplished.
in defense, he might have been talking about himself, so there might have been a real risk. But fucking hell,
What a lunatic thing to say to a child.
it is. So anyway, thank God I turned out normal.
Wow. Yeah, you turned out fine, man. Don't even worry about it. So he
Oh my
tells him,
God.
yeah, that knife he had. He's on, like Sean said, go back upstairs in your room for that man comes out of the closet and chops your head off, and he swings the knife in the air. So the kid goes, oh, and he fucking runs upstairs. And then that's when they get into the, I don't call it nurturing, or I don't call it
No, take
babying.
your titty.
He goes, why don't you take your titty and pop it out his mouth and stop babying him? She goes, what did you say? I didn't stutter. Why don't you take your
bless him.
titty out his mouth and stop babying him? And she goes, I don't call it babying. I call it nurturing. And I call it neutering. And so he comes downstairs. That bad man's in my room. He's all, you want to see nurturing? So he goes upstairs and he goes, where's the bad man? In there. In there? Yeah. And he takes his sidearm out. Boom, 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 boom. And shoots in the closet like 8 times. And he goes, if he's in there, he ain't happy. And she comes upstairs. What happened? And he's like, Major Payne terminated the man in the closet with extreme prejudice. He's all, now go to bed. I don't want to hear about that man in the closet stuff no more. And he goes,
he ain't gonna bother you no more.
Yeah, he ain't gonna bother you no more.
Freaking beautiful.
With there's a little bit, we're seeing a bit of sunshine come out of this, this big, scary killing machine. And he goes, thank you, Major. Yeah, he magged up the fucking closet. He did.
Okay.
Boom, 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 boom.
You go to Jericho. You love going to the range. I love going to the
Yes.
range. Sean, I don't know if you go to the range, but why is it fun to eventually? Because you're practicing your precision. You're trying your grouping. And then eventually, like, I'm gonna dump this whole mag. You just why I do that like every time I'm there at least once.
It's that thread that connects us to that little kid, man. The sound of guns, the all that shit. We can only do that.
Range at some point. I do. It's been like I've been skeet shooting and trap shooting, but to me, my drug is the heavy bag, man, because I love boxing. For me, it's the fucking heavy bag and the speed bag. I fucking loved fucking hit the speed bag. But yeah.
It's fun, man. But here in California, well, some places you can, but usually you can't do rapid fire in an indoor range. So when I go to the BLM land, the Bureau of Land Management, the public land, there's one about 30, 45 minutes from where I live. So if you go up there, it's outdoor and you're in charge of your own safety and shit. And out there, yeah, for sure, you're going to do a mag dump. You just load up a whole magazine, put it in there, just boom, 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 boom. Accuracy is not a concern. You're just, letting this thing go. And yeah, it's fun as hell. I love to do mag dumps. But yeah, he mag dumps into the fucking closet. And then so Tiger, he's all happy. He's all, thank you, Major. And he gives him a hug. And so you think, all right, he finally broke through and you're going to get a tender moment. And he's like, he's almost falling for it. And then he turns him around, puts him in a full Nelson. You plotting on me, boy? You plotting on me? He's like, no. She goes, let him go. And he runs into his room. And she's like, what was that? He's just trying to give you a hug. Ugh, made me feel all funny. Like he's never had that.
Glorious.
I can only imagine what his upbringing was like. But he did not like that touchy-feely affection stuff. He's like, ugh, that shit feels gross. And so now they made their plan. Alex Fonzarelli, the 28-year-old, probably went to the bar that he drinks at all the time.
Every time I see that kid there, he's in the middle without the red beret.
Yeah.
He's almost 30, and they have him playing a high schooler.
I just like it.
It's absurd.
You kids know where the drug deals go down?
Right.
Where do you guys get your drugs and your cocaines and marijuanas? So he somehow got a ride to town or some shit and hires this biker who's played by Bam Bam Bigelow, R.I.P. And so the kids are fucking around and Major Payne shows up. And then this guy pulls up and he pulls his leather thing off his head and he's out on the grass and he's all, Major Payne, I got something to say to you. And so he goes, fee, fi, fo, fum, what beanstalk did you fall from? And he walks over to him. He's like, what's up? And he's like, I heard you couldn't cut in the real men's military and now you're fucking picking on some kids. Well, it's time for you to go. And so he's like, well, I'm not gonna do a shit.
you know. And he's all, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my right foot, put it across the left side of your face. And he's all, I'm sick of hearing that Billy Jack bullshit. And he punches him. Oh no, he punches him first, and then that's what he says when he gets up. He's, I'm gonna take my right foot, put it across the left side of your face.
And what's he do when he gets punched in the face?
Yeah, he stands up and has the blood in his, and then he goes, he does like some fancy footwork to distract him. He looks down and he hits him in the throat. And he goes, I thought you were gonna kick me. And he's like, you calling me a liar? And he's fucking boom, kicks him in the side of the face and knocks him out.
Is that really Bam Bam Bigelow, or are you just saying that because the Flames?
No, that's really him. And he steps over him, but he steps on his stomach, and he walks over and he goes, "Oh, children!" And they're like, "Oh, fuck, dude, nothing's gonna stop this dude." So yeah, he's all pissed off, and he goes back to the barracks and he goes, he has a handkerchief with blood on it. He goes, "Somebody's gonna answer for this blood from my lip." He's all, "Let's not all speak at once." And then Alex goes, "It was me, sir. I did." He goes, "That's one death warrant signed." And he takes all the blame on him. He's like, "No, it was me. It was my idea. I acted
alone."
Yeah, I acted alone. And so
this is the Full Metal Jacket shit, though. This is what I love when he goes, "Are you trying to offend me?" When he says he doesn't believe in the Virgin Mary, and he goes, "No, I believe that if I reverse my position, you'll beat me harder for reversing my position." So, I'm not trying to change to suit you. And he says, Sergeant Snowball, you're fired. Private Joker, you're promoted to squad leader. He goes, he's silly and he's ignorant, but he's got guts, and guts is enough. You ladies carry on. And that's the moment of this, It's like he's got guts for that. And he sees it in this kid.
And he makes him the cadet sergeant. He's in charge. And he's like, "What?" He's, "I don't want that." And so Major Payne walks out and he goes outside and he goes, "My first order of business is to screw you, sir." And he walks up on him. He's almost going to hit him. He's like, the disrespect. He's like, "Boy." He makes a fist and he goes, "I will stick my foot so far up your ass, the water of my knee will quench your thirst." He's like, "You want me gone, boy?"
Why is there water on his knee?
Because like if it gets swollen or something, people have like
way out
retain water on their knee.
I like how I can believe that the foot could get to the mouth through the ass and the knee, but I'm questioning the water. I
get it. The foot going through the torso, the body cavity. I get that.
The knee traveling through the viscera, totally plausible. The water,
you got to draw the line somewhere. So he's gonna hit him, and he goes, "Do you want me gone, boy?" He's all, "Yes, sir." I said, "Do you want me gone, soldier?" And he goes, "Yes, sir." He's all right. Meet me out on the parade deck at 1700 hours, which is 5 p.m. And he says, "You'll get your chance." So he basically tells him, "You want me gone? You bring me that trophy." He's all, "It's a black op. You get caught, I don't know shit about it. I'm gonna disavow all knowledge." He says, "But you bring me my trophy, I'll leave." And so they're getting together and they're getting their face paint and shit, the little montage, getting ready for the mission. They don't let Tiger go. He's too little. And I'm sure Tiger will later wish that he did.
Some Tony Scott rain coming in too.
Yeah. Again, shout out a little homage to Tony Scott, that driving rain. And I think later on, Tiger is going to wish that he did go with them on the mission, because he doesn't get to go and he's all sad. He's laying in his bed. He's like, "What's going on? Why are you all sad?" "They won't let me go on the mission. They say I'm too little and you can't do stuff when you're too little." And he's all, "Phooey." He's all, "You ever heard the story of the little engine that could?" And he goes, "No, let me tell you that story." And so he starts to tell him that story, but then it turns into a very personal reenactment of a mission that went awry.
You think? Bubba couldn't fucking make it.
He's like, "A little engine that could," and he was going across the trestle, like, "Jigga, jigga, 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 toot, toot," and it's starting all good. And you're like, "Man, all right." And she's standing by the door, and she's like listening. She doesn't want to interrupt this moment. He's finally, she's broken through. He's gotten in touch with his tender side, and he's going to tell a nice little bedtime story to Tiger, because Tiger's all sad. Then he goes, "Everything was fine until Charlie had climbed aboard the train and popped out the eyes of the conductor. And Charlie rigged the bridge with explosives." He goes, boom! And there was blood, spit, and ass, and everywhere. It was everywhere. And Bubba said, Major Payne, I can't feel my legs. And he goes, I looked down and I saw his little bloody nubs kicking like this. And I said, Bubba, they ain't there. And he goes, unless you can flip up on your hands and walk on them, it's 30 miles to the next town. You ain't going to make it. And he's all, and I knew that moment that there was only one way out. I had to blast my way out. Blam, blam. I saw what you did to my buddy Charlie. Blam, blam. The lady comes in, Major Payne. He goes, oh shit. He like snaps out of it. He's like, what's going on? She's like, I think that's enough. He's like, all right. Later when I come back, I'm gonna tell you what Bubba used as a penis.
He's gonna tell him about the man who takes children's skin off if they get out of bed.
Yeah, let me just say this too, and and after that story, that child actor grew up to be fine. I think we all agree that it worked out.
Not quite. But he dude, it was so funny. He just he was just telling the story, but that was how the best way he knew how to be tender and be the kind, loving, father figure, whatever that book said. But that was his best. That was his best shot. Okay, this woman that I'm developing feelings for, she might have a point. I've read their files. I know they're all fucked up, so maybe I could try it her way. And that was his version of trying it her way. I thought it was pretty good. And
wait, I gotta say this because I wanted to say this before. This is a big thing. She asked him to read the book twice. I remember when you pointed that out. And then the third time, when she uses her feminine wiles, she asks him to read the book. The reason why he's saying no is because he doesn't want to read it, which may seem fucking obvious. But also because if he says yes to something, he commits to it and does it whether he likes to or not. And that shit was one of the things I was really blown away by. You know what I mean? Like, he might not do it perfect, but he will fucking get it. Like, he might not fall in love with the book, but he will read it and get it.
Yeah, he'll apply it. And he will read it and apply it. And here, and I may have some bias, but no military can touch the Marine Corps and Navy dress whites. Those are some of the coldest uniforms available in the United States military. Looks great. And he doesn't even have civilian attire. All he has is Marine Corps whites. He looks like officer and a gentleman going to the nightclub. And so that's when they, get to talk and they dance and shit. And he turns out to be a really good dancer, even though they're playing Two Live Crew, Pop That Coochie. They're dancing at the club and they basically, fall in love.
Are you serious? I thought that was just playing in my head.
No.
That was the actual.
For once, it was in real life. It wasn't
both.
Just
it was both. Yeah. It was actually both.
They just synced up. They just synced up. That's why you couldn't tell the difference.
Serendipity, my friend.
No, I'm not in the Navy. I don't know a lot about the military, but can we talk about that dress, Jericho? If you're coming into port and you see a dress like that on a woman like that, what is the standard procedure? I don't know.
And this is a 20-year-old Jericho.
This is a 20-year-old Jericho, to be clear.
Oh man, if you're coming off of a long deployment, if you've been out to sea for 3 or 4 weeks,
you gotta do a little Dangerfield straight his tie out.
no respect at all. Yeah, man. It's gonna be tough to try to resist that setup.
There's a reason all the gentlemen's clubs and brothels are right next to the ports around the world.
Yeah, the tattoo parlors and
business women, the businesswomen of the world figured that one out pretty quick.
Like, it would be like if a woman were dressed that way and there were Navy men, there were sailors about, fresh off of a 3 to 4 week deployment out to sea in the middle of nowhere, it would be like when you hear bees, when you hear a hive of bees just bzzz all around you, she would be surrounded by young men trying to gain her attention and gain access to her claim.
Damn, look at Bob K. And remember, he said he was in boot camp or whatever in the 80s. He could still fit into his dress whites.
Damn, I can't say that. I cannot say that.
Right on, Bob.
But good for you, Bob.
There's an in and out a block from Jericho's house. He cannot say
it's not the business anymore. But it would be. She wouldn't have a tough time finding someone to walk her home. We'll put it that way.
Hey, you ever go through a drive-thru and you're ashamed of what you just ordered, and you're gonna go and you're ashamed to bring it home and eat it in front of your wife? You're gonna just eat it in a parking lot somewhere in the car. In my fat boy days, I would do shit like that sometimes. I would just be eating like 4 pieces of KFC in a parking lot in front of a Vons by myself.
I remember I was at a McDonald's and I was
eating all these burgers and fries, and the manager came out and said, "Get out of that dumpster."
Dick, why are you being a hater? Dick.
And I was like,
You're
"I don't
cycling.
come to where you have your dinner until all right." God.
You got me.
You want to see the chat? This one starts off one way and it takes a turn right in the middle of this comment. I can still fit in my dress blues, but it's only been since 2021. She might as well said it was this morning.
We bow to you.
I just got out of the Air Force last week. I still fit them. Good for you, Arun Faye. Even 2 years out. Good job.
Right on.
And thank you for your service.
And William reminds us of the Slater's 50-50 burger.
Yeah, next time
I
it's
took
beef. It's not 50% beef. 50% beef.
That's right. My editor, he's one of the good editors at DC Comics. He got laid off a few years ago, I think, during COVID, but he was an editor there forever. Brian Cunningham, great guy. And we were friends. He wasn't just my editor, but we were actually friends. We'd hang out. We'd always go to lunch at conventions. And he came to San Diego for whatever reason with his parents-in-law. And I took him to Slater's. They didn't have it in LA where he lived by DC Comics. And we talked about Slater's for like the next 3 years. The bacon. Like I would send him pictures of it and emails and stuff because he loved it so much. But yeah, I took his family down there a few years back. So
I gotta hit Slater's. Next time I'm in Fresno, I'm gonna go.
It's delicious.
Check out Slater's. Hey, we're Slater's, fuckers.
Hey, let's eat Slater's and then watch the Raiders.
Hey, we can eat Slater's then watch the Raiders later, eh? Whoa,
Man, let me say, man, do you really want to try that shit out? Because I have to tell you, there is nothing worse than trying out outstanding food that is fucking hard to get to right away. Like, I need shit, like, that would just break my soul if I go out there and I have bacon and beef burger. I'll just be buying blenders and making that shit.
As you boys know, I go to Las Vegas all the time because it's like a 4.5 hour drive from my house. I have a list and the notes on my iPhone of restaurants because I watch a lot of YouTube Las Vegas shows to learn what's going on in my second favorite city. So when we go, the three of us, when we finally go, I got a list. You want cheesesteaks? Pop's Cheesesteaks. You want Roadkill Grill? You want Roll and Smoke Barbecue? Yum Cha for dim sum? I've got all the places.
Dude, you ever been to Hash a Go-Go?
The Hash House a Go-Go. There's like 3 of them in Vegas. Yeah,
those are good.
Mr. Mama. Mr. Mama's a great breakfast place in Vegas. Very good.
Okay. Because you're 4.5 hours? I'm 10 and a half because I'm way up north from you. I got to head south a bunch and then cut over. Right. But yeah, I'll make the drive.
Yeah.
Just so I can bring
47.
Just so I can bring my guns with me. Yeah, you're gonna have to hit a flight, Sean.
Right, you're gonna have to fly. And then we'll be in Raider Nation because they're in Vegas now.
Hey, if you're a Raider hater, meet me at Slater later.
But if I drive to Vegas,
you guys get killed in Vegas? Jericho started talking about the Raiders.
Hey, if you're a Raider hater, meet me at Slater later.
But I would want to drive so I can bring my guns with me so we can hit the range.
That's right.
So I don't mind doing a little 10 hours.
Well, I showed you that range I was at like 2 weeks ago. That outdoor one, it's amazing.
Yeah,
I love that one.
Yeah, we can go to that one. I'll bring. Do they sell the ammo there? You got to have.
They sell there. That one's run by the county. It's a Clark County shooting complex, so their ammo's cheap there because it's sold by the government. They're not trying to make a profit. So.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. We'll get some rounds and fuck shit up.
Oh yeah, it's fun. And people bring machine guns and everything. And there's plenty of places near the Vegas Strip you could rent 50 cal. You could rent full auto, whatever. And so
I've done that before. That shit was fun.
Wow.
Shooting a fully automatic AK-47. Oh, dog.
Right. My son got a burn on his eyelid that day 2 weeks ago. One of the brass came out of the Glock, landed it here. And to his credit, he was burning and he kept the gun downrange. He didn't start swinging the gun around.
Smart.
Good discipline, son.
That's right.
Well, some people, they get hurt and they freak out and they start pointing the gun at people because they're spinning around like an idiot.
Those are people who don't have enough experience because that's rule number one.
I saw 2 dudes indoor range. They'd never been shooting before. They went and rented like a 45 and stuff like that.
Oh, you told me this shit.
And the one guy puts it to his brother's head and takes like an Instagram selfie. And the range master just grabs him, takes the guns, like, get the fuck out of here. You don't take a picture. Like, are you an idiot?
Out of your fucking mind.
You don't even joke like that. You point a gun at something you want to kill or destroy, and that's it. You never point it at a person.
Never.
Are you nuts?
Should have shot him in the kneecap. I am.
I couldn't believe it. I saw
you
the
know what?
picture on the news.
You're going to
Pointing at his
remember
brother
this.
taking a picture. Real funny.
Like you're going to remember this trip to the range because I'm going to blow your kneecap in half. But I got this weekend. I got 2 new guns, so
Oh, cool.
I want to take them out.
Oh, Brian Knapp wants to know if I go to the Heart Attack Grill in Old Vegas on Fremont Street. I've walked by it a million times. I've never eaten there. But you guys, the Heart Attack Grill is like over the top, 7-layer burger, French fries, milkshake. They put you in like a hospital gown, and the waitresses are like nurses, and it's a whole thing is like you're too fat.
They spank you and shit.
Yeah,
too. I've seen on TV.
Spanking.
But there's an Irish
scale. There's a scale out front that you can stand on with giant red readout. And I think if you're over 350 pounds, you get in free.
Yeah. There's an Irish pub. There's an Irish pub right across the walkway from it. And we were having dinner there, and we were watching it the whole time while we were eating. But that Irish pub, I can't remember the name of it, but it's right across from the Heart Attack Grill, and it is delish.
Okay, now a little more food info here. Pizza Rock, like Tony Giamatti, it's won like a million awards for all the different pizza, like in Italy, like where they have the actual like pizza championships there. That is the best freaking pizza I've ever had. Pizza Rock. There's one in North Vegas on Fremont Street, and there's one out in Henderson, to the southeast of Las Vegas. But
that's where my aunt lives.
Ridiculous Pizza Rock. I will take you guys there for sure.
My aunt lives in Henderson.
Let's see. Pure Blood shall inherit the earth. His friend Scott shot himself in the 90s spinning gun. He lived in Beverly Hills. I hope your friend is okay.
Hope he didn't die.
Jeez.
Damn.
Wow. Oh, Mousy saying clean plate or you suffer. Yeah, at the Heart Attack Grill, I think if you don't finish your food, you get a spanking.
Yeah, they spank your ass. Like
that's weird.
Not in the good way.
Yeah, like you stand up and you hold onto these things. I've never been there. And the nurse, hello, nurse. She has like a big old, I don't know, something
like a paddle, like a fucking, like a fraternity paddle with some Greek letters on it. She just smacks.
They should have a Mexican restaurant where the Latinas they spank you with a chancla, like a real Latina mom.
Yeah.
Just take the
Pendejo.
slipper off.
Beat your ass with that shit. Yep. So he's dancing. He's good at dancing. And then while they're dancing, the kids are pulling their little mission, trying to steal the trophy. And it turns out that the kids were unsuccessful. And that is because Major Payne, he tells the kids after they come back, we didn't have a chance and they messed us up. And he's all, you must have told him. He's like, well, I might have made it an anonymous phone call or two. Like, because he doesn't, I mean, he told him that, if you get the trophy, I'll leave, but he doesn't really want him to get it that way. He wants him to earn it. So he tells him, hey, he calls the school. The Virginia Military Games trophy is at Wellington Academy. And so they try to steal it, but he calls them up, lets them know that they're coming, and they end up getting the shit kicked out of them. In the next scene that you can see, they turn on the lights and all the kids are there waiting for him. They go to that school and they come downstairs and take him outside and fuck them up. So they're not too happy. And they look to be a lot older.
These all look like much bigger, older, stronger boys.
But they don't look 28 like him, though. They look like actual high school kids.
This guy has an ex-wife currently.
Yeah, that's why he took the movie, because he has to pay that. I gotta pay that fucking bitch. That's why he took the movie.
I gotta pay a supervisor from the state to visit my own kids because his bitch lied about me.
I gotta fucking pay this broad all this money every month. I haven't fucked her in like 2 years.
For God's sake, I'm 38. But anyway, go ahead.
Fucking 38 here. I'm doing movies with fucking kids over here.
His kids, I think one of his kids was one of the kids who played in the movie with him. 15-year-old son.
Oscar, you did miss that scene. That's it.
Okay, all three of us got to do that line, man. All three of us got to do that line.
Killing is my business, ladies, and business is good.
Killing is my business, ladies, and business is good. Let's go.
What kind of accent is that supposed to be?
He got. I heard somewhere
southeastern Tennessee.
he got it from a military buddy of his dad, who used to talk like that.
Yeah,
and he said that's where he got the character
skins,
from.
but not chickens.
So this is a post date. It's going well. Walking her.
I gotta say, she's an attractive woman.
Yeah, she's easy to look at. You're not going to be upset if, I got to stare at her. Okay, you're not going to be upset about it. She's a very beautiful young lady. At the time, still on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yep.
Super popular.
That show was still going. It went till 96, I think.
Yeah, she's like super popular at the time. So
Can't
you saw her every
imagine
week,
why.
and it was kind of weird. Like, oh shit, she does other stuff because you didn't really see these people in movies. They weren't like Will Smith. That was kind of like their thing. And if you're gonna have a claim to fame, that's not a bad one to have on your resume.
Yeah.
So the night ends well. She kisses him. He's all happy. He's throwing his hat up in the air and shit. And one thing I forgot. Back when Tiger got back and he was sad because the kids wouldn't let him go on the mission, Major Payne was hanging upside down, blindfolded, cleaning his gun in the doorway. And my son goes, Dad, why is he blindfolded? I said, well, if you're in a mission and it's in the real, the real life stuff is going on, you're not always going to have, it's not always going to be well lit and a table for you to put it on and clean it. Oh, what's this? You might have to do it in the dark. You might have a malfunction that you need to take care of in the dark. I was like, that's why, he said, why is he upside down? I was like, I don't know. That's just added, stress level. The blood's rushing your head. You got to get that shit done. But she asked him, she's like, when they're out to dinner, well, what do you like to do? It can't all be war. He's like, well, I'll tell you what I really like to do. She's like, oh, what? She's excited. Like, oh, shit, you're going to tell me something normal. He's like, sometimes I like to hang upside down and take my gun apart and put it back together before my nose starts to bleed. She's like, oh, shit, you're all military, all killing all the time. So yeah, he kisses her. Everything's great. He goes up to his office and he's like, literally whistling. He's so happy. Yeah. And then the 28-year-old is at his desk with his feet up and he's looking out the window and he sees his reflection. He goes, what the hell are you doing in my office? And that's when he tells him, we got our asses kicked. He's like, oh, I might have made a phone call or two. He's like, you want that shit? He's all beat up and bleeding. He's like, you want that shit? You earn it. You don't fucking steal it, punk. So let's get out here and handle our business. And so the next day is like parents visiting day because this is like a boarding school kind of thing. So the parents come and visit, and you kind of see why Alex Stone is a little shit because his dad, played by Michael Ironside, is an older shit, and he's drunk, and he's being disrespectful, and he slaps him. And then you see Major Payne is going to hit him again. He tells him, salute me, boy. He's like, I'm not going to salute you. You got kicked out of the military and shit. You're nothing. He has no respect for his father because obviously he doesn't command any. And he's going to hit him again, and Major Payne catches his hand. And he says, you touch that boy again, I'll do more than, what do you say? He tells him to salute you. He's all, I'll do more. He's like, you touch that boy again, I'll do more than salute you. Yeah. And he's like, who the hell are you? And he tries to get bad with Major Payne, which I don't think would be a good idea if he was sober. But if you're sloppy ass drunk like that, he tells him after, he's like, now go back to your vehicle. I'm like, wait a minute, that dude's shit faced. Don't let him drive out of here.
I was thinking the same thing.
He takes a swing at Major Payne, and instead of kicking his ass like he did the biker, because that's what you think he's going to do. You already saw him kick the biker's ass, so you're like, oh man, he's going to mop the floor with this drunk fool. But he doesn't. He just moves out of the way and lets him fall. And he's like, get out of here, man. He's like, go on now. Go back to your car. Leave him alone. And he gets up. And again, he's so drunk that he falls down. But like, hey, man, go ahead and hop in your car and drive out of here. Go ahead, get out of here. Yeah. And he tells him, going back to your bunk, son. And that was the first human moment that he's had with those kids. That's like the first kind thing he said to him out of the whole movie. Like, and in telling him that, he's saying, hey, yeah, I'm an asshole, but I got your back. I'm gonna look out for you. It's not just yelling and screaming and
son
shit.
After his stepdad. Like, you can't, like, you have been a turd hoping to graduate to a maggot, and this man has just said, go back to your bunk, son. It is a very like, I gotta tell you this, man. Any kid who's had a shitty, abusive fucking dad would hope for a moment like that from somebody like Major Payne, man.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about it is it's like when you show kids this kind of character, there's two kids who will watch that. Kids will watch, like, I think they did this in Kindergarten Cop too, for that matter. There's kids who will watch this stuff and they'll relate to it too real, and they'll think, well, fuck, I'm an adult now. I've got to be that guy who stops that shit from happening. You know what I mean? And it just shows you a role model if you find yourself in that situation. I fucking love that scene. It's beautiful, man.
And
you remember those trash shows like It was Morton Downey Jr. and Jerry Springer.
Oh
and,
yeah,
Rock
Morton
show.
Downey Jr.
There was one of those, and I think it was Jerry Springer, and they have those little kids. They'll be like a middle schooler, like, I do crack. I don't listen to my mom. I beat up my grandma. Like they're just talking like they do all this bad stuff. And the whole crowd boos the kid, and they cuss out their mom on stage. They brought a drill instructor on. He's yelling at like this 10, 12-year-old kid. Like, I'm mean, and we're in the military, and we're disciplined, and I'll make you run until you throw up, and blah, blah, blah. And he yells at the kid, and he's like, you want me to be your dad? Like trying to scare the kid. And the kid's like, yeah. And I was like,
it's the worst.
Oh my gosh.
And the dude, he kind of goes, he's like, oh, wait, what?
Yeah, it throws off the drill instructor because he thought the kid would be like, no, because he's too scary. But you realize that's what you needed is someone to be hard on you, because being hard on you means they believe in you and they love you and they want the best for you. So I don't know.
Yeah, that shit was.
Thank you.
Lucas
has it in the chat, and you're absolutely fucking right. That's the first thing I thought.
Who?
Lucas has it in the chat. What else is going on there? I agree.
Oh, something else.
Something else is wrong there. I'm guessing the at that house when a kid says that. You're absolutely right.
that shit was sad, man. That was a tearjerker moment right there. He was like, yeah, and I was like, oh shit, and he even hugged the kid. He's like, oh man, come here, you little
fuck this.
You made me break character, you little motherfucker. Damn, let me take this kid home. Poor little kid, man. That's all that kid wanted was somebody to care about him, and that's what they have in him. He cares about him. So I'm just going to yell and scream at you, but I really care about your little ass. So he sends Michael Ironside on his way, and then they start, and then he tells him, we want to earn that trophy, sir. He's like, all right, let's go. And so they start the textbook training montage where the kids, they're shooting and they're they're playing tug of war, and he's pulling them behind a tractor and shit. And the drill like with the rifles and stuff, which is close to my heart because I was on the color guard team when I was in Sea Cadets, and I was a rifleman. So all that shit, tossing the guns up in the air and flipping them around, that shit is fun. It takes a lot of practice, but boy, when you get it, that shit looks cleaner than the board of health.
Dude, I was just about to say, fuck you guys, man. I just watched that clip again. Fucking play it, but fuck.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get the sound in. The sound is a little tricky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it till we get it.
Then present, share screen, right?
Fucking
and then
amazing.
Chrome tab, this one here, and I click share tab audio. Now the sound should play, damn it, because I clicked share audio. Tell me if the sound is on.
Yeah, you good?
Okay, I'll turn
Crank
it up. All right.
Yes, sir. Now, you're not an adult till you're 18.
Jenny Jones.
For the next 8 years, son. Huh?
Yes, sir.
You do?
No, we gotta hear that again. Hold on.
Huh? You're 18. You want me to be your daddy for the next 8 years, son? Huh?
Yes, sir.
You do?
No, then he says, because I don't have a dad. It's fucked up.
Why do you want me to be your daddy?
I have no daddy.
You have no daddy? Well, let me tell you something. Come here, give me a hug.
Fuck me, man.
You little
the
bastard.
fuck are you showing me this shit?
I'm taking, dude, he took that kid on right away. He's like, man, you got a daddy now, damn it. I'm taking you home.
That
man.
shit was too fucking, man. I've been through too much fucking shit in my life for that shit.
I don't have a daddy. I was like, oh,
what are you people doing to me? Fuck.
Dude, just fucking stab me in the heart.
I wanted to talk about ribs and burgers on here. God.
And Jenny Jones, I remember her. Remember she had the guy who professed his love for a friend of his, and the dude ended up killing him.
Right.
Oh, fuck no, I didn't know that. Holy shit.
That was like back in like the late 90s or something like that, mid 90s.
Holy shit.
And yeah, some guy, a guest, it was like, you have a secret admirer, and it ended up being a dude, and the guy was like, I'm not down for that. And he ended up going to the guy's house and shooting him when they got back home. So that was kind of the end of the Jenny Jones
era. You always just
era.
not go on a date with someone. You don't have to do that.
You gotta just
say no, thank you.
You can be straight without murder. I've found it's a weird thing.
Yeah.
Just
my brother, not gay, Abe. He's been hit on at the gym twice.
That sounded like, by the way, that was his nickname. My brother, not gay, Abe.
No.
I was like, that's a fucked up nickname.
Not
for a
gay,
man.
by the way.
But no, but seriously, dude, you see shit like that, and this is the thing. This is what Major Payne's about, right? People, I've wondered watching movies like this, what people who have that kind of male fucking role model in their life,
the experience that they have versus the fucking absentee situation. It is a fundamentally different fucking watch. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And it's just it's a great movie. Like you were talking about, you know, your perspective on comedies and shit like that, Gabe. And I'd agree. There's some shit in there that's like, you know, that is just ridiculous.
Just too dirty. It's against.
But what's worse to me is what's not in there in any capacity. Do you know what I mean? Is that it's there's not any positive male role models. Like this is a fucking comedy. Whatever else happens in it, he says to her essentially at one point, you know, the line where he's like, "Wait, you think I'm gonna, you know, marry you and we're gonna adopt so and so and do whatever?" It's like you saw that little kid. That's what he was fucking thinking. Do you want me to be your daddy for the next 8 years?
Damn,
yes.
He said, "Yeah."
Fuck.
I mean, why do you want me to be your daddy? I don't have a daddy.
I mean, we try to keep it light and funny here, but we also try to be thoughtful. And it is the problem of our age is fatherlessness or deadbeat fathers. And that is the you know, in physics they're trying to like find the universal universal theory where they connect, you know, magnetics, the weak nuclear force, the strong nuclear force, gravity, time. They want to like figure it all out in one, you know, equation. I say Gabe's unifying theory of bullshit is bad or absentee fathers. If you find something bad in society, it's because there's an absent dad, a deadbeat dad, a narcissistic dad, whatever. Because I got a lot of guys, because I'm not a feminist, I'm totally against that stuff. A lot of guys complain about feminists and all that stuff. And I tell them feminists wouldn't exist if you would be real men. Women will follow good men. You know damn right they will. Everyone knows that inherently.
That's
so
how
all
we
this
got
shit,
here.
all this chaos, it's because of bad or absent fathers. That's what I think. I think that fixes a lot of this.
Yeah,
for sure.
So I don't know. And being a dad's like the greatest thing in the world. And I'm like getting to do it again with my granddaughter, the greatest person ever. She's 3 months old. And she looks at everything and laughs now. She's getting really advanced now. And I talk to her all the time, and she just laughs at everything I say and do. And I've made up a new character for her where I'm Big Baby. And I have her like tromp around the house like she's Godzilla. And she's going to destroy everything. And I'll show her to my wife and go, ah, 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 nobody stops Big Baby. And, you know, she weighs like 15 pounds.
Dude.
And it's like, it's the greatest thing in the world being a dad or a grandfather. I love it so much. You know?
Yeah, you miss that. Like I'll tell people this is the people I feel the sorriest for in this world are the people who are dads who miss out on that experience for whatever fucking reason. I'm not saying this is a judgment thing. I mean, like, they've got the kid right there in front of them, looking at them the way that kids look at their dad, and they're just like not interested. They can't do it for whatever reason. It is what it is. I tell everybody, do not miss that opportunity yourself. Do not make
greatest
the
thing
time.
in the world. Greatest thing in the world. And
when
they're little, it's so precious and all that. And when they get a little bigger, you're like, oh, it's over. They're not little babies anymore. But every age has its splendor, has its wonder. Like my children are adults now. My daughter's 26 as of last week. My son's 24. And now my son's my homie that goes to Vegas with me like 3, 4, 5 times a year. You know, I mean, we go just the two guys we go. And I don't know. It's really, even though they're adults, there's still a tighter bond than ever. So I don't know. Parenthood and, you know, being a husband, being a father and all that, I highly recommend it. I tweeted out something last week that I think struck a nerve for a lot of people in a good way. And it was like, I just posted an old like Gil Vargas style. It wasn't him, but it was his style, 50s painting of a nuclear family. And I was saying, you know, they want you elites, you know, they want you anti-family, they want you anti-children because they want us divided and conquered because families are unstoppable. The way my family works together, me, my wife, my daughter, my son, all 4 of us are adults, the granddaughter, all 4 of us are doing business and different things. And we're all helping each other just go up and up and up faster. And like, yeah, we're a family. We're not going separate ways. And like, you do your shit and I'm not going to help you. I'll do mine. Don't help me. Like, that's stupid. You know what I mean? Families are unstoppable, and that's why they are anti-family.
That's why they're so against them.
Right.
Right. You know, it's self-preservation. You got to take out the thing that's a threat to you.
Right.
And that's definitely it.
Oh, I love this. Look how beautiful that is. Having kids is seeing life all over again through their eyes. Alan Watts. It's out. They are. Yeah. I don't know much about him, but I know he was quite the intellectual. I started watching a YouTube video with him talking about consciousness and life today, and he seems fascinating. So I'm going to have to look more into him because I heard he's quite brilliant. Alan Watts is what I've heard. I don't know. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about all this shit is, right, we watch a movie like this, but it's a comedy that speaks to, truth and has drama in it. And you guys just watched that kid break down a drill sergeant. Well,
Right.
you just saw that scene happen before with the great bastard in this movie, but amazing actor, Michael Ironside.
Yep.
When he starts, and think about this, that's a short job he came in for. And they had respect for people playing roles in movies. They would bring in great people for things like this. He came in, he was that abusive bastard, and all of a sudden, Major Payne, without saying a word, had a better grasp of what was going on with that kid, and he connected with him because he responds to the fact that, again, what happened in Full Metal Jacket happened with this guy's father. He did not reverse his position while being beaten. He refused to reverse his position because he had gained respect for the salute, and he had no respect for that thing that was claiming to be his father. Fucking genius, man.
Yep.
Yeah, and Ironsides is a fucking legend. God
Yeah.
bless him.
Yeah, he like I said earlier, he's in the intro to our show there in Starship
Yep.
Trooper. Love him.
Much love.
Let's see. All right, so moving on. He's training the kids. They're
That's a
getting
training
better.
montage.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Always get a nice training montage.
You gotta have it.
And yeah, he's being a jackass the whole time. And
Yeah.
so the next scene is Tiger. So you're starting to see this family unit kind of form. Tiger standing next to him, and he's showing that he's paying attention and he knows all the moves, and that comes into play later. But yeah, everybody's into it now. They're all focused on a mission. They're all being running like a well-oiled machine, and so they're also Corinne Parsons and Major Payne, Miss Wahlberg. They're starting to have a little budding romance, and he lets her blow the whistle. Before it was like, don't touch the whistle, but now he's offering, hey, you want to blow the whistle to stop the PT. And so she does, and it's very tasteful. Even the way she's dressed, the way she acts, like it's very tasteful.
I gotta your men, your red-blooded men who like the ladies, my two friends here, as do I. I'm known for that, guys. People know me for that. I like when a lady dresses classy and pretty so much more than the $10 whore look that's in style nowadays. I think it is so much more mysterious and beautiful and attractive and everything. If I see if your clothes are so tight, I can see what you're thinking from space. What else is there? I don't need to see anything else. But when there's mystery and allure and some beauty, elegance, you know what I mean? Oh,
And make sure,
back. Ladies, bring the
make sure-
elegance back.
I gotta say this, dude. You gotta make sure your clothes aren't so tight she can see what you're thinking too. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, she can't see. She shouldn't be able to see whether you're cut or not through your pants.
Well,
That's gross. But did you see Sierra's dress this weekend? I don't know where she was at some award show. Her husband's Russell Wilson. The
Oh, I
quarterback for
know.
the
I'm a
Broncos.
fan of the Broncos. I watched him shit.
Oh,
the
yeah,
bed
you
for
know.
17 games last year.
That was terrible. But
Yeah.
him and his wife Sierra, who's a pop singer, were at an event, and she was wearing like a chainmail dress, but that was it. She was wearing a thong underneath. You could see her ass and everything. And so some people were saying, well, her husband's okay with it, so who cares? Why are you guys jealous and all this shit? And I was like, well, I don't care. And I think Russell Wilson got played because he's a very square, very religious dude. He wears it on his sleeve. He doesn't hide it. He's even soft spoken. So to see them together was kind of weird because she's like the pop star, booty pop and all this shit. But then she starts presenting herself as this Christian God-fearing woman. There's pictures of them in church and prayer and all this stuff. And then she steps out in this see-through dress where whatever her thong's not covering, you can see it. You can see it.
I'm making sure you can't see her nipples before I bring this up here. Let me.
Oh boy.
So there's, and I think she was.
You can't. I'll tell you this right now, guys. My wife, she can wear that at home.
At home.
She wear that in our room at home, or if the kids ain't home, then fine, wear it in the kitchen, whatever.
Can you make it so that we can see Major Payne's gal as well? Because I think that's a really great sort of contrast, right? It's like one of these people looks like somebody that you would actually want to be in a relationship with, and the other person looks like somebody who's going to break up a relationship.
Yeah, and when she turns around, there's a picture of her showing her back, and she's wearing a thong, so you can see her ass cheeks.
Yeah, I'm
like,
not putting that. I saw that one. I'm not putting that.
Dude,
one
if that's your
No.
girlfriend or something,
your
if that's some
wife?
hot,
Weird.
if that's some hot little number that you got in town for the weekend or your girlfriend, whatever, that's one thing. But but number one, it's his wife, and that shit's just weird. Why would you want your wife to show her body like that? Number
everyone.
two, then don't present yourself as this holier than thou Christian who's praying and reading the Bible. Those two things can't exist at the same time. You can't dress like that and proclaim yourself to be this God-fearing Christian woman. And when they got together, that's when she was like that. But then she just started doing going through her hoe phase again because she has a baby with this rapper. What's his name?
Future.
Damn it, Future. Yeah,
my kids told me that one. I don't know who Future is, but my kids told me that one.
Yeah, he's a rapper producer, and they have a kid together. And so she's still trying to live that whole life, but you can't do that. I can't stand
total
that.
Disrespect to the husband. Total.
Yeah, and people are like, well, he's okay with it. How do you know? How do you know he was like, babe, please don't? She did it anyway.
I want people who say he's okay with it. This is game this out in your heads. I want you to tell yourself, just imagine Russell Wilson seeing his wife like that, thinking about millions of people seeing her and being really excited about it.
Yeah, babe.
Really
Wear that. Put on that one thing. Put on the see-through the chicken wire fence, the dress. Yeah. Put that on. The one where you can see your areola and your ass cheeks.
My buddy Ron, the one that we think has a crush on you, wear that when he comes over. It'll be awesome.
That'd be great. And Mick constantly drop things on the floor and bend over to pick them up so we can see your birth canal. Come on. Get your life together. What husband is gonna be like, yeah, babe?
Wait, do you want people to see my birth canal or get my life together? I feel like you're sending out mixed signals.
Dude,
that is...
Anyway, I think a classy, beautiful woman is way sexier than just flop it out there. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Now, when we get home, get the flopping. Get the flopping.
A professor of mine who used to talk about how when you're illustrating artwork, how you do sexiness, had this famous quote in our circles. He said, once you're naked, the striptease is over. And that's the simple reality of it.
Right.
It's ridiculous. It's and I think you're absolutely right on that, as far as God, where'd it go? God, the chat is moving, guys. You guys are legends.
Leave some to the imagination.
Yeah, just attention-seeking bullshit sums it up incredibly well. I mean, that is absolutely what it is. Yeah, attention-seeking bullshit.
Now, hey, is Arnold still there? I want to ask him a question about this very
issue. He stays till the end. I mean, he might be taking a nap, but I'll wake him up.
Oh, Arnie, sorry to wake you up, buddy, but Lupita, she's your number one gal. Now, if she wanted to go out dressed like that, what would you tell her?
I can't do it. It's different when you go out in the world there. You have to have some class, a little bit of class. I know I'm a disgusting pig, but I don't want her to dress like she's a whore. So when you go out in the world,
is it different at home, or?
Yeah, and as soon as we step inside the house, I'm usually naked in 3.5 seconds. I want her to be naked too, but keep on the apron there. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's going to get very, very weird very quickly.
Okay, maybe I'll stop asking questions.
You don't have to keep going. Ask me anything.
Oh, God.
Oh, it seems like you really want to tell me about this.
Don't stop there.
Oh, well, what else do you want me to ask you about?
I can't tell you, Gabe. It has to be organic.
Oh, okay.
Come back to me. I'll be here.
Okay, I'll think about it. I'll think about it some.
Oh my God. I'm telling you, Jericho, I don't know where you stop and Arnold begins.
That's the trick.
Oh my God,
guys!
dude.
I feel like Arnold really has something he wants to get off his chest or something,
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's, people. It's like when people go.
Oh, I hate that.
Except for the Arnold version of that.
How would Arnold sigh? I'm now trying to think. How would
like an 18-wheeler honking its horn? Oh shit!
Maybe something like that.
Oh,
there you go.
He's such an interesting man.
He
Anyway, he left us all the
multifaceted.
whistle. The kids are squared.
Yes. See, look at the height line. That's what I'm talking about.
Looking nice.
Even though it's not perfect, it's closer than it was.
Well, I think for the point of the movie, for the blocking the shot, you had to put this main character in the front of the line.
Yeah.
So even though he wasn't taller, they had to, for the sake of storytelling for the movie, he had to be in the front.
Yeah. So they finally even tells him, "You're no longer turds. You're now maggots." He's all, "You're still a shit sandwich. You're just not a soggy one." So I'm still not going to give you. I'm not going to see you as a peer. You're still a piece of shit. You're just a more solid, well put together piece of shit. And so the general comes back and he says, "I pulled some strings. I got you back in. You got a mission. You leaving you're going to Kosovo or some shit. You be there at 1600 tomorrow. Like, it's on. Here you go." And he's like, "But sir, the military games." And he goes, "Games?" He's like, "Look, man," and he reinstated him at a higher rank, so now he's a lieutenant colonel instead of a major. And so he says, "Games?" He's like, "Look, man, if you don't take this, there won't be another chance. I pulled strings. You wanted in, I got you in. Now what you want to do?" And he kind of looks over his shoulder. He's, "I'll be there, sir." So then Stone, the 28-year-old, he comes up to him right after the general leaves, and he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm going up to kill. You want to come?" He's like, "Well, what about all that family bullshit?" He's like, "I never said family don't break up. Now lead your men to victory."
Weird when he said that.
That was pretty fucking brutal.
But I think he had already put on his, Marine killing machine, persona again. He was already back to it. Like, all right, cool. I'm back in the game. This is what I wanted. Handle it, kid. And again, there's no way you're going to talk to your superior officer like that. No way. You're not going to go, "What about the bullshit?" You're not going to fucking do that. But, for the purposes of Hollywood. And so she's like, "You're going to leave?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You think I, served all those missions and shit so I could be conquered by a woman and some damn kids? I'm out." So he's going back to what he was meant to do. And he's like, and like he told her earlier, she's always there, Mrs. Payne. He's like, "No, if I figured if I was supposed to have a wife, the Marine Corps would have issued me one."
I love that.
And he was joking. He said it in jest, but not really. Like, if the military did issue him one, he would, I guess he'd have a wife now.
I made this up. This is inside Damon Wayans' head. I'm making this up, but I just can't help but feel this has to be true. When he tells the kid, "I didn't say families couldn't break up, and you think I'm going to let a woman and some kids conquer me," I feel like he doesn't really think that he is really torn emotionally. I'm making all this up, but for the story to make sense, I have to think that. I can't think, he's heartless, this guy. What the hell?
No,
do you agree, or what do you guys think?
I think it's just a persona, just a front he's putting up. He's not ready. He's not ready to be that vulnerable. He's not ready to admit that you guys have a soft spot for you. I'm falling in love with you. I'm starting to love these little turds, especially Tiger. But he's not ready to say that.
He comes back. At the end. Remember that?
Yeah.
Like, he comes back at the end. They're like, "Why are you back?" And he's like,
Yeah, I didn't expect this reception. But he can't be that vulnerable, and he's not so far removed from that lifestyle, from being a killing machine.
Okay, remember Bubba? So, that was like 5 minutes ago in his mind. He's trying to he's got a lot of shit going on.
Bubba, he said little bloody stumps were kicking back and forth. Said, "Unless you can hop up on your hands and walk, you ain't gonna make it." So yeah, he's like, he's just kind of shaking that off and pushing those feelings down and burying them and going back to fuck some shit up.
That's right.
All right, so he's leaving town.
Yeah, they're watching him leave.
Yeah.
And he goes to the bus station, which is hilarious.
But Freckleface here says we still have to do it, right? We still got to go through it. We can still win without him, right? So
yeah, they have to. So he's gone. So they and pretty much other than for the intangibles, him being there and encouraging him, they have the tools. They've been training. They can do it. And so yeah, they show up and that's their color guard. They're looking squared away.
And you did you say you were on the color guard when you were in the?
Yeah, I was the right rifleman. So I
was. This is high school
next.
or when was this?
Yeah, I was in high school, but I was in the Sea Cadet program. It wasn't attached to a school, but same kind of thing. We still had passing reviews and different trainings and stuff.
Was it at your high school or did you go to a place?
No, you met. It was on a military base.
What got you into that? Because your father was military, or you just
a friend of mine told me about it, and I actually stayed in longer than him.
He told me about it, and it was cool. Like, we got to do all kinds of shit. We got to fly Marine Corps helicopters, and we went to boot camp on Treasure Island, and we got to shoot guns and all kinds of shit. Like, hang out with. We got to talk with Navy SEALs and shit. And access. We got to go like behind the scenes at military air shows.
The body, the brain, the Governor Ventura.
Jesse the Body Ventura. Stuff will make a man out of you. I was a Navy SEAL. Jesse the Body Ventura. Yeah, I didn't get to meet him. That would have been cool. But we met other Navy SEALs. We just got to do a lot of cool shit that kids didn't have access to. So it was great. And when I got out of boot camp, I was had an extra rank. Instead of getting out as an E1, I was an E2 because I served in the Sea Cadets. And and to advance in rank, you took the same courses that the active duty military did.
Really?
So we had this. Yeah, we had the same books that they took. So if you wanted to become a petty officer in advance, you had to study the courses of the active duty military. So it did prepare you. And being that I've been in that environment, you could tell these kids right here are a real military school. The way they're all standing, their salutes are all perfect. These aren't some extras. These are like some kids. Well, they are extras technically, but these are like real military schools that they got because these kids are squared away. You could tell they're not. They're a bunch of actors, but they're doing all right. They're cool, especially Alex. He has the best one.
No two children are the same at this, but at the other ones, they're much more uniform. I don't know.
Yeah.
In there, but yeah, it's hilarious.
But they're doing
One
some
thing I
decent
will
salutes.
say, in their defense, those kids' defense, although obviously indefensible, as Jericho said, but but I would say they've been on camera a lot more that day than anyone else. There are probably like shaking from holding
we put
that,
our
man.
hands
That's
down.
like some. Yeah,
but their salutes look good. They look decent, especially for some actors that don't know shit about it. They look good.
For the chat to understand this, all right. So that little 6-year-old, and Jericho was only in high school at this point, but he was there for some reason, and he just chewed that kid out about his salute. And I don't know how his life went after that, but there are some who say, not me. I'm not the one saying it, but they think that's when his life took a turn. There, I said it.
It could be. You could probably trace it to that moment, and I'm glad I was a part of that moment.
And you said, "What are you looking at, Opie?"
This is like this is what you call pass and review. So all the different units would get together at this place. It was usually at a military base, like Moffett Airfield or something like that. And all the different divisions of Sea Cadets would get together and compete throughout the day. Different courses and shit like that. And then somebody would win, and then each division would present an honor cadet. That's the best cadet in the division. They did this and that, and their scores and all these things. And so they would get called up in front of the grandstand, and then at the end, all of the units would march around and pass and review the grandstand. So it'd be like admirals and shit up there, active duty, sponsors and stuff, and we'd salute. Eyes right. You turn your eyes right, and you salute as you're marching and shit, all that kind of shit. So it's a pass and review. So it was, and I got honor cadet one year. I remember it was 94. I have the trophy right up there. You can see it.
Hold on, let's see. Which one is it?
Oh yeah, dude, you got to show this, man. Come on
up
now.
Top. Hold on, I'll get it.
Come grab this thing. We need this.
Let's see. My hair's getting long. Goodness.
Yeah, we've got Jericho. We've got you here, man. You've got all the freaking stuff. Let's see it, dude.
It's my honor cadet trophy, 1994.
Wow.
So I was standing in ranks with everybody else, and I couldn't go up there. I couldn't march with the unit. I had to stay in ranks. I was like, what the hell? I don't want to stay in ranks. I want to march with them. And the reason they didn't tell me, but the reason I couldn't leave because I was going to get called up for honor cadet. So you walk up there in front of there's thousands of people there. It was hella cool.
I was not there, but can I just say, back with the hand,
I'm gonna give you a John Triton salute.
let me give you a
the unorthodox across and down.
You gotta cross the body, dip the shoulder. That's how you do it.
I'm gonna give you a proper art school double salute.
And the thing that fell, this used to be on our over our mantle in our den growing up, but my dad would always say this, and so I got it when my mom moved. But it says, before you shoot your brains off, make sure your mouth is low, or before you shoot your mouth off, make sure your brains are loaded. So my dad would always say that shit to me.
That's hilarious.
So I have that.
Can we please get that shit on a shirt, man, from in the Green Gear store? Like, that's beautiful, dude.
Yeah, he would always say that. Before you shoot your mouth off, make sure your brains are loaded.
That's hilarious. My grandma, she had a plaque. I'm not even joking. In the Mexican restaurant that was very similar to this one.
I should have danced on.
Keeping
it real.
It wasn't this same one. It was like a bronze, like bas relief kind of sculpture. But it was a pregnant lady holding her back and holding her belly at the same time.
Damn.
And it said I should have danced all night on it.
That's rough, man.
So lesson learned.
Lesson
learned. All right. So yeah, so we get the games underway.
Yeah, tug of war, racing, the whole nine. Tiger's in there, fucking shit up as best he can. He's crawling around on the ground while everybody else is standing up fighting. And so, yeah, while they're doing that, Major Payne is at the train station, and he comes across this little thing that Tiger made him. So he's getting all reminiscent and sentimental and shit. And he starts to daydream about him living, the white picket fence, the 2.3 kids, and a golden retriever life.
Yeah.
And it cuts to him. He's in the front yard. He's cooking on the grill. Very 1950s, very June and Ward Cleaver. And she has some fresh lemonade, fresh Squozen lemonade. He's flipping burgers on the grill. Tiger, for some reason, has his Boy Scout uniform on at home. And, he's having a good daydream. And it's even playing like some 50s, real like happy, upbeat music. And then somehow a member of the Viet Cong finds him at his home in suburban America and tries to kill him in his front yard, and he ends up kicking the dude's ass and throwing him on the grill. And then the wife
on the grill, not in the pool.
Yeah. Throws him, face plants him on the grill real quick, throws him in the little kiddie pool. And then his wife, she turns around, like, puts her hands on her hips, like, honey, you said no war today. And he's like, what do you want me to do? And it's pretty funny because it's so corny. And then he snaps out of that shit and realizes that he needs to be there with that woman and those
there for
kids.
His boys. Yeah, and I think that was one of the big things of the breakthrough for him is being able to be vulnerable, but not in the modern wishy-washy feelings way, but like I think one of the most important things psychologically a man can do is have this concept of emotional regulation. It doesn't mean I don't have emotions. It means they don't control me. I can have any feeling or desire I want, but I always have the heuristic in my mind. Is this right? Is this righteous? Is this godly? Is this manly? Is this honest? Then I'll do it. But if it's not, then no, it's off the table. And I think he learned to regulate his feelings of intimacy. Can he love those kids? Can he love this woman and not feel like a sissy or whatever's holding him back? And you know what I mean? So he's coming through on that, and it's finally starting to break. I think this little gem.
Was that for you guys? Was that a little bit of confession by projection when he said, "What are you thinking? You're thinking you and I are going to get married, and we're going to adopt Tiger," and like
right?
There were. I mean, that was very interestingly articulated. Projection.
You think I'm going to marry you and Tiger and adopt him and live at this house at 117 4th Street with a little white picket fence and the red door?
Every night.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, but that sequence was hella funny.
It was kind of like that projection of that guy that hated Stallone and Cobra. So what do you think? You're too good for everyone? You think you're gonna kiss me or something, Stallone?
Yeah. You think you're gonna tongue kiss me when they turn these cameras off in your trailer, huh?
Yeah, that's gotta. Can we make that like? We got to make some like only Cobra based slang, like I know Razor Fist would appreciate it, but it's like, hey asshole, go bang some axes together, like I don't know, like, we gotta come up with something we can do.
What the?
Why don't you dudes get out of here and go bang your axes together?
Hey, what the fuck, Pinche? That line fucking makes me so mad. It makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
It makes no sense. What's up, Pinche? And they're doing their little kayak and shit. There's all these little obstacles and stuff they gotta do. It's pretty cool. And it's coming down to the wire, and then it turns out, dun dun dun, that little brown nosed shithead who left, he joined another school. There he is, right there.
Right.
He is a shithead.
Traitor. Here's some more slang for you.
Hey, sorry, pass the scissors. I need to cut my pizza.
So there you
That's
go.
right.
Yeah, what kind of serial killer shit was that? Dude, you don't cut pizza with no damn scissors. Why do you need to cut it and then grab the small piece and eat it?
Now hold on. Pizza, my favorite food. I decided pizza is my favorite food, more than steak, more than Mexican, all the other things I love. But where do you boys, now you get one chance, you need to answer this correctly. Where do you come down on Chicago deep dish pizza? Where do you come down on that?
It's not pizza.
Yeah, it's not pizza.
Okay, good. You both passed. Okay.
I'm not gonna. If somebody puts a good slice of some Chicago in front of me, I'll try it. I'm not gonna push it away. But if given a choice, I'm definitely going with like a nice big, yeasty, chewy, fold in half, slice of pepperoni pizza. You guys ever, Gabe? Do you guys have Pizza My Heart down there?
No. We don't.
That must be like a Northern California thing, but it's a place where you can buy it by the slice, thin crust, chewy, that New York style pizza. Hell yeah!
Now, question for the chat, but I want to put my two panelists on the spot here. Do I look like the kind of person, to you, if you had to guess, who would turn down either one of those pizza choices?
Oh no,
not at all.
Yeah.
That's why
just making sure.
Bond.
Now, Sean is spoiled because where he lives, there's New Haven, Connecticut style pizza. You can't really find it anywhere. But one of my son's friends who he went to high school with, they played football together since they were 8 years old. His dad owns like 5 pizza places here in San Diego called Basic. Bar Basic is like across the street from the San Diego Comic-Con Convention Center.
Yep.
And that's where I had my fundraiser party the first night of Comic-Con for like 7 years in a row before COVID hit. And he is from Connecticut. So I have had my fill of New Haven style thin crust pizza.
Guys.
You want to talk about good? Guys, it's not like regular thin crust. It's really, really good stuff.
This is the decision process of me choosing between two pizzas. Here it is. You just watched it in real time.
Right.
How far are you from New York City?
New York City. No, like no. I'm 3.5 hours. I mean, it depends. If you take the Acela or something like that, you can get there, in 3.5 hours or so, or 3 hours. Drive probably about 4, depending on traffic. Not far at all, man.
So if you had a place in New York City that was a good slice, you'd be willing to hop in the car and hit the city for some good pizza and be out.
Yeah, but if I leave this is the thing you got to understand. We have such a large Italian population here in Rhode Island. It's kind of like if you leave, like you got to come home at some point, man. If you tell people, I went down to get good pizza in New York, you might not make it.
Oh well, yeah. If you have that population, if you have that kind of population there, nice wood-fired oven, big slice of pizza. Holy hell,
dude,
that's a beautiful thing, man.
We have a brick oven pizza place. Right downtown, 10 minutes away. We've got one of the best. If you like Sicilian style pizza, we got a place called, or Chicago deep dish as they call it. We got a place called Cecilia's in downtown Providence. Has got the best deep dish you're after. But I will tell you this: I took a cab from the airport once, and I told people, some people I know who like deep dish, I go, we got a great pizza here at this place called Cecilia's. The cab driver stopped the fucking car, turned around and went, "Where the fuck are you from, guy?" That's how fucking dangerous it is here, all right? Just know that. Hey,
one thing I like about New Yorkers is I never have to ask them where they're from. They will always tell me.
Hey.
5 minutes.
Yep.
It's like a vegetarian, an atheist, or a New Yorker. How do you know someone is a vegetarian, atheist, or New Yorker?
Tell you.
Yeah, don't worry. They'll tell you.
Yeah. Just wait a couple of minutes.
Actually, I'm a vegan. Oh, shut up.
You going back to your Trader Joe days?
Yeah, actually, I'm a vegan. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Of all of the difficult jobs that you've had, Jericho, like when you're describing things, no matter how you describe things in the Navy, how you describe things with discipline, like say if you accidentally folded somebody's ankle in the wrong direction by trying to perform a medical procedure, one of those things. When you mention working at Trader Joe's, like I'd tell Mrs. Ingetti that, and she was like, But did anyone die? Like, it's that kind of thing where we just try to imagine
If only.
you being there. Like, I just imagine you being pleasant, smiling, but a nosebleed, continual trickle.
Yeah, that was like the last couple years for sure. The last,
as a veteran, we worry about PTSD, and Jericho told me he has some stuff, but he told me it's not from the Navy.
No.
Yeah.
It's from Trader Joe's.
TJ PTSD.
Oh,
that's what it is. I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, that
used
to, well, you said they took good care of people there.
Mr. E just took it too far. Mr. E,
hey, you eat this fucking pie or you die.
Exactly.
I'll go with the pizza, man.
I love the chat. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much
We
for
love
being
you
here.
guys.
We're almost home, guys. We're almost
Pizza
there.
or
almost
die.
home.
Yeah.
Pizza.
You give me a thin crust. You know what I got turned on to recently in Vegas at Pizza Rock, that place where we gotta go. They use the little pepperonis. And I used to think the bigger ones are better.
Oh.
The little ones, they cup and they burn on the edge, and then they fill with their own little pool of grease.
God bless America.
All right, guys, I gotta go.
So,
I got a plane to catch.
Yeah, man. That's what Pizza My Heart is.
Oh,
it's a slice just like that. Small pepperonis. Good size slice. I don't know if you guys are ranch dunkers. I am. It's fucking delicious.
My friend Sean Bandy showed me that in middle school, and I thought he was so gross. And then I did it, and I'm like, "Oh, you're a genius!
Yeah,
this is delicious. It looks awful. It looks terrible.
Fucking wonderful.
I love you guys, but I don't think you understand the kind of game I'm gonna play. Like, I'm gonna take that great piece of pizza, wrap it around an In-N-Out burger, and it's just like you gotta be watching. It's just gonna go dark places when I come out there. I'll have a cheek filled with dip. You guys will be like, this guy's a fucking animal. He doesn't appreciate nothing.
We can't meet like this. We can't meet
Sean
again.
asked me to drop him off at the dumpster behind McDonald's. He was real specific. Fucking weird.
Not that McDonald's, the one across town. That's the one I want.
Hey,
not the one across town. I'm not an animal.
Small pepperoni was his nickname in high school. I'm very, very sorry to hear that, my friend.
Different. Hopefully that one didn't cup up. Hopefully that one didn't cup up and have its own juices either.
It was cold.
all the time. It was freezing.
Diesel says, my homegirl is boss lady at BJ's restaurant. She just gave me some avocado egg rolls and mozzarella sticks. Ooh, that sounds pretty good.
Oh, man. Don't lose that.
Damn, son. Can you super chat that to us? Is there a way where egg rolls will appear?
I love BJ's, man. I love BJ's. The restaurant,
I like the restaurant and BJ's.
I was gonna say, and the restaurant ain't bad either.
Diesel just
Do they have
goes
BJ's
with
at
ranch.
BJ's? If there's BJ's at BJ's,
my son was in high school, so he was old enough to get the joke. But we both saw this guy. I don't remember where we were, at the mall or at a Little League game, but it was an adult, and he was wearing a shirt that just said "I love BJ's" on it. That's all.
Me too, bro. Me too.
And it wasn't like the Toronto Blue Jays, or it just said "I love BJ's" on the shirt. And I'm like, where did this guy find this?
You know where he stands. Ladies, don't come over here unless you agree with this shirt.
This is how the fuck I roll.
If you're not down for that, keep it moving.
Yeah.
I'll show you what I love.
BJ's, BJ's Mr. E is like, do you have like Yard House or Gordon Biersch or anything like that? It's one of those big restaurants with a big menu. They got a lot of beers. They got, they have all that American bistro stuff, like Cheesecake Factory. It's like in that vein of a restaurant. BJ's. They have a real
heavy menu. And they had, I did go there one time and they had root beer ribs. They put like a root beer reduction on it.
Shit, dude, what are you guys trying to do to me, man?
Okay,
I tried it.
so
It was delicious.
My number one Mexican place on Decatur Boulevard in Las Vegas, I will take you to Bonita, Michoacan. They have Coca-Cola carnitas.
Yeah.
So they have that fried braised pork in a Coca-Cola reduced sauce. It's excellent. It's excellent.
That sounds
Listen,
yeah.
I was told a rumor that you guys were good Christian boys who did not try to encourage sin in your brothers, and you're like, come out here. They've got a tall glass of blended bacon and soda. And I'm like,
telling you. Yeah, those root beer ribs are off the charts.
I love that stuff.
They're
dude.
delicious, man.
I love food, man.
Pureblood says, "Have you been to?" Wait, that's not a place. Chlamydia's yet?
No, and I don't plan.
Holy shit! I love. No, actually, I want to go there.
There's small pepperoni and chlamydia. That fucking sucks.
Yeah.
That's
Right
a
on,
tough
Mr.
way to
E.
go, man.
Oh
That's a
yeah,
tough road to hoe.
Oscars. I don't know. Do you have Oscars up there, Jericho? Because we had them in San Diego, and there was like
No
ribs and
Oscars.
chicken, but they had these butter-covered, garlic-covered breadsticks, and we would eat like just a bag of them in high school. You order like 5 breadsticks. You're just like eating them after football practice. It was ridiculous.
No, never. We don't have Oscars.
Oh, it's no Lumpies.
Nothing is.
Welcome to Lumpies, home of the lump burger.
One lump or two.
I gotta say, Gabe. Let me just let me pay you a compliment from the heart, Gabe. Your fucking Hulk Hogan and your Lumpies is fucking chef's kiss, dude. I love that shit, man.
You know where you can get a real kiss from a chef? You can get it at Pastamania, brother. That's where you get a kiss from a chef.
That's right, brother. You eat that 5-pound bowl of pasta, I'll come out of the kitchen, brother, and stick my tongue in your mouth.
I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I don't care if it's your dog. I will kiss anyone that finishes the Pastamania bowl.
It doesn't matter, brother, because I rode in here on the back of that red and yellow Harley, brother. I'll kiss anything, brother. You eat the pasta, brother. You get this tongue in your mouth.
That is a guarantee from the holster. You can take that to the bank, the pasta bank.
Oh my.
I mean it, brother. You don't believe me? Finish the pasta, brother. Try me, brother.
You're sitting there eating the pasta bowl. He's putting on chopstick.
Got to get it on both lips. Spread it all the way out, brother. They didn't call me Thunder Lips in Rocky 3, brother, for nothing, brother.
Oh shit. Maybe we should do this one next week.
Seriously, guys, that would be a great last show for me. I can see
we can finally put Sean
like,
to rest.
It'd be like that Kids in the Hall old Yeller skit. There'd just be a blast of blood to the camera lens.
Home of the pasta and endless handlebar mustache, brother.
That's right, brother. We'll give you a pasta mustache. You finish the pasta, brother. I'll kiss you. I'll kiss you upstairs, brother, or I'll kiss you downstairs.
Pasta for all my Hulkamaniacs.
And all my pasta maniacs run wild on you.
The enthusiasm.
Let my pasta maniacs run wild on you, brother.
Have you ever noticed how Hulk Hogan and Sarge Slaughter sound the same?
Yeah.
I guess they do kind of sound the same. That is true.
Sergeant Slaughter.
Hell yeah.
That's right.
You know?
So yeah, when we have our boys trip to Vegas, we will go to Pastamania, boys. So
hell yeah, we're making it happen.
we will hope it exists.
Yeah, we will open one.
Hope it's not shitty.
Yeah,
man.
I think it will be with that kind of enthusiasm.
There. Oh, jeez. Anyway, we got to the right before the climax, and then we quit.
Yeah, we went into food again. It's
they got in a fight. They get in a little tussle out there. They let their emotions get the best of them, which they're letting you know that wouldn't have happened if Major Payne was there to keep him in check, dick. So the team that they fought, the school that they got in a fight with, their general, or their major, or whatever, wants them kicked out. He's like, look at these animals. Their own major wasn't even here to support them. Those kids are a bunch of animals. He's like, ain't no name for name calling. And he returns. They're like, oh shit. And then he talks to him and convinces them to let him finish. And then they go back to the tent and everybody's icing their wounds and they're all messed up. And I thought you were leaving. Well, now you come back, after we've already, almost finished the competition, and she's even giving him some shit. And he's like, look, motherfuckers, I'm back. What do you want to do? You want to win or not? And so he convinces them that he's there to stay. He's not going anywhere. And, you guys have a place in my heart. So let's do this. So now they're rejuvenated and they go out for the final competition, which is the drill competition. And they lost somebody. Somebody hurt their ankle
or Alex or somebody hurt their ankle and like, I can't lead it, I can't do it. And it's all, Tiger, time for you to step up. Remember earlier when he was doing the moves, standing next to Major Payne? So he knows the moves. So the little guy, the little tiny engine that could, he gets out there in front of everybody and leads them in their drill.
And why is he motivated, Jericho?
Because he don't want to hear that story again.
He don't want to hear the rest of that fucking story, man.
He's like, I can't do it. I'm too little. And he's like, you want to hear the little engine that could? He was like, no. He's like, let's see it.
Fuck no.
And the little kid goes, toot, toot. He's like, you don't want to hear that shit? It was so funny. And so, yeah, the deaf kid, he puts on the blindfold. So now he can't see or hear. So he's basically a superhero. And so they throw the rifle to him and he catches it and spins it around. It's hella cool. He tosses it up in the air and they do a nice slow-mo shot.
This is the thing about this flick that people didn't understand. That it's what it's doing to the audience. What movies like this did to the audience was they take you in a direction where they go, wow, this is so un-PC. They're humiliating this kid. Then the guy who is deaf puts on a effing blindfold and crushes it. Because he's got these abilities and strengths that come out from the training, come out from the adversity, come out from the discipline, and that these things that come out were not things he was doing before.
You know where we never humiliate anyone for their disabilities? Pastamania, brother. I don't give a fuck if you can't walk, see, or hear. We're here to serve you the best pasta.
I almost.
You know that's so true, brother. If you don't mind, if I piggyback off of those powerful words, brother.
Please do.
I don't give a damn what you look like, brother. I don't care if you got to go on wheels or you got a walker, brother, or if somebody has to carry you on their back. It doesn't matter how fucked up you are. You always got a seat here at the Pastamania, brother. And if I don't have a seat for you to sit in, brother, check this out. I'll clean one off for you, brother. You can sit right here.
All right. That's pasta. Today's show is brought to you by Pastamania, by the way.
I think every show should be brought to you by Pastamania.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. We do tag team the promos. Yes.
Yes, we do.
Blue parking spot or not, brother. You're always welcome at Pastamania.
Never know just when. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We're trying to thing here called random advertising. So the commercials they can pop
guerrilla advertising at the extreme. We try to promote businesses by surprise that no longer exist.
Right.
It's very
we're trying a new angle. We're trying to revive businesses that don't exist.
That's right.
Oh man.
So don't blame us for being cutting edge.
So they do their drill. They look fantastic. He's proud of them. He's returned, and they end up winning, right? They do end up winning the thing. Okay, because it's like, did I remember that? Because I only saw it the one time. Did I get this right?
Yeah, they did win.
That's right. 3 months later, the director of the school with his bug net and all his butterflies that he
What the hell
loves.
is he up to?
Individual cadet achievement. So of course, the 28-year-old, he's the most improved, most changed, and the oldest. So
Yep.
So that salute's not too good. Elbow's too high. The arm has an arch in it. That thing should be like, a rigid piece of metal, like no bend, straight. And the elbow should be parallel to the deck. It's too high. And you should know better than that, Cadet Sergeant Stone. Fix that shit.
Wait a minute. So the elbow. So wait, this is 90 to the ground like this? It's
yes.
not up?
Nope.
Okay, so
his elbow's too high, and you can see a
when
bend.
you're like me and you have really long arms, though? The geometry.
You better get it right. I don't know. Push your elbow back. Something.
Yeah,
And
because
then,
your wingspan is your height almost for most people. Mine is way longer. My wingspan is 7 feet. I'm 6'4", so I got really long arms. So that feels weird to me. So.
We can fix your salute, but you
would that
some
fly?
pressure.
Would that fly in the military, Jericho? If I told the CO, that feels weird to me.
No.
How would
no, you go ahead at boot camp. You tell your RDC that feels weird. I want to do it different, and you're gonna have a lot of problems.
You know where we never care if you feel weird or different? Pastamania, brother. We welcome all comers.
Actually, brother, we guarantee you're gonna feel weird when you get inside of here, brother. If you don't feel weird, we didn't do our job.
Oh, geez, too much Pastamania.
Oh,
We
I
take
guess
all
never-
comers.
no.
You can come. Everybody's gonna. Well, all right. Let's get back to the show.
Oh,
my God. Oh.
So he
We're
gives
gonna
them
get
some
through this.
final words here. I don't remember exactly what he says to them here.
Well, another.
It's finally more encouraging, you know.
Yeah,
so.
he. Everybody's lined up and stuff. And this new kid shows up, this new blind kid. And he's an asshole, so he ends up getting his head shaved too, and kind of the callback. And then it ends, and he shaves the dog too.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, he shaves the fucking German Shepherd, and he starts laughing. Hey, 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 hey.
And
then
it
the
keeps
movie
going,
ends.
man.
Yeah, and then that's
It's
it.
beautiful.
Major
And
Payne.
and that's your Major Payne. What a movie! It was not at all what I expected. You two had seen it years ago. I
Yes.
saw it 3 days ago for the first time ever, and I was delightfully surprised that it wasn't pure filth, because I forgot that filth comedies is more of a new thing for that to be so mainstream, where everything is just so crass and hateful. You know, the dirty jokes are I can get past some of them if they're not too crude, but it's the hatefulness. You know, there's no heart. There's no in so much modern cinema. There's just like a hatefulness and a pretentiousness and any lack of vulnerability. So I was glad that the key character arc for Damon Wayans in this was a man becoming vulnerable in a proper way to be a good role model to young men. What a message. They hate that message now. So
yeah,
Yeah, very anti-95, anti-1995.
Yeah,
what a good time.
It was. And it's like I said, it's the kind of movie where, I mean, I think you've talked about this guy. Who all has? I mean, I think every person I know who's in what we're calling, you know, a lot of us are calling anyway, the Iron Age space of media, right? You hear people talk about this, that you used to have entertainment coming out of Hollywood and places. There were some people who created stuff that were leaning more conservative, some people that were leaning more liberal, but you had a mix of different kinds of entertainment. And I'd say when this movie came out, in a lot of ways, it was the real start of the complete and utter, like, you know, removal of that stuff. Stallone, the 80s, all of that stuff, you still had a mix of different things happening in entertainment, right? And then it's like by the time you got to the 90s, I think it has been basically a steady decline of any opinion that's not either, you know, to the left of center or extreme left of center. That's basically the range you have now. Right. And this was a movie that the problem with not having entertainment like this is not one of representation, dare I say. It's one of addressing audience need, you know? It's like the idea of when we were watching that show, we're going to scare this kid straight by having a tough dad. And he's like, but I ain't got no daddy, sir. It's not a one-size-fits-all situation.
Yeah.
And you're going to learn the hard way, you know, when you go out into the world. And you saw that drill sergeant was like, I have many skills, and these are not the skills for this job. Like, this is not where you go with this. And it's a brilliant thing, and Major Payne is basically showing people that it's like, you've got her, she's beautiful, she has a completely opposite perspective to him, and they get together, and she understands and appreciates his perspective, and how could she not? He read the book when he said he would. He didn't have to agree with it, but he gave it its due diligence, and there's something about that, man.
Right.
Amazing.
And I think her role as the female kind of opposing him, they didn't do it in the ugly postmodern way where, oh, the man is just a brutish idiot, blah, blah, blah. What she does is the traditional role of a woman to a man. She's his helpmate. She helps him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm in charge of our family as the father. I'm the head of this household, the Al-Taibs for sure. But my wife, I always go to her. I discuss everything with her. I get her. We agree on things. And I ask her viewpoint, her advice, because she's a different person. She might see it differently than me. But ultimately, it's up to me to make the call, not because I'm bossy, but because that's my responsibility. I don't want to shove that off on my wife and give her the stress of having to make the big decisions. That's for me, you know. But I think it's great that in this movie, she's trying to help him see a different way, but not calling him an idiot, not calling him a piece of shit or men are trash or whatever. It's actually interesting how much culture has changed in the last 20-something years.
And she uses she uses her feminine abilities to kind of get him to do what she wants anyway. So without being an overbearing, powerful, strong woman, whatever they call that shit now,
She played her role and he played his, both to perfection.
Oh, I always go with the term hectoring shrew. What do you guys use?
But no, I like to pull out blue-haired land whale,
Yeah, but it's
or
like
granola-headed dirt fucker. I like that one.
Yeah, fucking hell. But damn it, Jericho. Jericho's kind of like Jericho is like Danny Glover with the nail gun, not afraid to overstate it.
No. You know where you'll never have to put up with feminist bullshit? Pastamania, brother.
Gabe, do me a favor, man. Do me a favor. I don't know if this is gonna work in stream.
I'll do you any favor, brother. I love you so much.
Download. I just sent you an email. Grab the PNG out of there and upload it to overlays in StreamYard, and I want to see if this works.
Okay.
I want to see if this works so you can click on and click off. Yeah, if you upload it to to the overlay
I'll get right on it, brother.
and you click
Just give me 1 sec there, brother.
Okay, so I'm downloading it, and then I'll go into StreamYard and put it. And then we're going to talk about what's coming up next on the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kids, because there's some really fun stuff coming up in the next few weeks.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so I go over to brand, then I go to overlays, add a new one, add overlay, Pastamania overlay. Okay, add. Let's see. Okay,
I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll see.
I hope it does. So I'll put us back on the normal screen and then try and do it. Hold on, it's uploading right now. We'll see. Guys, we're editing the show live on the air.
Live. We're innovating live.
Here he is, brother, but covered up Jericho Green.
How you like that, brother? Like I was saying earlier, brother, it doesn't matter who you fuck, brother. Come on in at Pastamania and fill that belly. It doesn't matter who you fill your other holes with, brother. Fill your stomach here at Pastamania.
Oh, shit.
I don't care where you're from, who you pray to, or who you love. We're going to fill your face with so much semolina flour, you're going to love us forever.
We're going to put so much pasta in you, brother, you're going to shit your pants before you leave, brother.
Now imagine if we were to have overlays for many of our characters.
Oh,
We
yeah,
push
I
that
see where
button.
this is going.
Let's ponder where this could go.
I don't care who you believe in, brother, but you're going to worship this pasta, brother.
Swallow your emotions down with pasta.
That's right, brother. You're going through something emotional. You think you got to reach out, brother, and talk about it? No, bury it inside your soul, brother, under pounds and pounds of this Pastamania. And remember, you eat the 5-pound rigatoni, brother. You get this tongue down your throat, brother.
Free kisses for all finishers, brother. That's what I always say.
You line up, I'll kiss you all. I won't even wipe my lips in between, brother. We're a family here. We share our fluids, brother.
Oh my God.
We're not like those pussies at Olive Garden. We're not afraid to say I love you to our friend.
That's right, brother. We're not a bunch of pussies here who wear latex gloves and hair nets, brother. All of me is going to be inside of your pasta, brother.
Oh my gosh.
You're going to get that Hulk Hogan DNA inside of your pasta, brother.
I hope that somebody just tuned into this show for the first time about 45 seconds ago.
It's like, what the fuck is this?
I have no idea. Poor Shant, man.
Beautiful. We
Give
lost
one
him,
of those
man.
John Trident.
R.I.P.
You know what I mean?
R.I.P. The down and over.
Hey,
Love
he
it,
earned
man.
it. He earned that John Trident.
He did. He
sword,
made it a
man.
long time.
You know,
He made it a long time before he passed on.
guys. Now I have very good news. I have excellent news, guys. The name of this show is Double Impact.
Tis.
That is an excellent, not a movie, that's a film by one Jean-Claude Van Varenberg. Screen name Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Muscles from Brussels.
Oh God, we did a month. We did a month of Stallone. We've done Arnold. We've done We've done Seagal, but we haven't done this guy. We haven't given him his proper respect. So we're going to start off. We're going to start off with his movies in order here. But this one, so I think we're going to do these four. Let me pull out the other one. Sorry. We're going to do Bloodsport.
Hell yeah.
Then we're doing Kickboxer. Then we're doing Wrong Bet, known as Lionheart in America, but Wrong Bet in other places. And then I talked to his stuntman. Remember the guy that was on here for Double Team, Todd Senafonte? I talked to him today, and he says he thinks he can come on the show on April 5th. This is the first movie Todd ever worked on as Van Damme's double, whatever. And he just finished filming another one with Van Damme about 4 or 5 weeks ago, Darkness of Man. So,
hail Todd,
so,
man.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna get Todd on, and I'll always try and have a guest every once in a while like that. I've got some other guys in mind too, and of course bring our friend Dino Cain back. That'll be awesome. But yes, it's gonna be a month of the muscles from Brussels, guys. It's going to be awesome. Also tomorrow at I believe noon or 1 p.m. Pacific, I continue the saga of my improv comedy show with my daughter Minnie, the stand-up comedian, father-daughter dance. Tomorrow's special guest, none other than Optimus Prime. He's going through a divorce right now, guys. It's very tough on Optimus Prime. You're gonna have to tune in to see what has been happening to him. But needless to say, as Sean told me some of the news, that bitch took the trailer from Optimus Prime.
What?
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah. It's terrible what goes on in the courts. The courts are very unfair to men when it comes to divorce, especially robotic men from other planets.
Yeah,
very unfair.
Humans, you think you have it bad. You should see how they fuck over the robotic ex-husbands.
You know where you never get fucked over, brother?
You'll never get fucked over here, brother. You might get fucked, but you won't get fucked over, brother. I can't be responsible for my actions, brother. When I get that Pastamania flowing through my veins, brother, I get handsy and I get hard, brother. We'll never fuck you over, but you might get fucked, brother.
Oh, man. Oh, hey, and John, Bruce Willis. Yeah, I was thinking of him next.
Yeah.
We already did Die Hard 1, but we didn't do 2, and he's got other great movies too. So,
quick point on that. The martial arts that Major Payne was doing in his underwear was the exact set that the guy does in Die Hard 2. The terrorist leader who does that shit. I was crying. I was like, are you fucking
shit was weird.
serious?
Man, poor Bruce Willis. He's like dealing with some kind of disease right now. Like he had to retire from acting and shit.
Oh, that's right. It's a cognitive thing with his brain. Or it's not Alzheimer's, right? It's something else.
No, it's something else.
He can't process words anymore and understand their meanings. Some fucking awful shit, man.
It's terrible. So out of respect for
much love.
Yeah, we definitely want to do Bruce Willis. But we're gonna get Jean-Claude in here. It's about Van Damme time. Van Damme time.
Van Damme it.
You can tell Gabe and I why we started the show was an obsessive love of fucking Van Damme movies, man.
That's right.
Hell yeah. I'll tell you this, guys. This show, for all you folks in the chat, please get the word out about the show to anybody you think would be into this show, because when we started this thing, it was out of a love of action movies, and I will tell you what, one of the greatest things in the world is if we hadn't done this show, it was like such a thing. We would never. I mean, we would have probably met Jericho because we were both watching him. Abe is a fan of Jericho. I'm a fan of Jericho. We would have probably run into each other, but the show has become something completely more than what we could have imagined when we started. We talk about these things. We hang with you guys. There's fucking lore to the show at this point. It's always a blast, man. And I fucking love doing the show with you guys. It's the shit, man.
Yeah. I look forward to it. It's a big highlight of the week for me. And it seems like time just goes by fast. Like I feel like we're doing this show all the time. I don't know. We do it once a week. Man. We do it once a week for 9 hours. I don't know. It seems like it just comes up.
It can get lengthy sometimes, but that's good. That's just a sign of a good show.
Yeah, we just get a little sidetracked, having fun, making jokes about Pastamania. So I don't know.
Those aren't jokes. Those are real statements.
I don't know why I am
so. I don't know about you.
This makes me so happy, Pastamania, and I don't know why. I find it so intriguing that this really happened.
Don't question it, man.
What's not to love, dude? What's not to love?
All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Next Wednesday, March 22nd, Bloodsport.
Movie.
Man, you guys are gonna love it. 80s action at its best.
Oh my goodness. Forrest Whitaker.
Chong Li, no arm movement.
Chong Li, the voiceovers they do for him. You're next. Like
you're
that.
Next.
Dude.
Brick not hit back.
Like, okay.
Like, all right, there, caveman.
Okay, guys.
Much love, guys.
Yeah. March 22nd, 7 p.m. Pacific. Hit the like, share the link, tell your friends. It's going to be a great time. We'll talk to you guys